Good morning. Good morning. I have no idea why I'm doing this. In a city where there is good beer, Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Well, I wanted to challenge myself. I'm going to talk about BGP today, Border Gateway Protocol. And originally, what I'm doing here, this talk was built as a university lecture, and it was called BGP in 90 minutes. Since I have a little bit more time today, it's now BGP in 120 minutes. Feel free to ask questions, just walk up to the microphone. It's in chapters, so I always will ask for questions at the end of each chapter, but well, we have time, we have 2 hours, and we can fill them. This does not feature any experiments or anything you need to do with your laptop, because if I have just 2 hours, I do not want to spend time to debug any issues with my lab. My lab is up and running, and there will be a slide how you can access my lab later. But if it works, it's fine. If it doesn't work, well, I just keep on talking. Yeah, a little bit about me. I'm an old-timer. I started in the internet industry in 1994 at a company which is long gone, which was called X-Link in Karlsruhe in Germany. I was basically running the network operations center there. Then I was at a company named Via Networks, also long gone, and I did basically global peering manager, global network director. And since 2006, I'm working for DKIX. That's me here in the blue shirt. If any other colleagues, there are other colleagues here from DKIX, we always have these blue shirts. And at DKIX, I was doing customer support manager for 10 years. And since 2016, I'm doing this thing called the DKIX Academy. And what I'm actually doing is I'm teaching BGP. I also have some other videos, texts. You can all see them on the DKIX website, dkix.net/academy. I have YouTube videos, not about BGP, a YouTube video series called Networking Basics. And this explains the whole IP stack from bottom to top and back. So if you have any trainees in your company, you don't have to explain IP anymore. You can simply show them my YouTube videos. Also, all my slides as PDF, you can download it from the RIPE archive from the website. Currently, the version which is online has also all the extra slides. Afterwards, after the talk today, I will trim it down to what I've actually done. So, and also the slides at the end, you have an extra section with a lot of links of material about BGP. So if you want to read on, just download the presentation and have a look at the links. So, but BGP, what is BGP about? BGP stands for Border Gateway Protocols, and BGP is all about network prefixes. So here we have legacy IP, the old IPv4 prefix, and a prefix. You know, an IP address, it has a network part and a host part, and the prefix is just the network part. And it contains the prefix itself, and then a slash, and then the length of the prefix in the number of bits. So here we have a /22 network. Folks here at RIPE, I do not have to tell you that things like class ABC networks no longer exist. But usually when I give this presentation in front of, let's say, IT people, I always tell them 20 or 30 years ago, it was 40 years ago, there was a thing called class ABC networks, and they had a fixed lengths of the prefixes. Nowadays, IPv4, the boundary between network part and host part can be anywhere, and we express that by putting slash and the number of bits of the network part here. Yeah, characteristics of a prefix. The prefix number, decimal, separated by dots. The prefix length, and the whole thing is 32 bits long. And another very important part, that the host part at a prefix is all zeros. Modern IPv6, the current network protocol, quite the same, just longer. 128 bits in length, the notation hexadecimal, 0 to 9, and then A to F, separated by colons. And again, we have a slash and the length of the prefix in bits. Here we have a so-called /64. Perhaps I will get to that later again. Not all, well, you can announce all kind of prefixes via BGP. Doesn't matter. Prefix and length, you just put it in there. But that doesn't mean that your neighbor's BGP is a protocol you talk to other networks will accept that. So in global routing for IPv4, the smallest network you can announce is a /24, and IPv6, the smallest network you can announce is a /48. You can announce smaller ones, of course, but usually your neighbors will not pick them up, you will not accept them. So BGP is all about prefixes, announcing prefixes to other networks. But how does it work? BGP, your network talks to your neighbor network. So this is me. I am AS196.610, DKIX Academy, and I announce this prefix. And I have a neighbor. I announce this prefix to my specific neighbors. So my neighbor here, the green one, says, okay, my neighbor, AS196.610, announces this prefix to me. And of course, this guy, the green guy, also has neighbors. And she said, oh, my green neighbor here, he tells me that the DKIX Academy over there announces this prefix. And here is what we have, what is BGP about. BGP, you announce prefixes to your neighbors, and they re-announce it to their neighbors. So if you put that on a world map, here in Frankfurt, I am announcing these prefixes. I'm not announcing only one, I'm announcing all these prefixes. Click. So I announce this prefix to my neighbor, and my neighbor keeps track. He got that prefix from the blue network and re-announces it to their neighbor. And they also keep track. They got it from the green network and keep the blue network in there. And they re-announce it. And again, they keep the network where they received it from in this announcement. No? And this is, oh, one slide back. I was a little bit too fast. Let's have a look again at the announcement. And that what I have represented here with the colored squares is the path of announcement. So here you see the blue network originally announced this prefix, and this is what we call the originator. Then he announced it to the green network and then the orange network, and that's where I, at that point here, got it from. And this is another feature of BGP. You announce prefixes, you re-announce them, and you keep track which networks you got the announcement from. Prefixes, networks, neighbors. BGP has neighbors, and these neighbors, they have to be configured, and there's no way around that. BGP neighbors do not find themselves. You have to configure BGP, and that can be a pain. There is automation software which might help you, but at the end, your router has to know, these are my neighbors, these are the neighbors I want to talk BGP to. And each BGP speaking device, it's another feature, they are part of a so-called autonomous system. And what we've seen before in this world map is the autonomous system path. What I represented here with the colored dots, of course you don't have colored dots in your router. You have the autonomous systems are basically kept in the announcement. We're keeping track who originated the prefix, who forwarded it, where I got it from. And this is the so-called autonomous system path. And the IS path, in short, shows that. And like I said, the blue one, the rightmost AS in the path, is called the originator, the one which originated this prefix, and the one who receives traffic for this prefix at the end. Keep in mind, this is a thing you need. There are not much things you need to remember from today, but autonomous system, AS path, and originator. These are three things you should take away. So if you ever look at any BGP announcement, you can say, oh, this is the originator here, the rightmost AS in the path. So autonomous system, and it's another new term I introduced. What is it? Well, actually, it's just a group of IP prefixes. There are other definitions, but the very formal definition is a group of IP prefixes which have something in common. But in reality, to announce these prefixes, you need hardware or software, a router or multiple routers. And this router speaks BGP to its neighbors. And the router has an autonomous system number configured. The router basically runs BGP from that autonomous system. Another new term, autonomous system number. Where does the clicker sometimes doesn't work? Okay. And here in my example, I have an autonomous system number. That's mine. And that is AS196610. You can look it up. That's the DKIX Academy. So what's an autonomous system number? How does it work and where do I get one? The formal definition, again, from an RFC, an autonomous system has a globally unique number. This number is used in both exchanging of exterior routing information and as an identifier of the autonomous system. And the core part here is globally unique. Initially, AS numbers were 16-bit long. Nowadays, there are 32 bits long because we ran out of numbers again also. We ran out of IPv4 addresses and we also ran out of IP with AS numbers, but unlike the continuing drama, replacing IPv4 with IPv6, the replacement of 16-bit AS numbers with 32-bit AS numbers actually went very smooth. I guess nobody even noticed, or not a lot of people noticed. Yeah, AS numbers, globally unique. Unique means somebody has to administrate them. And where are we here? We are at the RIPE meeting. Who does the secretariat for the RIPE? That's the RIPE NCC. And yes, you can get AS numbers from the RIPE NCC. The real entity administrating these AS numbers is, of course, the IANA. That's the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority. And, well, I don't have to explain you that the IANA basically just delegates the task of assigning numbers to the RARs. So here in Europe, you get your AS number at the RIPE NCC. And if you're interested in the procedure, just look it up. Basically, to get an AS number, you need to have the need to need one. So you need to have prefixes to announce, and you need to have neighbors to announce them to. So just, I want an AS number because it's cool, doesn't work. But I want an AS number because I want to announce my own prefixes at an internet exchange, and I want to have my transit provider or more than one transit provider. This is basically the reason you need and you can get an AS number from the RIPE NCC. Good. BGP announcing prefixes to directly connect. I said I was asked, are there any questions so far? I'm just talking and talking, and everybody is perhaps half awake. And are there any questions so far? Just come up to the microphone, please. State your name and affiliation.
Hi, I'm Leon Steger from the Technical University of Munich. My question is, when did the switch from 16 to 32 bits AS numbers happen? And why did you think it went so smoothly?
It happens in the 2000s, so 2002 or so, something like that. Early 2000s. And it went so smoothly because unlike V4 and V6, you didn't have to configure anything except larger AS numbers. The protocol was designed that both work in parallel, and there was a new field in the protocol where the larger number came in, and if the receiving router didn't understand the larger AS number, a replacement was put in. I think it was AS23456, and over time, the router software simply got updated, and then larger AS numbers worked. You didn't have to change any. You didn't have to do any special configuration. The protocol was updated. The routers were updated over time, and it worked at the beginning in parallel with the old and the new software. And nowadays, 32-bit AS, every router understands them, and it was fantastic. So really, like I said, nobody noticed. And I think it was 2000 something. So quite a time ago. I can look it up, the exact date later. Or you can just have a look at the RFC. Okay, BGP neighbors. BGP, and I'm talking about BGP like we are using it at ISPs for peering. You can use BGP for a lot of things. My talk is about using BGP at an ISP for prefixes for getting transit and peering. BGP announces prefixes to neighbors. And like I said, these neighbors, they have to be configured. So you're configuring your router and telling them, I have this and that neighbor. Because BGP uses TCP to connect to their neighbors. There are a lot of other routing protocols out there which uses their own stuff. Most infamous, I think, is OSPF, which has their own way of transporting information. BGP does it very, very simple. It uses just TCP. TCP already brings reliable transport. Okay. Reliable transport. So the sender knows that the receiver got the information. TCP brings flow control, so the sender doesn't send faster than the receiver can receive, and also framing, so the putting BGP messages into packets, that's all done by TCP. Like I said, putting BGP messages into packets. The BGP maximum message size is 4 kilobytes, and that has nothing to do with TCP window size or anything. It was just set to 4 kilobytes, and TCP takes care that it's put into packets and that the receiver gets everything, and that I know the receiver has everything. Also, BGP works incremental. So when a BGP session via TCP comes up, BGP announces everything it knows. So all prefixes it knows, announces it to the neighbor where the session just came up. After that, all updates are incremental. That means when I learn a new prefix from one of my other neighbors, and I wanted to tell it to this neighbor, I'm sending an add message to the neighbor. So this prefix, I learned it new. And when a prefix goes away, I'm sending a withdraw message to my neighbor. So I no longer have this prefix. So add and withdraw, and that keeps the traffic between neighbors nice and small and low. Because when a session comes up, the router receiving suddenly a lot of prefixes, it has to process them. And this processing is done by the main CPU, and it can take some time. The update messages, they are processed very quickly. Add, withdraw. Sometimes it can happen that there are a lot of consecutives, add and withdraw from the same prefix. So that's when you say a prefix is flapping. And that can stress a router. And one way to look that up, if it happens or has happened, is you can use RIPE-STAT for that. So if you're familiar with RIPE-STAT, put in the prefix, and there is one field you can see adds and withdraws for this prefix. So if you ever have wondered what adds and withdraws in RIPE-STAT is, this is about BGP, add and withdraw messages. And another nice feature where TCP comes in again. So as long as the TCP session to my neighbor is up, I assume that the neighbor kept track of all add and withdraw messages. So I don't have to regularly flood my neighbor with my whole table. I have my TCP session up, I'm sending add and withdraw, and I can be sure that the neighbor got all these messages and is keeping his table in sync. Of course, bugs in router software happens. And if you have the feeling, ooh, my table does something strange, you can always shut down the BGP session to your neighbor, and then the whole process starts from the beginning. Of course, during that time, you might have issues reaching certain prefixes, because when you shut down a BGP session, the router says, oh, all the prefixes I received from this session are no longer there. He takes them off the BGP table, takes them off the routing table, and if you don't have a second source for these prefixes, you can no longer reach them. So let's have a look at the AS pass again, this time in real with numbers. So here we have AS517, and it announces a prefix to AS286. So it adds the AS number to the pass, announces the prefix. AS286 adds its AS number in front and announces it to AS5669. So when AS5669 re-announces it, again, it puts its own AS number in front. So here we have a real AS pass, not colored dots, but real AS numbers in the pass. And the originator on the right-hand side and yeah, this is to summarize actually what we talked about so far. We have prefixes V4 and V6. Just to make clear, BGP works fine with both IPv4 and both IPv6. You can use both prefixes. You can use both transport protocols for BGP. We have AS numbers. Nowadays, even my example shows only 16-bit. Nowadays, up to 30-bit, well, not up to, 32 bits long, exactly 32 bits long. And we have the AS pass with the originator on the right-hand side. And the AS pass, that is called an attribute of a BGP announcement. And it is not only it's the only attribute I talked about so far, but it is not the only attribute which exists. And all announcements in BGP have attributes. They have the prefix and have attributes. And there are a number of different kinds of attributes here. We have so-called mandatory attributes. They have to be there. The AS pass is always there. It's a mandatory attribute. We have optional attributes. They don't have to be there, and if they are not there, well, it works anyway. For example, an attribute called MED, that's optional. It doesn't have to be there. That's one way of classifying attributes. Another way is we have so-called transitive attributes. Transitive attributes, they are kept on the prefixes and forwarded via BGP. So once they are there, and I'm announcing it to my neighbor, to another autonomous system, they are kept on the announcement. And we have non-transitive attributes. They are added to the prefix and are not forwarded by the receiver. So BGP attributes, we will come back to some typical attributes later, mandatory or optional, transitive or non-transitive. That's it basically, that's the start of it about BGP. So this was the very basic. So this is the essential features of BGP. Are there any questions so far? Okay. Let's talk about routers. We have a typical router. I copied this slide from someone. I have no idea where from. So, do I have a laser pointer? Oh yeah, I have. So, typical router. Data plane. this is where the forwarding of packet takes place, and the so-called control plane. And the control plane contains, you all know that, of a routing table. This is where you store, if you receive a packet with a destination IP address, what to do with that packet. And the forwarding plane, of course, it's fed by the routing table, but the routing table is also fed by things. It's fed by routing protocols, static routes. So if you configure a route on a router, it goes into the routing table, but also routing protocols feed that routing table. OSPF, ISIS, whatever you are using, IGRP, RIP, whatever is used, and interface addresses, all goes into the routing table. And of course, BGP. BGP also goes into the routing table. And one of the characteristics of the routing table is it has one route per prefix. So, but BGP receives information for the same prefix from multiple neighbors. Let's say you have 2 transit providers, which is quite common. So you receive the full internet routing table from 2 transit providers into the BGP table. But you only want one prefix in the routing table. So how to do that? BGP must make a kind of a selection, which prefix, or which, if you receive 2 or 3 or 4 times the same prefix via BGP, which one goes into the routing table? There only can be one. And this is called BGP best path selection. So from all the neighbors, from all the sources, we're receiving prefixes, or receiving one and the same prefix from multiple sources. One of them goes into the routing table. And there is an algorithm for that, and that's what we call BGP best path selection. Any questions so far? Okay. Good. Motivation. Why do we need that? We want one single path for each destination only, but we receive multiple of them. And we must make a decision, and this decision cannot be random. The decision must be based on attributes. Remember, attributes, mandatory or optional, transitive or non-transitive. These attributes help the BGP best path selection to make a decision. And like I said, it's not random, but it's deterministic. So in the same situation, BGP must make the same decision. I remember one presentation from Geoff Huston a few Ripe meetings back where he said, BGP is not deterministic. I do not agree with him. BGP is deterministic. There's just a time factor at one point. So in the same situation, BGP makes always the same decision. The criteria might say it's strange for best path selection, and some of them are outdated. They are still in there. BGP is 50 years old, 1980s. 40 years old, something like that. And at the beginning, BGP was also used to replace another routing protocol named EGP. And that was even before my time. So BGP carries 40 years of history, and it has some strange things in there. But all these decisions are still implemented in today's routers. Now let's have a look how that works. Okay, let's start with a simple network. 2 transit providers. So I am AS64500. I have two transit providers, AS64496 and AS64497. And I'm receiving a prefix from AS517. Some of you might recognize this AS number. Not a lot. Look it up. It's a little gimmick here in my presentation using this AS number. Okay, never mind. So I'm receiving a prefix, and AS517 has two neighbors, so it announces this prefix to both neighbors. They forward it. The AS pass is built, like I said before, adding your own AS number in front. And at the end, me, AS64500, I'm receiving this prefix from two sources. And two different AS paths in here. Originator, of course, is both the same, AS517. And here we have the first criteria for BGP making a selection. And that's the length of the AS path. And length means the number of ASs in the path. So here we have an AS path length of 3. And here we have an AS path length of 2. And BGP says a shorter AS path is better. And keep in mind, that's basically the only dynamic criteria BGP has. That's the length of the AS path. And that's really not very good, because it only tells you how much ASs have forwarded this prefix via BGP. It doesn't tell you anything about geography. So the shorter path may take a detour to another continent and you don't know. Or it doesn't tell you anything about latency. So the shorter path might go via a completely overpopulated circuit and you don't know. It only says the AS path is shorter and BGP says that's better. It's the only thing you have. And that hasn't changed for 40 years. And there have been trials to have something better. I even know someone who tried to make a business model out of that. Doesn't work. That's the only criteria we have, the only dynamic criteria we have for BGP, the number of ASs in the path. Yeah, and that's the first thing we learn about the BGP best path selection. If the next hop IP isn't reachable, we do not have to consider that prefix announcement. Here at number 3, the AS path length shorter is better. Any questions so far about BGP best path selection? Good. Now, we're adding peering to my setup. We have two transit providers. Now let's also add peering. And we're getting a third prefix announcement via a well-known internet exchange. I don't name, I just wear the t-shirt. And again, we have an AS path length of 2. So we now have AS path length of 2 twice. So the decision must be made elsewhere. 3 is out because 3 is longer, but we have 2 times the length of 2. What we can do here is we can enforce BGP to prefer peering over transit. I'm not telling you that you have to do that, you can do that. And I know that there are a lot of people who do not agree with me to do it like that way. In part, they are right, but you can enforce BGP to enforce peering over upstream, and you do that at the BGP best path selection here at step 2, and we are using a BGP attribute for that, and that's called local preference. Local preference is a configured parameter, and higher local preference wins is better. So what's local preference? It's an integer value, and it's a BGP attribute. Higher is better. 32-bit value, so have a big number space to do a lot of things with it. You don't have to use just 1, 2, 3. You can use 10, 1,000, 10,000, 1 million, whatever. You have a lot of numbers here to choose from. Local preference is propagated via iBGP. I didn't mention iBGP, the difference in eBGP yet. iBGP is when you talk BGP to another router within your own autonomous system. So you configure local preference for a prefix, and it is forwarded via internal BGP to all the other BGP-speaking routers within your own network. It is not propagated to your neighbors. So it's a non-transitive mandatory attribute to keep it in the classification. Usually what you're doing is you are setting local preference when you receive a prefix from any neighbor. So you set it at where you're receiving prefixes, and iBGP takes care that it's propagated to all the other routers within your autonomous system. Typical values I was using for configurations in BGP using for customer prefixes. So when I receive prefixes from a customer, I'm setting a very high value like 10,000. Prefixes for peering, I set 1,000, and prefixes for my transit provider, I'm setting 10. And why am I not using 100 here? Why am I using 10? Anyone can guess? Well, 100 is the default value. And I'm not using the default value because when I have a look later at my table and see the default value anywhere, I know that I have forgotten to configure the local preference somewhere. So if you are doing it like that, check with your router implementation. It might be different for the router you are using. 100 is the default value for Cisco routers. So just use anything else and not. If you are changing the local preference, just use anything else and not the default value. Because then you don't know if you have forgotten to set it, or if you wanted 100, just don't use the default value here. That's local preference. And that's what I call usually the sledgehammer of BGP routing, because that's at the very top, and that basically the BGP best path selection algorithm, once it had made a decision, it stops. So if you're using local preference for your routing decision, it stops there. It doesn't look at the AS path lengths. It doesn't look at all the rest. It just stops because you already have made a decision. Next value, that's called origin type. And this is one of these interesting historical attributes which are still in use and which are still implemented, and which are still used to make decisions. It just doesn't make a lot of sense anymore. Origin type has 3 possible values. And one is called I, that's the I in the BGP table, and that stands for IGP. That means somebody has configured a so-called network statement in its BGP router, and this is how the prefix got into BGP. You have to put your prefixes, your owns, when you want to originate them, you have to put them somehow into BGP at your own routers. And one option to do that is a so-called network statement in BGP. Then we have an E as origin type. And E stands for Exterior Gateway Protocol, and that's the predecessor of BGP, which has been no longer in use for 30 years or more. Interesting enough, when you have a look at the global routing table, you find prefixes which have an E in there, and I have no idea how it got there, because E as EGP does not exist. There shouldn't be an E in there, and according to RFC about BGP, the E has not longer been used. But I know of one specific provider who, for whatever reason, changes that attribute of prefixes and puts an E like EGP as an origin type in there. And the third value is called incomplete. That means the prefix went into BGP from another routing protocol, and the question mark is there because the real source is unknown. It can be coming from OSPF, from static, from RIP, from whatever. So that's incomplete. Yeah, I said that rule is no longer important. That's true because actually for one and the same prefix, the originator, the entity originating that prefix should set that attribute once, and it should be the same from wherever you get it. Interesting enough, I had a case a while ago. Somebody was complaining that somebody changed that attribute, which is against all RFCs I know and shouldn't happen. So if your router makes strange routing decision, it is worth looking also at that rule if you receive the prefix with a changed origin type. And like I said, we are here at number 4. So quite high up in BGP best path selection. Any questions so far to local preference or origin type? Okay. Let's have a look at the network, another network. We have me, that's my AS64500. We have a transit provider, and transit provider announces prefixes, and I'm sending traffic. That's how it goes. You receive prefixes from one side, and you send traffic to there. And since it's my transit provider, I'm getting the full routing table over both connections. We have 2 connections here, and I'm getting the same prefixes from both. So my transit provider wants to prefer one of these circuits. He wants to prefer the top circuit because it's the standard one. The other one should be for backup. So how to do that? Of course, you can make a phone call, can say, hey, please configure your router that it prefers that circuit. Yeah, not so good. There's a way to do that in BGP, and that's the next attribute I'm talking about, and that's called MED. And MED stands for multi-exit discriminator. And that's a way to tell your neighbor, if we have 2 circuits, which one to prefer. MED in its standard form is only compared by your router if the next hop AS is the same. So you're receiving, you have 2, 3, or 4 sessions to your transit provider at 4 different locations. The AS of the transit provider is all the same, and the transit provider sends you different MED values on all of these 4 connections, and your router knows which connection to prefer for which prefix. That's what MED was designed for. MED, again, is a 32-bit value, and here we have lower is better. And it's an optional attribute. It does not have to be there. And you can treat a missing MED either as best, like 0, or as worst, like the maximum number. And like with a lot of other BGP attributes, if you do not like what your neighbor sends you, you can override it. Why would you override it? Because you want to route differently. And this is the reason why a lot of the really, really, really big networks who are actually using that make a contract, a peering contract. And I guess I have never seen a big contract from a big ISP, but I guess somewhere in that contract it says, if we are sending you MED, you must not override it because we are using that value. So MED, multi-exit discriminator, a way to tell your neighbor to which circuit, which interface to prefer. So we here at step 5. It's still possible that we did not make a decision yet, but we must make a decision. We must make a decision which prefix to prefer. So the next 2 rules, they are kind of hot potato rules. And they say, I wanted to get rid of my traffic as fast as I can. So nearest exit is preferred. Let's have a look at my example network. We now have the same MED here on both sides. We're receiving the prefix here. Keep track on what's happening. This router received a prefix from the neighbor and re-announces it via IBGP internally to that one. So the bottom router has now learned that prefix from the top one via IBGP, via internal BGP. But he also learns it from external, from its neighbor here, from AS64496. So he has one and the same prefix, once learned via IBGP, once learned via eBGP, and the rule in the BGP best path selection says eBGP wins. So this bottom router, oops, that was too fast. I pressed the wrong button. Oops, sorry. Yeah, when there is a button for the laser and a button for advancing the slide, and you push the wrong one. Here we go. So this bottom router, eBGP wins, the traffic is sent out that way. Alternative would be to send it to the top router internally first and then send it out. And you can see that doesn't make a lot of sense. Also see, all other attributes are the same. So the decision here is only made if the MAD is the same, if local preference is the same, and if the AS path length is the same. Then we go to eBGP wins. The next one basically takes it a step further back at another router. So the top router sends traffic via the top connection, the bottom router via the bottom connection, and the 2 routers behind that also send traffic via the nearest exit. So here we have nearest exit wins. That's basically also just to get rid of the traffic. And again, keep in mind, this rule is only applied if the decision has not been made further on the top. Usually you make your decision here at the latest. But it can happen that it goes further down. Yeah, that's also a tricky one, the age of the route. And this is what Geoff Huston once said, BGP is indeterministic. The exact phrasing is, when both paths are external, prefer the path that what was received first. So this only applies if a router has 2 or more eBGP sessions, which can happen if you have connect to internet exchanges. And what can happen, I don't have a slide for that, I just have to tell you. Like you have one and the same router connected to, let's say, DKIX in Frankfurt and M6 in Amsterdam. And you are both, over both internet exchanges, you're peering with a big provider, like, for example, Google. And you receive from M6 and from Frankfurt, DKIX in Frankfurt, you receive the same prefix. Now, the traffic mainly goes to Frankfurt because your own router is nearer to Frankfurt, and basically Amsterdam is just the backup. So now Google makes a maintenance, takes away the prefixes from Frankfurt. What happens to your traffic? It changes to Amsterdam. And now Google comes back. What happens to your traffic? It does not change back if the attributes are the same. Amsterdam is the more stable prefix in this way, and the traffic changes, and if the original neighbor comes back, the traffic does not change back, unless you have configured something like local preference or MED. And this causes a lot of confusion. Well, my time is doing customer support. People said, oh, my traffic has changed and it does not change back. Well, read BGP implementation. The most stable, the longer, the older path is preferred. And again, this only happens if we are going here. If there was no decision before that, then it might happen that in case of a backup and the original neighbor comes back, the traffic changes and it doesn't change back. Usually, if you have a good, well-designed network, it should not matter because you have enough capacity everywhere and the traffic goes elsewhere. And if then somebody else gets back, the traffic again changes, and so on. And the purpose of this is, of course, to keep your routing stable, because routers don't like changing the routes every few seconds when anything changes. Usually, the traffic should go one direction and should stay there and only change if it has to. So the purpose of this is to keep your network stable. Any questions to that? Because I know that really twisted the minds of a lot of people, because they say it's a non-deterministic BGP behavior, but if you have the same changes in BGP announcements over time, network behaves the same. Benedict.
Benedict Stockebrand,
Yeah.
Benedict Stockebrand, Stepladder IT. Is this, if this actually happens, that the age of route actually matters.
Yes.
Would you consider that bad design in your network topology, or are there really reasons where this can occur? It's difficult to work around.
It's not bad design. Usually it happens, like I said, if you have one and the same router. Keep in mind, it only happens if it's the same router. If you have one and the same router connected to two IXPs, and you should have enough capacity to both. So if one goes down, the other one should be able to take the full load.
Yes.
And the traffic changes to the other one, that shouldn't have any impact.
Right, but you said that people had problems with that. And my interpretation at this point is they have a main link and a backup link, which might have high latency, low bandwidth, whatever, or is more expensive, could be as well. And in that case, you would make sure that you use the previous criteria to ensure that there is a fallback. So
exactly.
When in that setup, the HF route comes to play, that means your configuration is not the way it should be.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But usually the problem with that is that people do not know that this rule exists. And you don't know how often I had to explain to people calling me on the 24/7 hotline that it's their network and not the fault of DKIX that suddenly their traffic goes elsewhere. Yeah, HF route. In my lab, when I do the full version of this presentation, I'm showing how that works. So you can basically easily simulate that. Yeah, and we have the rules of last resort, and that's based on IP addresses. Like I said, we have to make a decision on that algorithm. There has to be one outcome. And the rules of last resort are the router ID lower wins, or the neighbor IP address, the lower address wins. And this is at the end because you want to have one and only prefix to be selected. And usually these rules are not used. And in my 10 years of customer support, once I had the case that a customer called me and said he wants to have a lower IP address on DKIX, so he gets more traffic. I didn't discuss network design with him. I just gave him a lower IP address because I would have discussed it 2 hours, or giving it a lower IP address just cost me 5 minutes. Like I said, in 10 years that happens once. Good. BGP route selection. This is what we have. If the next hop isn't reachable, we don't have to continue. We do not consider the prefix. And keep in mind, we are not talking about a routing table. We're talking about a BGP table. BGP table means we are receiving one and the same prefix from different sources. Next one, local preference. That's a configured parameter. And you can use that to basically override all the rest of the table and to enforce a decision where you want to send traffic. If you do not do that, the AS path is the one dynamic criteria for BGP. Shorter AS path, short means number of ASs in the path. Shorter AS path is better. Next one, we have the historical attribute of origin type, which should be set by the originator and not touched. Like I said, in reality, there are people out there who change that. So if your router behaves strange, check also the origin type. If you do a show BGP on your router for a specific prefix, depending on what router you set, the router always tells you which one is best. And depending on which router you are using, it also tells you why it is best. So a special call out here for FR routing, who really tells you why it considered one prefix as best. And on the lower end, we have Cisco routers who just tell you which prefix is best, which announcement is best without giving you a reason. Then you stare for half an hour at the BGP table and try to figure it out yourself. Next one, MED. MED to tell your neighbor which one to prefer. Side note here with MED, you can override MED when you receive a prefix, and you can use it as a kind of a second-rate local preference after the AS pass. That's quite used a lot. So if you see someone changing the MED on incoming prefixes, that also can be used to enforce routing decisions. eBGP, IBGP, and nearest exit, that's the hot potato rules. So I wanted to get rid of my traffic. Age of route to keep your network stable. So the older prefix is preferred. And also we have at the last resort rules, router ID and neighbor IP addresses. Are there any questions so far to best pass selection? Benedict.
Benedict, talk about it again. Do I get that right, that before all of this happens, the prefix length is always considered, so you have to...
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's two different, if you have the same prefix with two different prefix lengths, these are considered two different BGP announcements.
Hey, Sebastian Jürges, Bundesdruckerei. Just a question for local preference and utilization. We utilize it in a way that some providers told us is a bit strange. When one provider announces maintenance, what we do is we increase the local preference for the other provider so that we don't prefer the other provider that has announced maintenance. And people tell me that's a bit strange.
It is.
Okay.
What you usually would do if a provider announces maintenance, why don't you lower that local preference, and you have to only change one side and not all the others?
It's scripted, so it doesn't really matter. It's automated. I just change whichever one I feel like.
So you're just to get me right, if provider A says maintenance, you're changing B, C, D, and E.
Since we only have two.
Okay. Okay. Okay, then it's okay, but it doesn't scale. You see that.
Okay, so it would be better to do it the other way and lower the lower preference.
Yeah,
local preference. Okay.
Because then it scales also to 3, 4, and more providers.
Thank you very much.
Good. Okay, so today we are talking about BGP in 120 minutes, and I also wanted to show you, I have another versions of this presentation. So today, this features just me talking and answering questions. And, well, it covers the basics of BGP. We have enough time. So a little bit more than just best pass selection. This also exists as a 4 to 5 hour workshop. And I'm going to do that at the next DNOC meeting in Berlin. And in 4 to 5 hours, you can do a bit more. Like I'm also doing lab experiments on that workshop. The content is similar, if not the same. It's just more practical with people doing also experiments, and the experiments are with just a web browser, with FR routing as a router, and you can basically configure BGP in your browser. And the big version, the longest version about that, that's all and everything. It's a 3.5-day seminar. It starts usually Monday afternoon and finishes Thursday evening. And it's a classroom seminar, maximum 14 participants, because it's really, really 3.5 days, and you learn all about BGP. not just the basics. It features me talking, and we are doing a lot of experiments there. And I'm also talking about the peering world, peering tools, and how to peer at an internet exchange. Good. Now I've talked about BGP, so people with laptops, if you want to have a look at the BGP router, the only thing you need is your browser. And you can go to bgplab.as196610 on port 7000. Keep in mind it's HTTPS and it is port 7000. And if you connect to that, you are getting a nice router in a browser, and that's basically how my lab works. We are not doing any experiments today because in 2 hours I just wasn't comfortable to take care of that. Also, I didn't know how many people were in the room. So what I have here configured today, it's just for you to play around. I have 50 routers, and on port 7000, you get one by random. So if 2 people land on the same router, you might see each other's input. And what you can basically try out, you can do a show BGP summary, show BGP IPv4, IPv6, show BGP and the prefix, and you can just play a little bit around with BGP. Yes, you can also configure the router. The router is not directly connected with the internet. There is a proxy router in between, which basically filters out all bad configuration. And please, that's not a challenge. It's just for you to play around with BGP and have a look how my lab works. So if you ever want to book me for a 3.5-day seminar, that is what you're getting. You're getting the lab. And of course, the lab is open source. So if you're interested in running your own lab, like I said, just download the PDF of the slides. You get the URL there. The BGP lab, you can set it up with just one Ansible command. You need a Linux server. I usually do Ubuntu, a lot of Docker containers. It all runs inside Docker and uses FR routing. And it's all written by me. Well, not FR routing, but the lab. All right. So feel free to play around. I will leave the lab up and running till 12 o'clock or so today. So if you want to play around later, have fun. Good, I'm not finished. So this is basically the BGP in 90 minutes, and now I'm going in extra time. Let's talk about networks. BGP is all about talking to other networks, talking to your neighbors. Let's talk about network relationships. So here we have the internet. You have a typical internet service provider. The blue one have 2 transit providers. The transit provider also has another transit provider, and so we are connected all together. We also have the green ISP here, connecting also to a transit provider and connecting to the rest of the internet. And this is basically why you want to do BGP. So the blue one sends a message, a packet, whatever, to the green one. In this case setup, it goes via one of the transit providers, goes to the transit provider of the transit provider, and goes down again to the green one, where it finally reaches its destination. And this is not very good because it crosses a lot of networks, has a lot of latency, and you basically are at the mercy of your transit providers. So of course, there is a better way to do that. We set up a direct connection between blue and green. And then your traffic goes directly between your two networks. And this is called peering. And peering happens on all levels, on multiple levels. We have here peering between the two transit providers. We have peering here at the top of the network. And peering on multiple levels between networks. And of course, this all is done via BGP. So everybody announces its prefix via these connections. And when you receive prefixes, you can send traffic. So this is what I call the peering hierarchy. So here we have at the very bottom, we have the small networks like mine, little ISPs, and they peer with each other usually. Then we have some transit providers, and at the very top, we have the exclusive club of the so-called tier 1 networks, and these usually only peer with each other. And the definition of a tier 1 network is that's a network who gets the whole internet via peering and does not buy transit from anybody else. Who are these tier 1 networks? Well, have a look at Wikipedia. There's an article about that. A lot of that is guesswork because these networks keep their relationships to other networks secret. Some stuff you can figure out if you have a look at BGP tables, but at the end, if somebody says he's a tier 1, you either believe him or not. This is just a short excursus to network relationships. Let's go back to BGP. Tools for BGP. There are a lot of public tools you can use to explore the global BGP table, even without running your own autonomous system, even without running a router. And one of these fantastic tools is done by the RIPE NCC, and that's called RIPE-STAT. And if you want to learn more about RIPE-STAT, I guess the RIPE NCC is also doing a training for that. Or you just go to stat.ripe.net and have a look and play around. Have a look at how, when you're at home, have a look what your own IP address is, put the IP address into RIPE-STAT and have a look about BGP, where it's announced, from whom is it announced, where it is visible. RIPE-STAT is a fantastic tool. Another fantastic tool for BGP is bgp.tools. That's a private initiative, and the author is here. I don't know if he's here in the room. No, but I've seen him. He's here at the RIPE meeting. There is a basic free version, and there is a premium version where it also offers BGP monitoring for a fee. And you can check it out at bgp.tools. And it also tells you a lot of network relationships, how the networks are interconnected, where the prefixes are visible, and so on. Another looking glass, that's the Hurricane Electric BGP tools. That gives you the view of just one provider. They also have a nice website, and you can also check it out at bgp.he.net. And there are many, many more. I just picked these 3 as an example. Yeah, if you go to software, there's a tool called BGP Alerter. That's an open source tool that's running locally. You can compile and run it on your laptop. And it uses data sources, and you can use it to alert yourself if somebody else tries to hijack your prefixes. And you can find it on GitHub. And if you download my slides, like I said, the URL is in there. Another nice tool for BGP, or let's say more a nice hack for BGP, that's called ExaBGP. ExaBGP is a tool I have learned there are really people using that in production. It's a big script where you can configure anything to announce. So if you want to hijack a prefix, this is the tool to use. No, you do not want to hijack a prefix, but basically you can tell ExaBGP to announce prefixes with any configurable attributes, whatever you want to do. I'm using ExaBGP in my lab basically to emulate a transit provider. And so I can say I'm announcing this prefix with this AS path with these attributes to all my lab participants. And that's also open source and available on GitHub. Another public tool, I mentioned that before, that's my own Academy BGP lab, and that's based on FR routing. FR routing is an open source router. If you're coming to the open source working group, usually there is also presentation about FR routing. It just needs Linux as a host, and it's also open source, and you can use it. And why? The question once was, why am I using FR routing in my own lab? Two reasons. One, it's open source. I don't have to care about any licenses. And two, it looks like a Cisco router. So a lot of things you can do for people who are familiar with Cisco, you can do also with FR routing. But it's actively developed, and it diverges more and more from Cisco, which I think is good, because you don't want to just to emulate Cisco, you want to have your own thing, and FR routing is also used in production by a number of networks. Good. Question to tools. Any more tools I haven't mentioned somebody wants to promote? Sorry? Next slide. Good. Yes, there was the mentioning of PeeringDB, and I didn't mention that because I'm want to talk also about managing BGP relationships. If you're peering at an internet exchange, you might, or at a multiple number of internet exchanges, you might not have only 2 or 3 neighbors. You might have hundreds of BGP neighbors. And if you do your job as a network administrator properly, you must keep your documentation up to date. You might go on vacation, somebody else needs to take over, and that you do not want to have to look through millions of lines of router configuration to figure out what's going on. So if you configure a network, always keep your documentation also up to date. And I know nobody likes to do documentation. So one way to do that is you can use the RIPE database. The RIPE database has objects to basically document with whom you are peering where. You can use the autonomous system object for that. And I'm not going too deep into that because RIPE NCC does a fantastic job of giving a training on the RIPE database. So if you're interested in that, have a look and attend one of their trainings. RIPE database, like I said, it documents AS numbers, their owners, and their use in how much detail you want to. Problem with the RIPE database, often what is in there, it's not maintained, it's outdated, and yeah, it was a fantastic idea, but it didn't work because people are not updating their records regularly. But the entry level is very low. You can, to access it, you just have to have the whois command on your command line. And to change your own record, you can use the LIR portal or the RIPE portal to do that. So feel free to check your own network on the RIPE portal and have a look if it's still up to date. And like I said, RIPE NCC has a fantastic training on the RIPE database. So, talking about the lazy network manager, and that's me. So what you do, you're setting up BGP sessions to your neighbor. Usually it starts with an email or with a meeting or with a beer at a bar, at the right meeting. You exchange some details and then you configure BGP, set up a peering session, set up a BGP session to somebody else, and everybody is happy. Now, years later, for whatever reason, you need to contact your BGP neighbor. What can the reason be? You can receive strange prefixes, or you can receive a DOS attack or DDoS attack from someone. There might be a need to talk to a person at the other end of your BGP session. So where is that contact information? You might have your original email somewhere, or some people put that into Excel sheets. Yes, true. Or also I've seen that some people configuring it as a comment on the router, on the interface description. Yes, I've seen that as well. But hey, whatever you did, you might notice, surprise, surprise, that the information you have, the contact, the email no longer works. The company name of your peer might have changed. The email address you have is no longer valid, or the person has retired where you were talking 2 years ago. So what now? And of course, where there's a problem, there's a solution. And why not have a database to put that in? A common database for networks who peer. Just put your own contact information into a central database and make that accessible for everybody else who's peering. And everybody means its own contact information, hopefully. And if you need to contact someone, just look it up. And such a database does exist, and it's called PeeringDB. PeeringDB is a database for networks who participate in peering. It's free to use. It's financed by sponsoring. It does have some public information. Basically, if you put in contact information in there, you can decide yourself how that is visible. Should it be visible public? Should it be visible only to logged in users, or should it not be visible at all? And you can check that out at peeringdb.com. So that mentions PeeringDB, extremely important. And what I would like you to do is, after that session, go to PeeringDB if you are a network who peers, and please check if your own contact information is still up to date. That only works if you regularly update your contact information. Okay, any questions so far? So this is the last part I'm starting now. And talking about BGP communities. Somebody asked me yesterday if BGP communities will be featured, and I said, yeah, that's my extra slides. So I'm really, really fast. We have another half hour, and I'm now at my extra slides, talking about BGP communities. We talked about attributes before. So what are BGP communities? BGP communities are a transitive, optional BGP attribute. Transitive means once it's attached to a prefix, it stays there, it's forwarded via BGP. Optional means it doesn't have to be there. And my comparison, what I compare BGP communities with BGP communities, they are kind of like a sticker on a suitcase. The content of the suitcase is your IP prefixes, and the stickers are the BGP communities. There are a lot of stickers on a suitcase, and sometimes people forgot what they mean. So if you see a stranger suitcase and you see the stickers and you ask him or her and said, oh yeah, that means that, that means that, that means that. And that's exactly what BGP communities are. BGP communities are essentially just numbers, and the meaning of the numbers is defined by the party putting them on. But where there is a informal definition, there's also a formal definition. And the formal definition of a BGP community is a community is a group of destinations which share some common property. Group of destinations means prefixes, and share some common property means prefixes which have the same community attached, have something in common. What they have in common, who knows? BGP communities were introduced first in 1996, so that's quite a very old feature. And the original communities are just expressed by 132-bit numbers. And there are, at the beginning, there were two ways to write that, either a 32-bit number, just a big number, or write it like an AS number with a colon and another number. Keep in mind, 1996, I mentioned at the beginning of this talk about the AS numbers. In 1996, we had 16-bit AS numbers only. So that made perfect sense then, and it doesn't make any sense nowadays, because the day of 16-bit AS numbers are long gone. You can attach communities to your prefixes, as many as you like, within reason. Keep in mind, the BGP max message size is 4096 bytes, and if you attach too many communities, you might hit that limit. So what are BGP communities used for? Additional information for a prefix. So this is a standard prefix with the standard attributes, and you might want to add where you have received that prefix. I have received that prefix in Europe. I have received it in Frankfurt, or I have received it at DKIX. So just define a community for each of them and then tell your router to attach the communities to your prefixes, which you receive in Frankfurt. And these are so-called informational communities. Or you might add logical information, like I have received that from my upstream provider. I have received it via peering, or I have received the prefix from a customer. That's all information you can use communities for. Another example, okay, wrapping of fonts didn't work here. For example, communities, like I said, two 16-bit numbers, how to encode geographical information. Like put a number 1 in first, which tells you it's geographical information, or which you define yourself, it's geographical information. Use the next digit for the continent, and use the last 3 digits for the countries. That's one way, for example, how to define and add geographical information to your prefixes. Just an example. Don't have to do it this way. Or encode like you have received it from upstream, from a private peer, from an IXP, from a customer, from which location, whatever. You can, basically, you are free to do whatever you want. You can define whatever you want. A community, in general, it's just a number. You can also use them to tell your router to do things, and these are so-called action communities. For example, attach a community to make your router announce that prefix to customers, or to peers, or to your upstream provider, or announce it just at DKIX. And again, the encoding of the communities is completely up to you. You define your communities and you attach them to prefixes, and then you configure your router what it should do with these communities. And depending on which router you are using, Cisco router has the strange thing that it can parse community like regular expressions. This is the reason I was using the number 1 and then the rest here. The parsing at Cisco routers uses regular expressions to parse communities. And I do not want to go into regular expression, it's a nightmare. Other routers can also parse numerical ranges and so on. I think Cisco, I have no idea if they have implemented numerical ranges nowadays. I only remember that you have to do regular expressions. So what can you encode? You only have two 16-bit numbers. For example, you can use communities for your customers to send you actions. Like if you are a medium transit provider, have BGP customers, you can define communities, give them to your customers, and your customers can set it on their prefixes for you routers to do things. And if you do that, you must make sure that these commands are, of course, only sent by your customers, not by somebody else on the internet. So you have to scrub any communities you are using on your routers internally from extern. Like I said, communities are a transitive attribute. Anybody can put any community on any prefix. And if you are using communities to steer things within your network, you must make sure that nobody else from the outside sends you these communities. And you can do all kinds of things, like announcing or not announcing to upstream, granular announcement, like announce these prefixes in Europe only, in North America only, change local preference, black holing. You're completely free to do whatever you want. There are a number of predefined communities. These are the so-called well-known communities. And there is a list maintained by the IANA with these communities. So you can look it up on the IANA website. One of them is no export. And if a prefix has this community attached, it means do not export it via eBGP to other autonomous systems. Another community predefined is no advertise. That means do not advertise it to any other BGP router, even not internally. There is one I found in an RFC, which means no peer. I have no idea why anybody would do that. Do not send it to any peers. And there is a black hole community, which means sync all traffic to this destination and do not forward traffic to this destination to anywhere. And that also implies no export. Okay. Wrap around of line numbers again, strange here. External communities, two 16-bit numbers. Remember, communities were defined in 1996. We had 16-bit AS number at that time. Nowadays, we have 32-bit AS numbers. So if you want to put an AS number in the original community, no luck. So what happened? RFC 4360 defined so-called extended communities. Sorry for the mess up of the slide here. Extended communities introduced a type field and made it possible to use a 30-bit AS number and a 16-bit data value. Yeah, that should look different. It's a bit messed up, sorry. We have at the beginning, we have a bit that's called IANA assigned or private. So if it's set, it means it's a well-known community. If it's not set, a private defined community, then we have a transitive bit. Like I said, the original communities were always transitive. The extended communities you can set via a bit if they should be transitive or not. And at the rest, we have 2 values, 48 bits left. You can either have a 16-bit AS number and 32 bits of data, or you can have a 32-bit AS number and 16-bit of data. And I will try to clean up my slides before I publish them. And yeah, this is how it should look like. You can either encode a 32-bit AS number, a 16-bit value, or a 16-bit AS number and a 30-bit value. What you wanted to do is you wanted to have a 30-bit AS number and a 32-bit value, and that's not possible with extended communities. So in the eyes of a network operator, of a peering network, extended communities were quite a failure. Use cases and notations, you write them similarly like the original ones. Like I said, they have a type field. So you put the type field, that means route target here in front. And you have the 2 numbers. And the disadvantages, these type fields are very confusing, at least for me. And only one 32-bit, so 48-bit in total was not enough. And conclusion, we need another type of communities. And again, it took a lot of time for the IETF to notice that. Introducing large communities. And if you want to do something with communities in your network nowadays, just use large communities. That's the modern type of communities. They are very, very simple. It's just 3 32-bit values. The first one, it's called Global Administrator. And unlike the original communities, the RFC specifically states that the Global Administrator is an AS number in 32-bit notation. And the Global Administrator defines the meaning of the 2 other fields. Again, it's just a sticker on a suitcase. Even with the RFC defining that the first one is an AS, still anybody can put anything on a prefix, so take care. The second one, local data part 1 and 2, it can be seen as just 2 32-bit numbers, or it can be seen as one is function, the other is parameter. And the notation is, again, similar to the original communities. So just 3 numbers divided by colons. They are defined in 2 RFCs, BGP large communities attribute and use of large communities attribute. And there is also a dedicated website for that. And that also keeps track of implementation. And as far as I know, there's only one, I think only one router vendor left who has not implemented that. So what can you do with communities? That's just the DKIX example. Well, that's the one I know best because DKIX uses communities as well. We are using communities to basically steer our route servers. So standard behavior of a route server, if you do not know, you announce a BGP prefix, and the route server distributes this prefix to all other participants. That's the standard behavior. But perhaps somebody does not want that. So you can use communities to tell the route server what to do with your prefixes. If you set a community with a 0 and the AS number in there, or large community, the AS number first and the 0 here second, that means do not announce to anybody. So the route server receives the prefix and doesn't re-announce it if this community is set. You can also be more specific. So you can say, do not announce to any AS number, but announce to AS number 65501. So you're setting these two communities. Do not announce to anybody, but announce to AS 65501. That's what that means. So the route server receives the prefix and announces it only to one neighbor. The other way around is also possible. Do not announce it, that's the 0 here, to AS 65501. So the route server receives the prefix and announces it to anybody else except AS 65501. You can also be more creative, like make a longer AS pass, so prepend the AS pass. Why would you make the AS pass longer? Keep in mind the best pass selection. Longer AS pass is worse. So you might want to do that. You cannot make it shorter, but you can always make it longer. So it sets a longer AS pass to this one neighbor. Or you can say, add a no export. This is a bit tricky because if you set no export, the route server would not export it. But what you're doing here is you tell the route server, export it, and then set no export. So you're setting no export here. So this AS does not export it to anybody else. That's about BGP communities. And any more questions? Benedict.
Benedict Stockerbrand once again. Can you say something about the route servers, what they are, and how they fit into the overall picture? Or is that too big a topic to talk about?
I can talk another half hour or so about
Yeah,
route server.
I guess so.
The route server is basically, like I said, I'm working for DKIG's Internet Exchange Point. And when you join a large Internet Exchange Point, like Frankfurt, or like, to also make that more general, M6 in Amsterdam, there are perhaps 1,000 other peers there. And what can you do as a newcomer? You can send out 1,000 emails. Please set up a BGP session with me. Or you can connect to the route server. And the route server is a BGP speaker. It speaks BGP, but it does not route traffic. So it's kind of a relay. So you are announcing your prefixes to the route server announces these prefixes to anybody else, and the traffic is exchanged directly by the participants. The route server just acts as a BGP in between you and the other participants to make it easier to get started at any internet exchange point when you are a newcomer, or to keep the number of your BGP sessions you have to maintain low. You just peer with the route server peers with everybody else, and you receive all the prefixes the route server knows. The route server announces your prefixes also to anybody else. That's the route server. And with that, I am at the end. I have tons and more of extra slides, but it's now just a nice end of a chapter, and I just have 10 more minutes. So I say, let's start the coffee break early. Thanks for listening. And if you're interested in me giving you a personal BGP training, talk to me or talk to one of the other DKIX guys. If you're interested in the 4 or 5 hour version, come to DNOC. That's also for free for everybody. Well, you have to participate in DNOC. And the 3.5 day version, of course, is not for free. So if you're interested in that, talk to our salespeople. That's my sales pitch. The only sales pitch you're getting today. All right, thank you very much and see you around. And if there are more questions,
Hello. blinding. It's on already. Hello. So this is not the time. This is a timer. It's now on red, so it's supposed to, I guess I'm finished by now. So I don't I don't know who's controlling the timer. It's a bit distracting, but looks like we're on time. It's a bit blinding here, so I can't see you very well, but welcome to RIPE 89. I think most of you are newcomers, not everyone. I mean, everybody's welcome, of course, in the session to get a refresher. I'll give you a quick introduction to the RIPE community and the RIPE meeting. My name is Mirjam Kühne. I am the RIPE chair. And then we'll also have a presentation by Hans-Peter Holen, the managing director of the RIPE NCC, and a short introduction by Angela Dallara, who is the policy officer at the RIPE NCC. And then we'll have a quiz at the end, so don't leave too early. There won't be any prizes this time, but it's always fun to do. Yeah, I'll just start. Please take your seats. See some more people coming in. Well, I already pretty much said this, so welcome to your first RIPE meeting. RIPE 1 is like over 30 years ago. It was in 1989, so it's some time ago. And this is me. Yeah, I'm Mirjam Kühne. I'm originally from Berlin. I studied computer science at the Technical University in Berlin, and I worked for the RIPE NCC. I worked for the Internet Society, then a bit more for the NCC, and then I was appointed RIPE chair in 2020 together with Neil O'Reilly, who's the vice chair. He's not here right now in person. If all is well, he's actually following us online and can wave at you on MeetEcho if you're already on the MeetEcho link. He will be joining us later during the week, so you'll get to meet him as well. Neil has been attending the RIPE meetings even longer than I have, and he's been working at the University College in Dublin throughout his career. And I can tell you more about himself when you meet him here later this week. Well, a blast from the past. I'm not going to go into a lot of details, especially not on the equipment on the left-hand side, but I do want to point out the right-hand side. I always think it's fascinating because that was in, God, I don't know, in 1980, 1990, something. It says on the 1990, 31st January 1990, the map of the internet in Europe, basically. And so the RIPE community at the time, they had a connectivity working group, I believe it was called, not to confuse with the Connect working group that we have now. Connectivity working group, where the community kept track of the growth and the development and involvement of the internet in Europe. And as you can see on the slides, most of the networks, most of the components of the network were academic and NREN networks, and so they were kind of the first promoters of IP and the internet at the time. And so at some point, of course, drawing this became too big and didn't scale, and so we stopped that. But you can still find those maps in the RIPE document store. So these early maps of the internet evolution are still available there. I think that's wonderful. There's a poll. I already mentioned RIPE and the RIPE NCC, and there's a managing director, there's a chair. So how does this all fit together? Do you know the difference between RIPE and the RIPE NCC? And if all goes well, you should see a poll now in your MeetEcho link if you're already on there. Otherwise, I don't know, you can also just raise your hand. Do you know the difference? Yes? Okay, no? Yeah, a few people. Ulka, do you have any results there also from the online poll, or? You're still answering. Okay, good.
We have some results from the online poll. The majority seem to know the difference, but there are some who don't.
That's great. So we can continue actually with the plan that we had explaining what the RIPE and the RIPE NCC is. And there are always some aspects of it and some details that are maybe not so known. So the RIPE community, I mean, RIPE stands for Réseau IP Européen, European IP Network. And they started in 1989, basically, mostly academic scientists, researchers at the time to connect and to form and to try to coordinate certain aspects of the then relatively new internet protocol. And so they came together, coordinated who has what IP address, what routing protocol do we use, how can we find each other, connect to each other if something goes wrong on the network. So there was the first RIPE database that was created at the time. It was all volunteers doing all the work at the time, open to anybody who wanted to participate and had an interest in IP. Now, this is still the case today. I mean, it's still an open community. Anybody can participate. The scope is a little wider, but it's still very much focused on IP networking and, of course, also social networking, which is related to that. And it's all a lot about information exchange, technical knowledge exchange, and also some policy development, best current practices, agreement on how we as a community want to maintain this network and make it better over time. So that's the RIPE community. And then the RIPE community in 1992 created the RIPE Network Coordination Center as its secretariat, because they felt like they're getting, it's good to have some paid staff, who can maintain that database, for instance, organize these meetings, monitor the mailing lists that were set up, and just provide some administrative and secretariat services to the RIPE community. It was established in 1992, and Hans-Peter is going to tell you a bit more about the structure there. It's a membership association under Dutch law, has staff. A lot of them are here this week, so you have an opportunity to meet a lot of the RIPE NCC staff who are providing all these great services to you here. And they're actually taking the guidance and the input and also the policies from the RIPE community and implement them towards their membership. So there's a really close link and a great relationship between those two entities, if you will. And we're currently actually discussing this on the RIPE mailing list to document that relationship a bit more. So if you're interested in that, that's where this is taking place. So the RIPE community today, basically, yes, all of you also are part of that. This is a list of current working groups. As I said, there's a Connect working group, not to confuse with that Connectivity working group from early on. There's a new working group labeled here as Security working group, which is actually not new. It's been transformed, there's an involvement from the anti-abuse. There was an anti-spam working group, which became the anti-abuse working group, and it's now the security working group, and they've reviewed their charter. It's a bit broader. The scope has slightly changed, and they will have their first meeting as a security working group here this week. And you'll see other topics there that you might expect, from this community. There are some maybe a bit not outliers, but not so technical. Like, for instance, the cooperation working group fulfills a really important role to bring together the technical community with not so technical stakeholders like governments, law enforcement, regulators, and provide a platform for discussion and coordination there. And all of these working groups will meet this week, and you'll see the agendas online and can find more about this. And there's a link to all the working groups and the working group chairs as well. Yeah, all our communication pretty much is, at least the official communication, is taking place on mailing lists. It sounds maybe a bit 80s to you, but that's what it is. And it has good reasons also, because it's easy to find, open to anybody, very low bar, kind of interoperable. You can find the archives, you can go back in history. So we're very much still relying on communications on mailing lists. I can only recommend you to go look at the mailing lists of the working groups, look at the archives, see what's going on, what you're interested in, and then subscribe and follow that. And maybe as a good starting point, maybe look at the RIPE list. That's kind of the overarching list for the whole community, where we're discussing topics that are relevant for the entire community, not specific to one topic. Right, now let's dive into a bit more into this meeting, into RIPE 89, and see what you can get, how you can get the most out of it. On the website, there is a meeting plan. You can see the schedule for the day, for the whole week, rather. And if you click on the sessions, you will go and find the agendas, and sometimes also the, well, not sometimes, eventually all of the presentations will also be accessible through that. But they're going to be filled up throughout the week when as they come in. You see here on today, actually, there is a session after the as the last slot in our last session is the best current operational practices task force. It's a bit of an anomaly. It's not actually a task force, as it's not a temporary task force, but it's kind of evolved over time, and they're always taking on new work. So that's why we kind of kept that agility and that ad hoc kind of character in there. And so they're having some interesting discussions going on this time. One is an ongoing activity to document operational practices in cases of wars or natural disasters, and then they're working with operators to document that information. And then there's a new initiative that they maybe start, there will be discussion about this on possibly documenting how we're building consensus here in the RIPE community, which might be a good way to, for you to learn how this works. I'm just going to highlight a few things. I mean, you can find more information on the meeting plan, but there's a diversity session, diversity, inclusion and equity in tech session on Tuesday afternoon, which has a bit of tradition now. It's also quite flexible. Every time there are new presentations, it's not specifically on one target audience. It's really how can we as a RIPE community be open, inclusive, attractive, to get new people in, because that's of course necessary for a community that's over 30 years old. So there's a session today on Tuesday, tomorrow afternoon, that you might find interesting and participate there. And then there's another slot on Thursday afternoon, or kind of early evening before the dinner, where there will be 2 birds of a feather sessions. So that's also kind of a one-off. It's not a working group. It's a one-off kind of meeting about one specific topic. And this time there will be 2. One is related to network operators groups and the relation between RIPE and the local and the regional network operators groups, and how we can help each other out and learn from each other. And then the other one is a follow-up from a task force. There was the DNS. There was a task force that looked at recommendations for open resolvers in DNS. And so they're looking at how to implement that. So that's also going to be interesting. One more technical than the other maybe. So up to you what you want to participate in. There are various ways that you can participate and speak up and really actively participate in the meeting. There's always in Meetecho, you can find, there's a chat, there's a Q&A, there is also, microphones in the room, you can use that, and also kind of talk to each other in the chat. And just to note that all this, the chat is also, will also be archived, so it's part of the RIPE meeting minutes and archives, if you also be careful what you say, so to speak. So, and then we'll have, for those of you on here, but they are, I don't know if they are already on, some people have taken initiative to form a kind of local hubs. So they basically get together in their local country, in their local city, if they cannot come here, rather than sitting at home on their own behind their screen, they come together, maybe not the whole week, but some like 2 or 3 days during the week to then participate in the RIPE meeting together. So these are the cities. There's some more information on the website also, maybe if you're interested in contacting them or setting something up for next time. Now, you're already here, so you probably have a good motivation, a good idea why you're participating in this, but we just wanted to put this in here just to kind of hammer it down maybe. This is a really good community to learn and to also think about, possible career changes or directions, but also on the other hand, we need your input. We want you to participate and thereby kind of shape, our future and shape the future of the internet and make it, make the internet, the way we want it to continue. There's a RIPE Program Committee, which is responsible for the talks that you will hear during the plenary sessions, mostly today and tomorrow, and then on Friday morning there are plenary sessions. There is nothing else in parallel. It's in this room, and there are a set of very kind of varied presentations that the program committee has picked for you. Here's a slide with all the current program committee members. There are also elections to their usual terms, they have like a number of terms, and after those terms they have to step down, and so there are elections going on this week to elect new people on the program committee. And if you have any feedback or any suggestions, that's why we put these pictures up here. Go find the people and talk to them. And you will see them also chairing the sessions in the plenary. Right, they actually ask you to read the presentation so they get some feedback from you, and we can, improve the quality of the program later on. Obviously, we have a RIPE code of conduct. There's a link to it. You can find the full text there. There's also pictures outside. These are the code of conduct team members that you can find during the meeting. Not all of them will be here, but they're following online. And there's also a room outside that has a big label, code of conduct. So if you want to go report something or just meet them, you can find them there as well. Some more ways to network with each other. There's an attendees list that has some information on it. You can find, some people have added their IS numbers or their email addresses, so you can find them there. And as I said earlier, on Meetecho, there's also a way to find each other. And then, of course, we have social events. So that's, of course, the best way to kind of get to know each other. And also you're doing the coffee breaks. I always remember the very first RIPE chair that we had. He always said it's very important that the RIPE community has long coffee breaks, because that's really where the main business and the main conversations will happen. So it's very important. Of course, we have an interesting program, but the coffee breaks are maybe just as essential. And the social. So we have one today, welcome reception. And on Tuesday, a networking social, and then on Thursday, our traditional RIPE dinner in the museum this time. Unfortunately, it's sold out. It's very popular, but there's a waiting list, so maybe if people drop out, you'll still have a chance. Tomorrow, unfortunately, in parallel with the diversity session, there is a session for students, academics, NRENs that are here at the meeting, and maybe they want to get together and meet each other. But of course, the main point really is that you all meet each other and not kind of, isolate in different kind of pockets. But there is, this could be an interesting way for you to meet others that are from a similar background. Again, some ways to share feedback with us. We really like to hear what you think, especially newcomers. I'm really interested to hear what you think about the meeting, and yeah, you can use that feedback form, I think, during the week, and also all the other links are accessible during the week. And I have a few more things in case you need support. There are various ways to get support, either technical support if your laptop doesn't work, your network connection doesn't work, something's broken, or if you need to find something in the venue, or have a question about the meeting organization. There are kind of various people who can help you with this. And there's also email addresses here that you can use. And of course, you have the great people here with the red t-shirts or red hoodies on. I don't know if there's anybody here from the meet and greet team right now. I is not wearing a red shirt. Well, Alistair and Salome both. You'll see outside there is a desk that has meet and greet. It's all red and easy to find. And those people have been around for a few meetings, longer time, and number of meetings, so they know their way around. So you please don't hesitate to approach them. And I don't know if Phil is in the room. Not yet, but okay. There's also one thing I'm asked to tell you is that the RIPE NCC is working and constantly improving the RIPE meeting websites. And so this is a time, because you've just registered for it, kind of maybe for the first time, to provide us feedback. Maybe something is fresh in your mind that you're like, well, this really wasn't very clear, or I expected something else. So during the week, please approach the RIPE NCC staff, or specifically Phil, the web service team manager. And then after this, I'm going to hand over to Hans-Peter Holen to talk to you a little bit more about the RIPE NCC, that other part of the two pillars I showed you earlier, to make that a bit clearer. So, please. And then we'll have questions at the end, I guess.
Thank you, Mirjam. Welcome, everybody. My name is Hans-Peter Holen, and I'm the Managing Director, or CEO, if you want, of the RIPE NCC. Mirjam already gave you a breakdown of the RIPE NCC being set up as the secretariat for the RIPE community. And this happened as far back as in 1992. Now we were set up as a legal unit, legal entity and membership organization some years later with the board and general meeting and all that. After a few years, it was clear for the community that it needed staff to get things like lunch and the venues and so on in order to get the community together. So we're a membership organization under Dutch law. We have staff, 190 soon, and we provide services and, as I said, secretariat for the community. And you guys, the community, you actually set the policies that we implement when it comes to addressing policy. So whenever somebody says that RIPE NCC is doing that or RIPE NCC is doing this, it's probably because the community set the policy that tells us to do that. So that's where you can contribute and participate in the policy-making process that will shape how we operate as a registry. So our strategy for the 5-year period that we're in now puts the community first. We're here to support you, the community, and then the community decided it would be good to have a regional internet registry in this part of the world, Europe, Middle East, Central Asia. And we are then tasked to operate a trusted, accurate, and resilient registry. But we do more than that. It was put in the Articles of Association when the organization was formed that the RIPE NCC also should do other activities. And we do that to enable our members and community to operate one secure, stable, and resilient global internet. We don't run the internet, our members or community does, and we provide training, measurement services, community activities, from the small hackathons to these big meetings with 600, 700, 800 people. We never know how many will come, so that is really exciting to see. And this is how we enable you to get together and run the internet. Now, to do this, we need an organization with a robust governance system. We don't want to be taken over by anyone, governments or special interest groups or anything. So we have a membership of 20,000 members that elects a board, and all the members pay. The current charging scheme is that everybody pays the same, almost, but there is a charging scheme task force going on now discussing whether those with a lot of resources should pay more than those with not so many resources. So that's also something that you can watch how then the members have put together a task force and then give input to them, and eventually this will be a vote on a new charging scheme next year or year after. And none of this is possible without having engaged staff to actually do all of these services. So every now and then we have job openings that you can see on our websites, and if you're really interested, then have a look there, and maybe there is something for you at the RIPE NCC. So what does the registry do? Well, you may think of it as that we manage the RIPE database. Well, we actually maintains half of the RIPE database, the content there. We maintain the registry, the allocations that we do to the members, while the members maintain the assignments that they make within the allocations that we make to them. We also then make sure that policies are followed. So we investigate hijacks and policy violations that you report to us or we detect by other means. And we support and facilitate the policy development process in the community, and Angela will talk a bit about that later on. And then it says here that we also contribute to securing routing with RPKI, and the accurate registry is a key element there, and I'll come back to that. I mentioned information services, so we have developed and maintained internet measurement services. We have RIPEstat that collects BGP routes from many points around in the internet so that you can see how your routes are visible in all parts of the world. We have a measurement system called Atlas with more than 11 or 12,000 probes that are distributed, where you can run your own measurements in the network. We have created various services on top of this, like RIPEstat or RIPE IP map that you can use to look into this data set. We operate one of the root name servers. So traditionally we're saying we just do numbers and not names, but we operate one of the 13 root name servers in the internet that provides the information of where you can find the TLDs when you look up domain names. And we do that for our members. So on behalf of 20,000 members, we operate one of these infrastructures. And we delegate reverse DNS zones for the addresses that we delegate. The RIPE database provides, as I said, accurate information about internet number registries. So we keep track on the members and the contact information there, but the members then keep track on what they are using the addresses for and register that in the database according to the policies. They can also publish their routing policies there so that other operators can see, I would like to accept these addresses from these ASNs and so on. So this database was really created to facilitate coordination between network operators, but the purpose of the database is broader than that. So it's also used for things like if addresses are misused or other things. So you can read the terms and conditions for the database for that. We also have some rather niche objects in there. The enum system, which was a standard that was developed to map from traditional phone numbers to IP voice over IP gateways. So we operate a registry there on behalf of the ITU actually. The database also enables research into operations and topology. The LIR portal is the tool where the members can log in and actually keep their data up to date. And they can make requests for IPv6 and AS numbers. And well, you can actually get on the waiting list to maybe get IPv4 sometime in the future. So that's still a functionality or still a service we offer. But the future really, as you can see from the elevators here, it's IPv6. So be mindful of that. If you haven't implemented IPv6 yet, you will not get to the future. In the portal, you can also view your billing and membership information, and please keep that up to date. You can come to the services working group on Wednesday, and I will talk a bit about all the work that we're doing in order to provide member services and collect members. The more you can do to keep your data updated, the better. And again, you can configure the secure routing with RPKI. Now, I mentioned RPKI twice. So how many knows what RPKI is? Okay, that's a good half of the room. So in BGP, the protocol is really based on trust. Anybody can tell anybody else, send traffic to these IP addresses to my network, to my AS number. Now, in RPKI, we have the opportunity, we provide a service where you can sign the statement saying that you should only send traffic for these IP addresses to this AS number. So whenever you receive a route, a BGP announcement in your network, you can verify that this is actually accurate. So there are two elements to RPKI. It's signing your ROAs, your routing statements, and it's doing ROA validations. So what we're really urging everybody to do is to sign your ROAs that should have very few, if any, side effects. And then you should be reasonably sure that nobody can hijack your address space. Now, if you're a provider, then you should also seriously consider not accepting invalid announcements. So you should also do validation. But if you don't do that right, it can have side effects. So then you may not do a bit more study of checking first and then enforcing later. But this is also a very important thing to do, especially if you have critical government functions or banks or any other important customer in your network. You don't want anybody else to announce those addresses and disrupt their service. I mentioned that we are the secretariat for the community. We organize RIPE meetings. We have 2 meetings like this a year. We spread that around, mostly around Europe, because that's the areas that is easiest to travel to find the biggest venues. But we also see that we have members outside of service regions. So we also have regional meetings in Southeast Europe, in Middle East, and in Central Asia, where it's much easier for people outside EU, the Schengen area, to get visas and come. And we have between 150 and 300 participants in those meetings. We have a MINOG meeting coming up in a month's time in Oman. So that's an excellent way to interact with the parts of community in this region. We offer training courses. Before COVID, it was a lot of focus on traveling to the members and doing training courses in the countries. During COVID, we moved all of that online. Now we've shifted some of it back again, but we do have e-learnings online. We do interactive courses online. And what we're seeing in doing research in the user chair is that people are interested in very specific learning. So we're now also exploring splitting up the courses into micro learning. So if you know, if you don't want to take the full database course, you can take the specific course on exactly what you want to do now. So we're putting a lot of effort into making these courses available and relevant for you. Now, if you have the time to sit down and take a full course in IPv6 security or using the LIR portal or even in internet governance, you can also do a certification afterwards on some of these courses. So you get a certificate that you can put on your LinkedIn profile or use for your employer to negotiate a higher salary the next time around, right? We also have a publication. Well, it's not a magazine like in the last century, but it's a website, RIPE Labs, where not only RIPE staff, but also community members can publish interesting things. So if you have an interesting experience from operating your network or research relevant to operators, you can publish that there. And we have a fellowship program and a RACI program to bring in young blood and this meeting. So RACI is directed towards master students, PhD students doing research and coming here to present that to network operators and the community. Fellowship is slightly different, but also bringing in people that otherwise couldn't come to the meetings. So to lead the RIPE NCC, I have with me Filip, who is the Chief Technology Officer, who takes care of everything related to the technology behind the services and so on. Hisham, the Chief Community Officer. That's kind of a specialized title because in a commercial organization it would be Chief Commercial Officer, but since we don't sell anything, we take care of our customers, but it's the community that we focus on, therefore Chief Community Officer. We of course have a Chief Information Security Officer. That's become increasingly important over the last couple of years. Eleonora is taking care of that. Simon Jan is taking care of our finances. He usually wants to be called the Chief Frugal Officer because you guys want us to save money. Caroline is the Chief HR Officer looking after all our staff and policies, and Athena, our Chief Legal Officer, because the amount of regulations that applies to us directly in EU and in all the other states, the countries, is increasing, and it really takes a lot of efforts to keep on track on this. And to organize us all, I have Daniela, my executive assistant, that really organizes all of us and makes sure that we do our job. So to make sure that I do my job, I have an executive board elected by the members. Ondřej Filip is the chair. He's also the CEO of CSETNIC, the CCTLD here in Czech Republic, and is the local host. So you will see him at the opening speaking at the local host as well as in the GM. Piotr Struchevsky is the secretary of the board, and then Raymond Jetten is the treasurer, and then Remco, Sander, Maria, and Harald are our board members, and we meet 4 to 6 times a year in order to approve the budget at the end of the year, approve the annual report and financial reports before it's presented to the GM and so on. And the board also approves some of the procedures that goes into how you can become a member and how we can terminate membership. So, and those are all public. So you know that that's not only something that's decided by staff, but is actually overseen and decided by the board. If you need support, we have a support desk here. There is staff there that's available to help you. And this is your one-stop shop for anything related to the RIPE NCC. And they tell me that they mean it. So please go and talk to them. We have a general meeting for members only on Wednesday. You need to register separately for that, and you get a sticker to get into the room, and you can then vote there. The vote this time is on redistribution of the surplus. because we're a membership organization and non-for-profit. The members can decide whether we will put the surplus in our reserves, then we need to pay taxes on it first, or whether we want to refund the surplus to the members, then we deduct it for the next year's invoice, and then the members pay taxes on it. So, you know, we will always be taxed by some country or another. And then I will pass on to Angela, who will talk about the policy process. Angela, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Hans-Petter. Good morning, everybody. I'm Angela Dallara. I joined RIPE NCC already 10 years ago as an internet analyst. And for the last 4 years, I'm the policy officer. You heard from Mirjam a lot about the RIPE community and from Hans-Petter about the RIPE NCC. And let's say I like to be the link between the two parts for what is concerning the policy development. Actually, you're coming in a very fortunate moment because we have a couple of policy proposals under discussion. They are both about IPv6. IPv6 is, how can I say, not a new protocol for sure. But for some people is still a mystery, unfortunately. And I hope you want to dig a bit into the changes that are proposed for our policy. Let's say that the last modification to the IPv6 policy was done already 5 years ago, almost. So it was a good initiative of the Address Policy Working Group to start discussing about what is needed to keep the policy up to date and see what can be done. Luckily, somebody picked up the call and started working on it. They made a lot of work, so I invite you to read the policy proposals that you can find on our website under the current policy proposals, and to participate in the Address Policy Working Group on Wednesday morning, especially in the second session, because your contribution is very important. There is, how can I say, no way other than participation to arrive to a technically sound policy, to a policy that is fair for everybody. And your contribution is important. It is not needed to be a member of the RIPE NCC, it's not needed to be a technician, it's not needed to have a network to run. It's just important that you say and you share your opinion about what is proposed, and that if you can, you help to shape a policy that can be useful for everybody. So I hope to see you all on Wednesday in the Address Policy Working Group. There is a standardized policy development process for the RIPE policies. If you have questions about it, if you're not familiar with that, I'm very happy to explain to you how it works, in which phase we are, how you can contribute on the mailing list. Don't be shy, just grab me wherever I am and ask for information. I'm very happy to answer your questions. And with this, I leave the stage to Mirjam for a question and for closing.
Thank you very much. Thank you both. Are there any questions? Oh, there's one online, Ulka.
We have an online question from Sebastian Jurges. He's asking when and where can people get their GM entrance stickers? And I have the answer from my lovely colleagues at the NCC. You can, if you would like to attend the RIPE NCC general meeting, you can pick up your entrance sticker from tomorrow onwards at the registration desk. There will be a designated GM registration area.
Excellent. Are there any other questions in the room or online maybe? Otherwise, I guess we'll have some questions for you. There'll be a quiz, see if you've actually paid attention or maybe putting it differently if we've explained it well enough to you. Gerardo, are you there? I think I need to actually go here, and then Gerardo can take it over and can start a Kahoot quiz. It's always great fun. So get out your devices if you want to participate. We finished a little earlier than usual, so I hope he's ready. Gerardo, are you ready? Are you there somewhere? Ping, ping. Can you see him online, Ulka or Al? He's sitting here next door, so he is not offline. Sometimes he's actually doing this from offline, from Amsterdam, from the office. But now this week we were fortunate enough to have him here in person, but he always likes to be the voice from the off. So he's here next door running it from the support room. I'm sure we're going to hear his voice boom into this room any minute now. So quiet. Suspense, yes. The suspense killing.
Well, my voice is working, but I can't share. I'm feeling very selfish. That's much better.
Oh, something is happening. No?
Yes. Front tab. Window. Share. Is it? No. Sorry. Technology, it's too difficult.
Something is happening.
Trying. I really am. So why can't I share?
It's great to have the support right next door and sitting together. The screen
Can you
is,
see it?
yay, almost, right. Okay, I'll leave you to Gerardo.
Ah!
Okay, accept, window, yep,
This
that's
is
the one,
it, that's
perfect.
the one.
There you go.
Oh, thank you, technology. Let's get this party started. So, welcome everybody to our RIPE 89 Kahoot quiz. My name is Gerardo Vives, and I am your quiz master. We are broadcasting today from the staff room, and after all this technical difficulties, I had to hypnotize the staff, and then they are now dancing the Macarena in silence. Can you believe that? I got them to dance the Macarena. So, taking this quiz will not only show everybody that you paid attention to what was being said, as the winners, you will have the honor and the glory of belonging to a select group of winners. Your nickname will be the talk of the week at RIPE 89. So put in a really funny nickname and we'll see what happens. The topic of the quiz is, of course, RIPE, what you may or may not know. Now, let me explain how to play the game. I will be showing some questions with 4 possible answers. The person who gets the right answer the fastest gets the most points. So you can get the right answer, but if you're slower than the person next to you, make sure to reach out your hand and break their fingers. Now, no, don't break fingers. It's all about playing the game. So I'm going to show about 12 questions of everything that we've been talking about, and you will have 4 possible options. The person who chooses the right option the fastest gets the most points. So I see we got around 104 people sign up. Do you think we should start this game? I think so. Let's start in 3, 2, 1, and let's count down once again. 3, 2, 1. First question is, who is the RIPE chair? Now, is this the RIPE chair team? Is this Neil O'Reilly? Is this Mirjam Kühne? Or is this Hans-Peter Holen? Who is the right chair? So this is very, very difficult. This is a hard question. There's only 4 possibilities, of which only 1 is correct. And I will have to hypnotize my staff colleagues once again. And the right answer is, of course, Mirjam Kühne. She is the right chair, and together with Neil, they form the right chair team. And the scoreboard says EB22 at the front, me. Second, Marcel, third, Boss, and Zahar. Second question, what does the right PC do? So does the right PC ensure that there are parties and celebrations at each right meeting? Do they choose the presentations for the right meeting plenary sessions? Do they select the working group chairs? Or do they choose the presentations for the working group sessions? Yeah! So one of these 4 is the right answer. All you have to do is press 1 button. It doesn't matter. You will find out what the right answer is, and it is choose the presentations for the right meeting plenary sessions.
Initiate countdown.
We already did that. EB22 still at the front. Yevgenia. Sorry, I'll have to learn that. Pepsi, Panda de Fuego, and Chrissy. Oh, yeah! Question number 3. Who makes RIPE policies? This is very, very important. That's right, Fido. Is it the IETF? Why should I care? Is it RIPE or is it the RIPE NCC? One of these is a really, really, really wrong answer. No! So is it RIPE? Is it why should I care? Is it the IETF or is it the RIPE NCC? On your mark, get set, go. It is RIPE. RIPE makes the RIPE policies. The RIPE NCC does something else. At the scoreboard, we have Yevgenia at the top, Panda de Fuego, Fixter, Marcel, and Chrissy. Question number 4. Who implements the RIPE policies? Is it the RIPE chair? Is it RIPE? Is it the RIPE NCC? Or is it everybody? So I'll give you the options once again. Is it the RIPE chair? Is it RIPE? Is it the RIPE NCC? Or is it everybody? One of these 4 implements RIPE policies. And the right answer is, and almost everybody got it right, the RIPE NCC. The RIPE NCC implements policies. RIPE makes policies, and the RIPE NCC implements them. And everybody has to do what? Follow them. Yevgenia still at the front. Pana de Fuego, Marcel, and Fixer, and EB22 making a comeback. Question number 5. You need to become a member to join the RIPE community, the RIPE meeting, my fan club, or the RIPE NCC. And just so you know, I do have a fan club. It meets every Thursday in the afternoon. So is it the RIPE community? Is it the RIPE meeting? Is it the RIPE NCC? Or nobody voted my fan club? Because that's right, it's free to join, but it is the RIPE NCC for which you have to become a member. So, scoreboard says Yevgenia is going down. Fixter at the front, Marcel, EB22, Panda de Fuego, and Yevgenia. Question number 6. Working groups discuss RIPE policies on mailing list. Is that true or false? So, true or false? Working groups discuss RIPE policies on mailing lists. This is a binary choice. True or false? Choose one. No! And the right answer is, of course, true. Working groups discuss RIPE policies on mailing lists, but at the RIPE meetings as well. So, Fixer at the front, EB22, Marcel, Panda de Fuego, and RIPE for a win. Question number 7. Which of these is not a RIPE working group? Oh! Is it the open source? Is it the IoT? Is it the DNS? Or is it the big data? One of these is not a RIPE working group. Make a choice. Is it open source? Is it IoT? Is it DNS? Or is it big data? And the right answer is going to be revealed right away. And that is, of course, big data. There is no big data working group. Fixter still at the front. Marcel coming in. EB22, Joe, and Chrissy. Question number 8. Let's see, you history buffs. Which of these came first? Was it the fall of the Berlin Wall? Was it RIPE 1? Was it the Voyager 2 closest to Neptune? Or was it the first working World Wide Web browser? One of these things happened first in this same year. And if you know which year we're talking about, you'll know what I'm talking about. So the first thing that happened was RIPE 1. And after that, all the rest. So RIPE made history first. Just so you know it. And if you don't believe me, check Wikipedia. Fixer at the front, Joe. Chrissy is Nick, and AI. Or is that Al? Is Al AI? Oh! Does RIPE have a secret working group? Well, if it's a secret, we would never tell, of course. Secrets are secrets. There are no secrets. There is no such working group. What is a working group? Or now the quizmaster has to die. So, have I spoken too much? Have I spoken too little? Does RIPE have a secret working group? Well, if it's a secret, we would never tell, of course. And I see that 9 people think that I have to die. That's very sad. Very, very sad. Fixter at the front, Al AI, Marcel Panda de Fuego, and Lala. Question number 10. Where can you find the RIPE NCC support desk? Is it on WhatsApp? Is it nowhere to be found? Is it on Facebook? Or is it in the coffee break area? This is an easy one. Where can you find the RIPE NCC support desk? The people who help you with everything you need regarding the RIPE NCC. Nowhere, Facebook, WhatsApp, or the coffee break area. And of course, overwhelmingly, it is the coffee break area. That's where you'll find the lovely people of Setbor's desk. Fixer at the front, Al, Panda de Fuego, Marcel, and Lala. Question number 11. That's Elfin. Elf is 11 in Dutch, just so you know. Which organization was the first regional internet registry? Internic, RIPE NCC, APNIC, or ICANN? Ouch! Yep, I know one of these answers hurt me too. Is it RIPE NCC? Is it Internic? Is it ICANN? Or is it APNIC? So many choices, but only one of these is the correct one, and it is RIPE NCC. RIPE NCC was the first regional internet registry. Came before all of them. And the scoreboard says Al at the front, Fixter, Panda de Fuego, Lala, and Joe. And we get to our last question, number 12. What does NCC stand for? Is it Network Coordination Center? Is it Nordic Construction Company? Is it Nerds Computer Club? Or is it Network Carbon Copy? So NCC stands for something which is very important for you to understand. And it is, of course, one of these 4: Nerds Computer Club, Nordic Construction Company, Network Coordination Center, and that is the right option. Of course, sometimes it looks like the Nerds Computer Club, but it's not. It's the Network Coordination Center. So let's check the podium. Who are our 3 winners? At number 3, we have Lala. Number 2, Panda de Fuego. And number 1, AI, or Al. Let's call it Al. Congratulations, everybody. We hope you had fun, and we hope that you learned something new. Remember to enjoy RIPE 89 the rest of the week. And when you learn something a day, it keeps the ignorance away.
Thanks so much, Gerardo. That was fun as always. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something. We still have a few minutes in case maybe there are some questions that popped up during the quiz. You're like, what? I didn't get that. Why is, I cannot an area or something. I don't know what else you might want to ask. If there are no questions at this point, then the lunch break will start in a few minutes downstairs in the where if you had breakfast here, where the breakfast was served. And there are some tables that are marked with the newcomer sign. So if you would like to get to know each other a bit more, you can use some of those tables, one of those tables, and sit together with the newcomers. Or if you like to mingle with others, of course, you're welcome to sit anywhere you want. So enjoy your lunch. And then after the lunch break, we'll have the opening plenary, and everyone else will join us here in this room. So enjoy your break.
Has anyone seen Fredy?
Fredy, this morning, I haven't seen him.
Isn't he sitting down? I need to present in here, so I don't go with, I used to go with my tablet.
Welcome, everybody. Is this on? Yes. Hello. Welcome, everybody. Wow, it immediately goes silent. Impressive. Yeah, please take your seats. We still have a minute or so, half a minute. Everybody, please come in. Feel welcome. We have quite a packed agenda for this opening plenary, so I'd like to start on time. It's great to see so many of you joining. Come in. It's not quite 2 o'clock yet, so I'll wait a few more seconds for people to take their seats. Is it? Okay, well, let's get this party started then. Welcome, everyone. My name is Mirjam Kühne. I am the RIPE chair. For those of you who don't know me, I would at this point usually also introduce Neil O'Reilly, who is the vice chair. He's not here at the moment, but he will join us later this week, so you'll have an opportunity to say hello then and to talk to him then. I'm sure he's online and will watch me if I make sure I don't make any mistakes. Well, welcome to Prague. Just start with some statistics here. We have more than 550 people registered, or over 600 people registered, I think. At the moment already 485 people checked in from 54 countries. I really always think it's amazing to see such a wide range of countries presented here. Lots of people from Germany, which is kind of close by, Netherlands, always on the top, top 5, and of course also good number from people from the Czech Republic, which is good to see. I'm sure there will be more people coming in during the week. I'm also pleased to see over 100 newcomers here, and we had a good newcomer session earlier today, so I hope you'll enjoy the meeting, and please don't hesitate to come provide any feedback to me or anyone else from the RIPE NCC or RIPE team. We also have a number of local hubs again. This is already starting a bit of a tradition. We've done that 2 times now. It basically means that some people get together in those countries in this time it's Romania, Poland, and Yemen. And instead of sitting alone at home watching us here, they actually get together and participating in the RIPE meeting as a community, as the mini community in their countries, which is great. And you can see more information about the local hubs online. And they're not going to be here all week, all the time. I think some of them are maybe only 2 days or 3 days, but we'll get some more feedback from them later on. This is actually the 4th time we're in Prague for the RIPE meetings. And we dug a little bit into the history here. The first time was RIPE 14 and in 1993. And that little table, you don't have to read it. It's actually in the minutes. You can find it all online. That's an overview of the EMPB IP service at the time. Anybody remember what that was? Oh, there are 2 people there. 3. Wow, it's fantastic. So what did that stand for?
I just do not remember the chunk it was.
It was the European Multi-Protocol Backbone, and that translates to an anti-E-bone thing that was sort of, I think it was funded by Germany. It was crap.
All right, thanks for that history lesson. Then we also had a presentation then to introducing CIDR and BGP4 in Europe and for European networks, and an overview of proposals related to IPv7, which didn't quite make it in the end, I suppose. Then we came back here in 2001 for RIPE 40. At the time, there was a discussion on global policy development. Do we need that, or is it more better regional? There were also a number of V6 address policy presentations. And then we had, at the earlier RIPE meetings, we always had summaries of the working groups at the end of the week. And so in addition to the number of working groups we still have today, we also had those 3 working groups. I don't know if you can read it. There was the test traffic working group. There was the Center DNR working group, and there was also the Limericks working group. Yes, we don't have those anymore, at least not officially. And then we came back again in 2010 for RIPE 60, where then at the time the test traffic measurements working group became the MAT working group. And also at the time we had discussions on what to do with the last /8 of IPv4. And the picture that you see there is actually, it's all in the minutes, you can all find it online. It's one of the PGP key signing parties that we organized here. And you might still recognize some of those individuals who were active at the time. So that was just, that was fun actually diving into it, and I'm glad we're back here, and thanks Prague and for the local host to have us here. We'll get to that. As always, we have a RIPE code of conduct, and obviously treat each other with respect. You can read the full code of conduct here online. You should all have kind of ticked the box when you registered. But if there's anything you would like to report, anything you feel uncomfortable with, we have a code of conduct team. We added 2 more members to the team. You'll see the pictures here, but also around and on the walls outside. And they have a dedicated room out here, but if you would like to meet with them, you can use that. Then we have a number of working group chairs who will be here this week and are responsible for the agendas and the content of the working groups later in the week. Unfortunately, we're missing one there on the top, and that's actually Eric Bice, who unfortunately passed away shortly after the RIPE meeting in Krakow, RIPE IETF last time. And I, for one, will certainly miss him here during the week. I would like to ask us for a minute of silence to remember Eric at this point. Right, thank you for that moment. We also have a book, like a in memoriam book outside at the registration desk if you would like to share some thoughts, some memories, and we will hand that book over to the family because not everybody of you had the opportunity, after the last RIPE meeting to share some memories. And there will also be an opportunity in the ADRES policy working group on Wednesday to come together and share memories of Eric and remember him. Right, so moving on. The RIPE Program Committee, of course, is responsible for the plenary sessions. You will hear more from some of the program committee members later on. There will be elections this time. 2 seats will be up for elections, and we're actually having quite a number of elections, governance-related activities going on during the week. So I added a slide here, and there's also a link onto the website where you can find more information. We'll have elections for the NRO, the Number Resource Organizations Numbers Council, or also the Address Supporting Organizations Address Council? No. Okay, Advisory Council? No? Address Council? ASOIC. There are elections going on here for one seat during the week, and you'll hear a presentation about the details later on. The program committee has 2 seats open. Then there's also, you've seen a mail maybe from Jan George on the RIPE list, the RIPE and nominating committee started its work. So there's a chair appointed, and the chair is now asking for volunteers for the NOMCOM to then go on further selecting the next RIPE chair team. We'll have a number of working groups looking for or selecting new working group chairs. I think there are already a number of candidates, and some working groups will do the selections here during the week. So you'll have that happening. And then lastly on the list is a slightly different thing, but it's also related to our governance, and that's the questionnaire that was sent out by the ASOSC on the principles of creating an RIR and maintaining an RIR, is also known as the ICP2 document that was discussed here earlier, and that will also come up during the community plenary later in the week. Right, so here's the meeting plan. You all see that online. We don't have them on. I keep still looking at my badge, but that was in the olden days, so we had a big booklet as badge. We don't have that anymore, saving paper. But this is the meeting plan. There's one small change. We changed the diversity and inclusion session to the Tuesday now, swapped it around on request. And instead of that, we have 2 BOF sessions on Thursday. The rest is pretty much as usual. Today and tomorrow plenary sessions, Friday plenary sessions, and then Wednesday, Thursday, a little bit of Tuesday also working group sessions. So they're kind of wrapped in the plenaries. Today also in the afternoon we'll have a quite interesting session of the best current operational practices task force. There are 2 main topics. One is a continuation of the initiative to document operational practices in times of war and natural catastrophes, and there's an update on that. There's some progress. And then the other topic is an idea to possibly document how we build consensus here in the RIPE community. And we can talk a bit more about that. We always kind of heavily lean on the IETF, but this is something we should, do we do this differently? And, let's discuss if we need to document that. And then the 2 BOFs on Thursday are, one is actually an open kind of platform or panel discussion with some representatives of the local network operators groups, and see how we can maybe work together a bit more. What does RIPE need from the NOCs? What does the NOCs need from RIPE? How can we kind of collaborate, continue to collaborate in the future and kind of cross-pollinate each other? And the other BOF is it's also a continuation of a task force that is closed. That was the DNS, the task force that looked at recommendations for open resolver operators, DNS resolver operators, and they're now looking at how these recommendations can actually be implemented in practice. So I think that will be also interesting. They are both in parallel. And then, I already mentioned the diversity session. That's tomorrow afternoon, and they're always different and exciting presentations, and not focused on one specific community, but just how we can, as a RIPE community, become more open and attractive to new participants. Last but not least, of course, the RIPE meeting wouldn't be RIPE meeting without socials and with a lot of space and time to be able to engage with each other and socialize with each other. As usual, there is a welcome reception today after the session at the end here in the hotel. Then there's a networking event, a party tomorrow night. And then we have one on Thursday at the dinner, this time in the National Museum. On Wednesday, you're on your own. You either rest and don't want to see anybody or arrange your own social. And all of the information you can find on the website. And you should all have received like lots of information from the RIPE NCC and also your Meet Echo link. You can follow all the presentations and the comments in the chat and question and answers online as well. And last but not least, I really try to keep that short here because we're having a lot of content. I would like to thank all the sponsors and the hosts. We have Suzetnik as our local host here and also a sponsor of the meeting. And then the RIPE NCC as a big sponsor and also the organizer of the meeting. Lots of NCC staff here helping out. AWS platinum sponsor, and then we have a number of silver sponsors. IPXO, VeriSign, ARM6, and IPv4 Global by Hilco. And then bronze sponsors, the Internet Society and CESNet, also here from the Czech Republic. So big applause to all the sponsors. And next up, I would like to ask Ondřej, Filip to come up and say a few words as the local host of this meeting. The fourth time we are here in the Czech Republic.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Prague. I think the role of a representative of a host is to welcome people, which I already did, and then to say how great the company he or she represents is, which I usually skip, you know me. I usually, because, you know, you can go outside, there's some installation and you know that we are a great company, but more importantly, you know, for a few decades, I've been studying two important phenomena of Czechs and Czech language. In Krakow, I told you something about Czech language, how it translates to Polish. So now you have the table, you can translate many words you learn in Poland into Czechs and you are orientated. So today I will talk a little bit about Czech culture, about special feature those weird people have. But before I will go to that, I have to start with an apology. You know, I really apologize. I know that, you know, inviting so many people to a congress center, which is attached to a shopping mall and close the shopping mall is weird, but you know, that sometimes happens. I have an explanation for that actually. You know, we have multiple levels of significant days in this country. The level one are important days. That usually that means nothing, you know, usually nothing happens. People usually do not remember what those means. You know, usually it's some tragedy happened, maybe with the exception of International Women's Day. But, you know, other than that, you know, nobody remembers anything. So that's level one. Level two, we know much better because we don't work, you know, on those days. Those are public holidays, but we don't close shops. For example, you know, 17th of November, that was the end of communist regime in this country. So what is the best how to celebrate this date? You go to a capitalist shopping mall and buy everything you can. And that's how we celebrate. So we cannot close shops, you know. That's bad for people who are working there, but they get some extra money for that. So at least something. Then we have level three that you notice, like today. Another example, for example, was assassination of some Wenceslaus. You know, it was kind of some of ruler of this country. He was killed and roughly 1,000 years ago, and we'll still remember this. And because he was lately called patron of this country, we celebrated, you know. I know it's weird, you know, celebrating assassination, which is more than 1,000 years old, but that's how it is. Many people complain, you know, so some dude was killed and I cannot buy my bread in grocery store, you know, but that's how it is. So that's level three. Level four doesn't exist. You know, when I typed into the chat that shops are closed, I got like 20 replies. Ondřej, and what about pubs? Don't be afraid, you know. There is no further escalation. Pubs are not closed on any occasion. That's fine. So no panic. So now what happened important today? I will tell you in a while, but first of all, what I want to explain, you know, Czechs are weird people. They are really fascinated by non-existing objects, things, persons, countries. And, you know, one of them is called Yara Zimmerman. It's well-known person. It's imaginary person that we created it, and we projected all the biases about us into that person. So, you know, he was, for example, an inventor. He was a musician. He created several theater plays. He did almost everything in this country. Well, the small problem is that he's imaginary, but that's fine, you know. On the other hand, when there was a contest organized by Czech TV, the greatest Czech, you know, he was almost going to win it. So then the Czech TV consulted with BBC because, you know, this format was licensed by BBC, and BBC denied. They said that they cannot, you know, that imaginary person cannot compete. So unfortunately, he didn't win, but we all know who is our hero, you know. So that's the level of fascination we have. So again, Yara Zimmerman, and, you know, they had to change rules of the contest, which I'm really, you know, kind of upset, because in the British version of this, which was called 100 Greatest Britons, you know, King Arthur was competing, you know, and he is also not kind of confirmed. But anyway, so that's the fascination of non-existent objects. So what happened today? It was roughly a little bit more than 100 years ago when something like that was founded, you know. People who are old enough or paid attention in the lessons of history know that this was called Czechoslovakia. And that time it consists of 4 lands, 4 parts basically. Subcarpathian Rus, also called Ruthenia, Transcarpathia, it has a lot of names. Then Slovakia, and then 3 or 4 lands of Bohemian crown, which was Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia. So, and also, you know, because Kingdom of Bohemia, which was kind of before, which, you know, was the country we used to live before. We became part of Austrian Empire, which by creation of this we destroyed. We had a flag which was very roughly the same as Polish. We created this flag. So we had this flag with 3 colors and country called Czechoslovakia. You know, the history went on. The country was called Republic of Czechoslovakia or Czechoslovakian Republic, but it was okay. Then there was a Second World War. It was a little bit more complicated there, you know it. Many things changed, but after the war, we lost parts of it, the Ruthenia there. So, but it was still okay. There were Slovaks, there were Czechs, so we still call it Czechoslovakia. So it continued. The country was called later Czechoslovak Socialist Republic, then Czechoslovak Federal Republic, and then in 1992 it was called Czech and Slovak Federal Republic. And it was kind of the problem, because in what happened in 1992 was this. We lost this part, and it was, although, you know, yeah, I know, I'm almost there. Although we protected the flag, you know, although we promised not to, but we still kept it. It was really tough to pretend that this is Czechoslovakia, right? So in 1993, this country, which is called, by the way, Czech Republic, was founded. But, you know, after 30 years, we still celebrate, after 30 years of non-existence of that country, we celebrate foundation of it, which is really weird, but we do that. So, welcome to Czech Republic. We are really fascinated by non-existent things, but there is one real thing, that's the hospitality of the country. I hope you will enjoy it as well. And I hope you will join some of the social events we decided to sponsor for you. So welcome to Prague and enjoy the meeting.
Thank you for this history lesson. That was really interesting, Ondřej. Next up, we have Hans-Peter Holen with a welcome from the RIPE NCC and also some logistical details about this meeting.
Thank you very much, Mirjam. So I'm Hans-Peter Holen. I'm the Managing Director or CEO of the RIPE NCC, your favorite regional internet registry, also the Network Coordination Center and the Secretariat for the Community. That's why we do these meetings. And there is a clicker here. So as you should know by now, but I repeat it in case you don't know, the RIPE NCC was formed by the community back in 1992 as a project and later on as a membership organization. And we have staff and an executive board that oversees me and the staff, and we provide services and implement the policies that are set by the community. The community is open to all, and it's for coordinating technical matters and other matters between you who operate or care about internet in our service region and the whole world. So logistics, I'm here to talk about MeetEcho. If you want to participate in the meeting digitally, you can use MeetEcho for that. You need to register for that, and you can bookmark the unique login link that we'll get by email. And you will need that for polls and asking questions in the Q&A unless you go to the microphone. But to get in the queue, it's useful to have that link so you can raise your hand and get priority in the queue. There is also a live stream page, so if you want to watch this without logging in and without the ability to participate, then you can do that. And all the sessions will be recorded, and you can then watch them again and again and again when you come home to really focus on the great technical content that we have here. So, I already said there is an audio and video queue, so you can click on those items to get in there, especially if you're a remote participant, that's your way here. There is a Q&A session, so if you want to ask questions, then please enter them there. There is a chat where you can chat with people that are in the chat group, but please don't ask the questions there because the chairs won't pay attention to the chat group. And there is also stenography that makes sure that you can read what I think I'm saying, and sometimes what I should have been saying, and sometimes you start laughing and I have no idea because they make a joke on my behalf. The badge, Mirjam already mentioned that it contains useful information, but please wear it at all times so that we know that you actually have paid for this meeting, because even though we have sponsors and the RIPE NCC pays in, we are actually dependent on your contributions as well here. You can also use this to connect to the Wi-Fi. We do have an official photographer here. If you do not want your picture taken, you can get a yellow lanyard, and then the photographer will do his best to avoid taking a picture of you. And I would ask everybody else also to bear that in mind when you take pictures of each other, that if somebody has a yellow lanyard, please don't take a picture of them, and at least don't publish it on the internet. The RIPE NCC, we have a meeting organization team here. We have a tech team here. They're at the back of the room. We have a support desk, which is straight out and straight ahead if you need help with anything. And you can also make appointments with us to do assisted register checks, where we will review all your registration data with you. So please speak to my colleagues in any area of interest that you have with our services. You can see here on the agenda, we have speakers in a lot of the sessions. Emil will talk in the MAT working group. We have Angela and Marco presenting in address policy, Vesna and Anad in DNS. Myself, Filip and Hisham will present the activity plan and budget in the services working group. And on Thursday, Ed will present in database, Tim in routing, Hisham in cooperation, and Fergal and Pedro in the community plenary. And then Rob will give the most exciting presentation of them all during the whole week, which is the technical presentation in the closing plenary. And then please participate in our feedback sessions. Please help us collect feedback regarding on training and certification. Pedro, Antonella, and Fallon are here, and they would really love to talk to you so that we can improve our services. And that's what I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Hans-Peter. All right, next in line, we are kind of making this quick today, is Ulka Athale from the RIPE NCC going through the process of the elections for the NRO NC. I'm not going to try to say again what that stands for.
Thank you, Mirjam. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ulka Athale. I'm a part of the communications team at the RIPE NCC, And we are organizing the Number Resource Organization Number Council, which serves as the Address Supporting Organization, Address Council election at RIPE 89. The NRO-NC consists of 15 representatives from all the RIR communities. We have 3 representatives from the RIPE community, Hervé Clément, who's appointed by the RIPE NCC Executive Board, Constance Berger, who was elected last year. And at RIPE 89, we're filling 1 seat, which was occupied by Sander Stefan. His term would have ended in December this year, but he stepped down shortly before the end of his term in April, ahead of the RIPE NCC Executive Board election. Thank you, Sander, for having served on the NRO-NC. We will be filling a seat for a 3-year term starting in January, ending in December 2027. We have 2 nominees running at this election, Jordi and Ondřej, both familiar faces in the community. You can find all the information about the nominees, including candidate videos, their bios, and statements of motivation on the RIPE NCC website. In order to be eligible to vote, you must have registered for RIPE 89. Additionally, you need to have selected the option to vote in the NRO-NC election. There's an additional eligibility criteria. You're only eligible to vote in this election if you've attended 1 out of the previous 8 RIPE meetings, which means any RIPE meeting from RIPE 81 to RIPE 88. And finally, you need to have checked in for RIPE 89, even if you're attending online ahead of the deadline. If you've forgotten to register to vote, if you're on site, please go to the Reg desk, ask them to register you to vote. If you're online, go to your personal options page using your unique link in your email, select the option to vote. While you're on that page, please check yourself in. You can check whether you've been checked in. If you see a green tick mark next to your name, this is what it looks like for me on the mobile view. If you're on site, you should have been checked in when you picked up your badge, but please just double check your name just in case. If you don't see the green tick mark next to your name, please go to the Reg desk, ask to be checked in. If you're online, you need to check yourself in. If you're not eligible to vote, we will send you an email. If you think that you should actually be allowed to vote, there is a form you can ask for a review, and there is a deadline to ask for the review. The deadline to register to vote and to check in is tomorrow at 2 UTC+1. That's Tuesday, 29th October. Voting will open tomorrow at 5 UTC+1, and voting will close on Friday, 1 November at 9. How to vote? I have 30 seconds. You will receive 2 emails from Assembly Voting. Please make sure your email server can receive emails from Assembly Voting. 1 email will contain your personalized voting link. Click on Vote Now. The other email contains your unique PIN code. Copy your PIN code from the second email, paste it into the platform. If you have a very overenthusiastic password manager, you might need to copy both codes. Safari is temperamental. I just need a few more seconds. Go to the ballot, select the candidate of your choice. You can also choose to abstain. If you abstain, your vote does not count. Click on Continue, submit your vote. You can also check your vote. And a reminder of all the deadlines again. And if you have any questions or you need any help, please contact us on nominations@ripe.net. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ulka, for walking us through that process. I mean, that's an important election. I hope many of you will participate. And then I would now like to hand over to Max Stucchi and Valerie Aurora, 2 of our PC members. Max is the chair and Valerie is a very active member. And so they're both going to present to you some information about the PC. And then from then on, I'm also handing over the plenary to the PC to chair and run from then on. So enjoy.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm here as the program committee chair to introduce you to what we do and show you what we have done in the last 6 months. So first of all, what do we do? We're a team of 12 people. You'll see the pictures in a moment. And we do 4 main things. We compile the program for the plenary. So today, tomorrow, and Friday, we prepare the BOFs and the tutorials. So if you liked something or didn't like something this morning, part of it is our fault. We prepare the agenda. So we define when talks are going to happen. There's a magic recipe that Jan, who's sitting here in the front, has, and we all don't know what he's doing with it. I'm joking. There is some preparation that's needed there. Then it's magic. And then this is the part that we concentrated a bit more this time, that is work with the submitters to adjust or improve their presentations. I'll talk about it in a moment. And then last, you see here, us, we're chairing the plenary sessions. So who are we? You've seen already our pictures. These are slightly different, but it's still the 12 of us, which comprise a chair, a couple of vice chairs, Jan and Brian. Then we have a local host representative, which you saw already on stage. We have a representative from MENOG, and Jan is also acting as the representative from SE. The rest of the committee is elected, and there are elections. So what are the stats? We see a little bit of fluctuation every time on the type of submissions. And you can see that we're always, at least for plenary talks and lightning talks, we're always roughly at 50% of acceptance rate. So we're going to keep our work as it is, because we see that we have a good number of submissions all the time. But what has changed from RIPE 88? First of all, we decided to start when we reject a talk to include the reasons why we're rejecting it, because we felt we needed to do it. We felt we owed it to whoever spent time trying to submit a talk. And there is a secondary reason here, that is, if, and this can help for whoever would like to submit for RIPE 90, which will be in a great location, so please do. If you submit after the first deadline and we reject your talk and we explain to you why we have rejected it, you still have time to readapt it or think about the comments we gave you, and maybe resubmit, and we will take that again into consideration. We also have a new document, RIPE 829, and then we have some updated submission guidelines. So what's RIPE 829? It's the RIPE Program Committee Charter. There are some small changes, which include the removed reference to the ENOC representative, a better definition of the roles inside the PC, and then last, potential financial support availability. There are some other smaller changes, but I didn't include them here. And then we have updated the submission guidelines. And here we have Valerie to tell you about them, because she did all the work. So I didn't feel it was my intent to present them. So.
Thank you. I led the work with the rest of the program committee to update the submission guidelines. We noticed a trend in submissions that was a little different than recently. The main purpose of the updates is to answer this question. Will using AI make your submission more likely to be accepted? And the answer is generally no, with some exceptions. So, slight details. AI is very useful as autocorrect, spell check, grammar check. Many people use it successfully to write a first draft that they totally rewrite. It doesn't help to add AI art, it's very distracting. To write the final text, it tends to be long and boring. Both of these things have possible IP issues. Talk to a lawyer if you need to. In graphic design, it always is difficult to read. So I'd be happy to chat more if you'd like to know more. Thanks.
Thank you, Valerie. So a little mention about lightning talks. We still have a couple of slots open for Friday. So if you have any idea, talk to us or just go and submit. Please include some slides, even if they're basic. Just give us an idea of how you would like to present, not only what you would like to present. Then Last, Mirjam already mentioned it. We have elections for the program committee. 2 seats are up for election. There is Moin Rahman and Antonio Prado, who are going to step down. And you can nominate yourself until Tuesday, well, tomorrow, and voting takes place until Thursday. And results will be announced during the closing plenary. So would you like to know more? Talk to the PC committees, committee members, and check out the RIPE charter, which should be now RIPE 829, and email us if you want any other information. With this, we might have any questions, but if we don't, then, and we don't have time because we were 5 seconds from the end and Jan stopped the counter. Now we have a great presentation, which will be unfortunately remote. It's the second time in a row that Geoff is going to present remotely. Well, not remotely, we have a video of his presentation and he will be online to take any questions. We have a presentation from Geoff Huston about the failures of the internet to adapt to network security. I guess in a moment you will see the video and we'll start. And thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Geoff Huston. I'm with APNIC. I'm the Chief Scientist there. Look, I'm so sorry I'm actually not with you today. It seems that me and my bike last weekend parted company, which would normally be fine, but I didn't just get off a stationary bike. I was ejected from a bike traveling at some speed, and the resultant bumping and grinding and so on caused some degree of damage to my poor body. And when I said to the doctor, oh, I'm thinking of traveling, next week, he goes, you're joking. So here I am, and there you are. And the good news is I'm feeling a little bit better every day. I am healing. Unfortunately, I'm not here to give this talk in person. So you're going to have to put up with virtual me. But hopefully the topic is kind of interesting and provocative in some ways and gets you thinking about some of these issues. So let's look at it. I've been doing a lot of work in measurement over the years. And part of the reason is because nothing seems to happen the way we thought. Some of these things, and you think a lot of the areas of security would be a no-brainer. Surely a trustable and trusted communications infrastructure is better than not. Security is one of the things we rely upon in terms of interactions at a distance where there's no other mechanism to understand about authenticity. And even today, when the internet is plagued by all forms of quite horrible forms of abuse and fraud and crime, yet somehow the basic elements of security seem to be resistant. I'm like, why has it taken almost 30 years for DNSSEC to have got nowhere? 10% of domain names assigned. 30 years for just 1/3 of users to do validation. That's a huge amount of time. And you kind of think, well, if it's taken that long to get that far, how long was it going to take for a useful level of deployment that actually means you can count on the DNS and rely on the authenticity of the answers you get from it? And it's going, geez, that's a hard question. Really hard. What about routing security? Well, it's looking much the same. This is a long saga of effort, from around 30-odd years of effort to try and figure out the right framework for doing routing security and then getting it deployed. Yet we're still a long, long way away from saying this is good. So when you launch a packet out there onto the network with an IP address, how do you know it gets to the right destination? The answer is you don't. Surely that's not right. Surely we should be doing more about this. Now, what's failing us? Is it that you and I are lousy at our job? We should retire and go and do something else? Or is there something else out there that, despite our efforts, getting common adoption of infrastructure is just being resisted? And I suspect that the real answer is yes, these are instances of market failure, because no one's in charge in the internet. No one's telling us what we do. It's all a case of responding, each of us individually, to the pressures we see of a common marketplace, that everyone's actually trying to optimize themselves and supply goods and services at a price that consumers want. And somehow the signals in that market are sometimes perverted, and what you would think is common interest actually doesn't work, that folk don't understand or don't get that signal. So is this area where security is just failing to gain traction in the market an instance of market failure? Well, the obvious answer is, yeah, of course it is, by definition. Let's all go on to the next talk. Oops. But no, not so fast, not so fast. Perhaps we could sort of flesh out this concept a little bit and try and understand why we have to push so hard to get folk to do routing security, to get folk to do DNSSEC. Even V6 is kind of the effort of this massive multi-decade push. Why does it need a push? Surely it should just happen. So let's talk about some terms, what are the implications, and maybe a few thoughts about how we could improve that picture. What do I mean by infrastructure? In my case, what I'm talking about is the infrastructure of our common framework that defines the internet on names, addressing, and routing. And security is really all about the uniqueness and the authenticity of use. That this is my address, it's not yours, and you can check the authenticity of my association with that address. Similarly with routing and names. So we're talking about the integrity of those realms, and security is about how to protect that. What's market failure? Well, Investopedia says it's inefficiencies, that individual incentives for what it calls rational behavior don't lead to outcomes for everyone, which is kind of what I'm saying. And a public good, well, like air. It's non-excludable. My use of it doesn't stop you using it, and non-rivalrous. I can't use all of it, and neither can you. We can all use it together. It's a public good. So what's the issue? Well, there's no one in charge of the internet, as I said. It's largely a deregulated environment, totally dominated by market pressures and a certain amount of regulatory bleating down in the edges. But nevertheless, in general, there's no forcing functions to ensure that everyone adopts a particular mechanism or technology. And so when we talk about security, no one's forcing you to do DNSSEC. It's your call. Whether you sign your domain name, your call. Whether you generate route origination attestations and so on, your call. And in essence, the common adoption of these things is actually not because everyone was being told, you must do this. It's because we all see some perception of individual benefit in doing it individually, creating a collective common good that everyone does it. Market forces, not regulatory impost. The problem is that that kind of picture sort of assumes some degree of homogeneity within the market, that when there is a perception of pressure, everyone reacts to that pressure, indeed perceives it, reacts to it in a similar way. If we see it differently, then that's much harder to sustain. If only a few folk perceive that the benefit is worth the cost, then only a few folk are going to do it. And a lot of the markets in the internet do tend to be heterogeneous. They tend to differ in their perceptions. Why hasn't everyone done V6? Well, the answer is in some ways, there's a different perception of cost and benefit in adoption across the internet. And that leads to variance in outcomes because of those different individual perceptions. And so what actually happens here is there's no clear, immediate, and common judgment of the benefit of doing anything. The internet is not a vastly uniform place. It's actually a place that has a fair amount of common perceptions of difference. So the next part of this is there's lots of moving parts in a network. There's the upper level of service and content. There's the level of infrastructure in terms of hosts, applications, and services. And then at the lower levels, there's kind of the ISP, and there's moving packets around, whether it's access or transit, CDNs or whatever. Now, they all see the world through very, very different lenses. And if you look at the ISP level and go, well, if I do RPKI route origination validation, I have improved the picture for my customers, surely. Can I charge them more? No, no, they'll just go to someone else who charges less. And similarly, if you're a DNS hosting provider, could I charge more for DNSSEC? In general, when folk have tried that, the answer is the customers don't adopt it. You know, they say no, or they go somewhere else. In .se, the experience was the only way DNSSEC actually got large amounts of uptake was by a discount, by actually creating a reduced cost to create that incentive. So it's very hard to monetize investments in security individually, and that becomes the disincentive. We see this in the data when we look at the proportion of routing objects that are not covered by a ROA. 80% a few years back, it's still at 50% in V4. This stuff is going very, very, very slowly. How long is it going to take? I don't know, but it is some time. And the net result, across some 4 years of looking at this, looking at the proportion of users who cannot get to a destination if it's invalid in terms of route origination validation. Invalid. It's been about 20% now for some years. We're just not making headway in that particular area of security. So all of that effort with ROAs and sign things and do the right stuff isn't actually making much traction on the larger problem. We're not making progress here. Even with DNSSEC, the amount of validation, if you look at it the inverse, the proportion of users who will accept a badly signed answer, 90% 10 years ago, no one validated. Even today, 70% of users will happily go to somewhere if it's badly signed. Don't care. Because the recursive resolver infrastructure they're using doesn't care. So the picture isn't good. And even if you look at what we do inside the regional internet registries, do we sign our registry? Do we actually say, here's the answer, and here's why you can trust it? Here's the authenticity of that answer in terms of a digital signature. None of us do. Oh, it's too hard, and the perception of benefit is so low, it doesn't outweigh the incremental cost of doing it. We take the easy way out. Now, what does this mean if I'm designing an application? The lack of infrastructure security everywhere. The picture is, I do a DNS query as an application, I can't trust the answer. When I generate a packet and send it somewhere, I don't know if the packet reached the intended destination. I can't trust the answer, you know, a priori. The fact that you sent a packet to somewhere doesn't mean that the answer is good. These are problems for the application. And the safest course with partial adoption is to assume that there is no adoption. If it's only partially there, you don't know which parts are secured and which parts aren't. So the only way is to get through it is to assume that none of it is secured. None of it's reliable, because there's no way you can do it any other way. Yes, you just can't count on universal availability. And so what do you have to do? You have to do it yourself. You have to make sure that the application itself is in making its own efforts to ensure the validity of the destination, whatever you're trying to do, and do that without relying on infrastructure. It's most visible in the uptake of TLS at the web level. This is a Cloudflare radar report looking at the availability, or sorry, the use of HTTPS in the web from Cloudflare's perspective. That's not 30%, it's not 70%, 97%. And it happened without a massive effort. So the application is sitting there going, got to do it, just got to do it. A little bit of prompting from the browsers, and all of a sudden TLS is ubiquitous. Application level solutions are getting a far better benefit of deployment than infrastructure. So when an application is using TLS, which they do these days, what value do they place on infrastructure security? When I'm already using TLS, does DNSSEC add anything to the picture? No. How about RPKI? Well, I don't care which address I got to. If it can prove its authenticity via TLS, I'll trust the answer no matter what. So what's the value of RPKI? No. So applications don't value infrastructure level security, particularly when they're only partially adopted, because they can't rely on them. I think it's part of a bigger picture. What we're actually seeing on the internet is actually a shift upwards of value. In the 1990s, when things were, if you will, scarce, the network was actually rationing the scarce resource of comms, that you couldn't afford to replicate your content on servers all over the planet. You place them at one point on the network and then use the network to bring users to you because you couldn't afford to replicate. Then that created a value proposition where the network was the arbiter, the rationale, the scarce resource, and actually all the value of investment was inside moving things around inside the network. The value transformers moved up the stack. The inexorable pressure from Moore's law, cheaper computing, cheaper processing, cheaper storage, and oddly enough, the use of more capable digital signal processing has actually created cheaper comms. We're now talking about terabit fiber for the same fiber cost as what used to be hundreds of megabits of fiber. That all of a sudden, we're now seeing a world of abundance down in the network layers, down in the infrastructure levels, complete abundance, which has actually pushed down their value and turned them into commodities. And the true value these days for users is up at the upper levels of the protocol stack. And so now applications are taking on many of the roles that we thought in the 90s should have been done at the common infrastructure level. The applications are going, well, I've got all the money. I don't need a common infrastructure solution. I'll just build my own. And so the lower layers are commoditized and stripped of intrinsic value. And oddly enough, that's actually created a weird relationship vertically within the stack, that all of a sudden hosts and networks have some level of distrust with applications. And so what we're finding, for example, in the Apple ecosystem, Apple produces Apple Private Relay, a system that completely obscures everything the device is doing in terms of application behavior, obscures that from all of the lower layers of the network. They can see nothing. And so what we're now seeing is applications kind of using techniques such as quick and mask, and indeed TLS, to wrap up their service interaction, to wrap up their activities that actually further increase this distrust and suspicion. No one can see what's going on across elements of the stack. And what that means is that if I don't trust the network, then if it does these routing security, DNSSEC, and so on, if I don't trust the infrastructure, I place no value on whether it does infrastructure security or not. And if I place no value on it, I'm not going to fund it. And that leaves the open question, well, who's going to be left to fund it? If I believe as an application that the network is untrustable, then really hard to then say, well, I've done some measures to make my part of the network trustable. Please pay me. The answer is, well, sorry, no. So when you say, well, what about more money into DNSSEC? ICANN, I think at the moment, is saying, well, let's do more push into DNSSEC. And the real issue is, well, who's going to pay for it? Where would the funding be directed, even if you could find some money? And who would actually make use of that? And the real issue is, even if such infrastructure funding might exist, it's very hard to identify where and why you would place effort when applications, the service level, is kind of going, nah, I'm just going to assume it doesn't work properly and have my own mechanism to actually ensure the authenticity of the service of the application. And a similar kind of picture exists with BGP and routing. Exactly the same set of questions that, why does anyone care anymore? And the answer is, well, they don't. And because of that, we're providing our own solutions. The solution from the content distribution network is actually to not route. Once you've deployed a CDN with a few thousand points of presence, then every single access network is adjacent to one of your points of presence. There's no routing anymore. And so when you say of a very large CDN, what's the value you place in routing security? The answer is, I care more about the authenticity of the advertisements I see from my directly attached clients, but I really don't care about the rest of it. I don't care about the security of the routing system because I don't route. I don't move traffic through large amounts of third-party networks. It's me and the adjacent access network all the time. And so infrastructure tends to be marginalized, and quite frankly, there's underinvestment because there's no point. Now, I've painted a pretty extreme picture here. Maybe there's another way of looking at this, and that is, can applications do it better? How can we improve the assurance of the authenticity of the services? And certainly there are weak points. You know, TLS has its problems, glaring problems. Can we use something else to actually pin down TLS, because that whole network of third-party certificate authorities has caused us trouble in the past and will no doubt cause us trouble in the future? Are there other approaches that make things better? Well, interesting, because you see, we're constantly evolving on the internet. And partly this is the inexorable pressure of Moore's law, that computing, processing, storage is getting ever cheaper per unit. And what that means is we're actually making a network structure that is more capable at the application level. We no longer have to do one thing at the bottom and have everyone trust it. Common infrastructure security mechanisms reflect, I think, a picture of networking that's a few decades old. And quite frankly, the technology shift is to lift everything up and actually allow endpoints and applications and services solve the problems directly. When we think of security as being an ISP problem, a market failure at the bottom level, and it requires regulation, then maybe that creates regressive imposts. These aren't helpful anymore. So when the FCC proudly pronounces a few months ago, May in 2024, we're going to start looking at infrastructure routing security, maybe that's a picture that's a few decades old. Maybe that's just living in a past that isn't relevant anymore. We don't do it at that level. Applications are now capable enough and have enough resources through abundant computing and processing and storage that it's being solved at a different level. And it's kind of always beware of regressive imposts that reflect a past that the market's long since moved past, that the realities of the economics of networking have moved on. So what should we do? Persist? Well, we've been doing it for 30 years. It's now become a habit. Let's keep on doing it. What do we need to do to make every domain DNSSEC signed? What do we need to make everyone doing ROAs? What do we need to do to get everything happening where it's been failing for the past 30 years? And I think pressing on is almost like anti-gravity. It's kind of pushing deeper and harder into something that's structurally flawed, that doesn't reflect the realities of the situation in which we live. Because realistically now, the money, the control of quality, the control of authenticity, the control of the user experience has moved up the stack into the application space. How can we help these application transactions create the necessary assurance to give to users of the authenticity and value of their transactions? How do we create that level of assurance without asking the infrastructure to go and do things it's been failing to do for decades already? I leave you with that challenge. I actually don't know what the answer is, but nevertheless, I think it's the question of our time. If we can answer that question, I think we'd find ourselves working in a more harmonious relationship with the true economics of the internet itself. Hopefully I've left a few time to answer some questions here that you might have about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have Geoff online? Geoff. Hey, Geoff.
Hey.
Yes, we can hear you. How are you?
And you've stolen all of my photons. Bring them back. It's dark here.
Okay, please. Rudiger was in the actual queue.
Yeah. Hi, Rudiger Volk, retiree. Geoff, I am seeing one point where the infrastructure actually counts, and I think that got lost in your view of things. In the good old days, people were saying the two really important things about the internet were, first, universal connectivity, and providing, secondly, permissionless innovation. Well, okay, the universal connectivity, I wonder, is kind of really depending on the infrastructure. Kind of, yes, having the endpoints verify each other's identity is fine, but if the connectivity does not help to actually transport the packets from endpoint A to a B and back, kind of, well, okay, nothing happens. And, well, your explanation that only the connectivity from the CDN to the end user counts, of course, means there is no universal connectivity.
Yes, that's very true. 90% of all traffic delivered to end users these days comes from somewhere down the road into the local data center to you. Oddly enough, to make the network faster and cheaper, and cheap is the big leverage here, because of Moore's law, it's actually cheaper to replicate content, deliver it everywhere in the background, and then on demand, just push it through that last mile. It's been easier, simpler, and cheaper to change the entire architecture of the internet than it's been to actually make the infrastructure do things that, quite frankly, we can't get them to do at this scale. So yes, there has been a massive shift. And the reason why is quite simple. Follow the money. And today's network is certainly amazingly cheap and amazingly large, but at the same time, it's not really a network anymore. It's just a last mile delivery system. Thanks.
Okay, I'm closing the queue. In interest of time, we are way behind the schedule, so please be briefer than the previous.
Jen Linkova, someone who could not join the queue because there is no power and all devices are dead. Devices I can join the queue from. Anyway, Geoff, I kind of agree with you too, but not completely, to like 66.7%, because as far as I can remember, we traditionally define security as confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And I think availability, as Rudiger probably said, right, we cannot necessarily solve on the application level. Packets needs to be delivered, destination needs to be available. If destination is not available, nothing we can do. But yeah, and my second last point is, so do I understand you correctly that to promote security and make it beneficial for operators, we need more attacks on the infrastructure?
Okay.
That's one way, Jen. The other way is to actually let the applications do it themselves. Thanks.
Daniel was in the Meteco queue. You want to go, or you can go?
You decide. Okay. My name is Daniel Karrenberg, almost retiree. I think that the flaw in your the way you present things, Geoff, is that what the security that we and Rüdiger was going there, but I'm putting it more to the point. The security on the network level has to make sure that the network level keeps functioning. You know, if the network doesn't function, then all the application layer security that you have is not useful. And I don't buy your argument that CDNs are everything, because I can think of quite a few applications that actually require a little bit more of wide area security. So my conclusion from what I hear from you is, let's focus on the security that keeps the network running at our level, you know, as ISPs and as packet pushers, we should look at the security that keeps the network running and not breaking it, and let's not try to solve the application layer security and all that kind of stuff. So I think your perspective is quite useful, but your conclusions I don't really agree with.
Look, the problem we have, Daniel, is that a number of these issues that happen at our level, whether it's IPv6, whether it is security in the DNS or security in the routing system, it's now taken us more than 3 decades, and the uptake is still lackluster, slow. It seems we're pushing the rock up the hill all the time, and you kind of wonder if it is better for everyone, because surely security is one of these products that everyone needs, and we all acknowledge that. Why does it feel like we're pushing against the hill, you know, against gravity? Why isn't this being enthusiastically adopted? And it's trying to find those reasons why there is resistance to a good thing that I'm trying to search for here. And my view is I think the money is moved out of the picture, and doing things on the cheap is always hard. But, you know, might be there are other reasons as well. But, you know, always pushing is the problem. Why is this so difficult?
Because the network still works.
We need to speed this up, please.
Tom Strix, Cloudflare. First of all, Geoff, thank you very much for being up this late. I'm very well aware it's past midnight at this point, so thank you. I object to a couple of things. First of all, I do not think the application can do things independently from the network. The best example of this was a crypto hijack that happened in South Korea, I think last year, which included TLS and everything. All the entire application layer was perfectly secure, but due to the RPKI invalid hijack, they were capable of siphoning quite a few Bitcoin away from people that didn't want to see their Bitcoin siphoned. So the application is still very much independent from the network, and that's why we need to secure the network. I think an important point to make as well is that, yes, from a purely numbers perspective of how many prefixes are signed and things like that, we're not making the progress that we'd like to see. But if we then look at the traffic that we're doing, you're seeing significant uptake. And I think that's a very important component here as well. Like, infrastructure is hard, and we should applaud the work that we've been doing so far, and we should get better at doing what we're doing. But it's also very important to measure the right thing, and just absolute numbers is probably not the right thing to measure here. Thank you.
In the interest of time, yes.
Please.
Hey, Sebastian Jurges, I'll keep it very brief. I think the reason we should keep pushing for security is resiliency is the king of the game here, and you can't have resiliency unless you try to enforce it in the entire stack. And trying to focus on one area, I think, is a big fallacy that will lead to disaster. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Geoff, very much. Get well soon. Thank you.
It only hurts when I laugh.
So, where's Fredy? There's Fredy. Did you ever ask yourself what can possibly go wrong with FTTH? Huh? Let's ask Fredy. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Jan. It's a bit awkward to talk after a rock star, because usually when you share a stage with a rock star, you are before the rock star. So bear with me, please don't throw any tomatoes or eggs. So we talk about FTTH today. Quick overview. Oh, by the way, I'm Fredy Kuenzler, Init 7, and I think my first stripe was 54. So I'm an old man. Swiss telecom market, quick reminder. We have in Switzerland, we have 3 major players. They are mobile players, and they also have the largest market share on broadband. So this is probably like anywhere else in Europe. Just to give you a little context. Quick word about Init 7. So we are almost 25 now. And we are in the lovely city of Winterthur, good place to visit. We operate some infrastructure, FTTH infrastructure, along with our backbone 13030. If you add up the number, it becomes 7. The lower the number, the faster the network. Yes, we operate as of today about 320 FTTH POPs, so that you have an idea of what we're doing. We're buying layer 1 fiber from the incumbent or a utility. And this is the marketing slide I'm supposed to show by my marketing team, so we got also a number of medals. What are we talking about? We are talking about a few people or a few institutions in Switzerland. So quick crash course in Swiss politics. As we are a democracy, we have an executive. This is called Bundesrat in German, or Federal Council. We also have a legislative with 2 chambers, the National Parliament, and of course there are some laws as well, some courts as well. The one we are talking is Bundesgericht, that's the highest one, and the other one is Bundesverwaltungsgericht, the Federal Administrative Court. These 2 are important. Of course, there's also some administration. The Federal Department of Environment, Transport, Energy and Communications is caring about our industry. The DTEC and the current Bundesrat is called, his name is Albert Rösti, and if you are reminded to some Swiss speciality, Rösti is actually a food. We also have an Ofcom, a Federal Office of Communications, that's the director is Bernard Meissen. And of course, we know each other, but not from the industry, but from soccer, which is nice. Then we have the Federal Communications Commission. This is ComCom. And the current president is one of us. It's Christian Martin. He used to be at Cisco earlier and later Google. And they are this is the regulator. The legal basis of that is the telecommunications law. It's Fernmeldegesetz. And if you're already bored, this is important to understand the context. I'm sorry about that. We also have a competition commission, and this is ComCo. Don't mix it up with ComCom. So it's not my fault. In German, it's actually Wettbewerbskommission versus Kommunikationskommission, so it's a bit easier to distinguish. The current president is Laura Baudenbacher, and she is very much in this antitrust law. So please distinguish between those 2. So this was the cast, and now we're talking about some telecommunications history. You all know the history. About 25 years ago or a bit earlier, in the late 90s, most of the incumbents, they became kind of independent. The PTTs, the Post Telephone Telegraph, they were split into post services and telecommunications. And I think there are some youngsters which probably never heard of that. So this is where we come from. And at the time, a lot of competing telcos tried their luck, and they entered the market to provide better or cheaper or both services in telephony and internet. And some failed. So this was just around the 2000. Some might remember those logos. I randomly searched a few of them, and some are still around. Yeah, a lot of promises were made, a lot of big money fantasies, and some were went bankrupt. At the time, because there was only an incumbent which had 100% market share at the time in any telecommunications and especially telephony service, they need to be regulated to at least grant some halfway fair market situation for the new entrants. This happened with telecommunications law. In German, it's called Fernmeldegesetz. In Switzerland, it's a bit awkward name, but there we go. And at the time, this copper unbundling, this line to the copper line to the subscriber, they were made useful for other services than just telephony. And a lot of alternative telcos installed these DSLAMs, these DSL aggregation boxes to provide ADSL services that worked fine up to about 25 megabits. And in Switzerland, the unbundling peak was reached around 2012 with about 300K subscribers, which were really unbundled. To put that into a context, at the time, it was probably about 8, 9, 10% of all the households. Later on, DSL evolved, and the chief host came up, and VDSL2, and etc., etc. You know that they required the higher bandwidth required that there was not a technical unbundling possible. So we had the requirement was one box per copper bundle. So the unbundling was a kind of by the technical development no longer possible. And so some came up with a so-called bitstream access, which is in Germany. It's called Layer 2 BSA. I stole one of these nice pictures of Deutsche Telekom. Sorry for that, I didn't ask. So that you have an idea. It was basically one box with a VLAN for provider A, another VLAN for provider B, and the third VLAN for provider C to access their customers directly through one DSLAM. This is bitstream. But in Switzerland, we unfortunately never got bitstream because it required a law change, and it failed in 2007 that we could get bitstream access. It was actually meant as a temporary measure only, but it wasn't really introduced. Copper ULL was remained regulated, but became more and more useless because only of the bandwidth limit of only about 25 megabit, and that can't compete these days anymore. So the 300,000 subscribers, which were really unbundled, they declined over the year, and there are only a few thousand left as of today. But there was light at the end of the tunnel. We got fiber, we got FTTH. It started around 2006, mostly in urban areas. So, for example, in the city of Zurich, there was also a lot of public money invested by the utility of Zurich. They started to dig and build a lot of fiber. As of today, we have the city of Zurich has about 280,000 FTTH connections built. We are well above 2 million as of today. And if you put that in context, these are really the fiber activated, the fiber, the homes connected, and not just like in Germany, where they always say they have a lot of fiber built, but it's actually just passing the building, and there's no real connection made. So to make that not every builder, every FTTH builder invents the wheel from scratch, Ofcom invited to a round table, and they got some standardization, which was written in the couple of years after 2008, and there were like a standard, a numbering scheme, etc., which makes it really convenient these days to provision services. And the most important thing probably is there's a 4 fiber per household. So each OTO box has 4 fibers, and they could get 4 individual services. And it's open access layer 1, so everybody can access that. It's a point-to-point network topology. 2019, there was another revision of the telecommunications law, and that's the problem, or the discrepancy in the Swiss Parliament. You have, on one hand, you have the idea of a free open market in telecommunications. On the other hand, there is always, as Switzerland still owns 51% of the incumbent, they always want to get this dividend of currently about 580 million Swiss francs, or maybe 600 and something million euro every year. No one wants to touch that money flowing into the Bundeskasse. What's that? Federal fund. Yeah. So the technology agnostic regulation was actually proposed, but has not been adopted by the national parliament. And when regulation failed again, the incumbent thought, yes, that's a good moment to monopolize the network. So they announced another 1.5 million FTTH to households until 2025, but they more or less silently changed the network topology to point-to-multipoint or PON topology, and got rid of the point-to-point, which granted the open access to everyone. Later, that was actually considered as a legal obligation, but I come to that in a minute. So, what happened? It's the so-called Glasfaserstreit, and it's the fiber dispute. If you Google or the hashtag, you find a lot of stuff I wrote in the past couple of years. That kept me busy for a long time, because about 3 weeks after the announcement of Swisscom doing the point-to-multipoint, Comco came on the stage and started a preliminary investigation, which is now named as Netzbaustrategie Swisscom, network strategy, and with the number. Swisscom is actually quite a good client of Comco, because there were several cartel antitrust cases. For example, they also tried to margin squeeze broadband, etc. I mean, this is not new to you guys, because it happened all over Europe. So about half a year later, we filed a complaint, actually, when we noticed that our customer couldn't connect to our own infrastructure anymore, but we had to buy layer 2 services from the incumbent. And then we asked, we filed, and we asked Comco to investigate, but what we didn't know at the time, the investigation was already running, so we probably just gave a bit more spin to the wheel. Because only 3 months later, there was a precautionary measure of Comco happening. So Swisscom could actually, it was forbidden for them to continue with the point-to-multipoint network infrastructure, to roll out this further. Because they feared that Swisscom could actually, while this procedure of Comco was going on, they could actually do a fait accompli, and that was forbidden. But of course, Swisscom appealed against that to the Federal Administrative Court. This is, as I said before, Bundesverwaltungsgericht. And there was then later on a hearing, and this was quite an experience, me sitting in the middle with my lawyer, just me, and beside is, there was on the other side is Swisscom, and those two fighting against other. That was quite an experience. So, but as a matter of fact, they ignored, the incumbent ignored the order of Comco. They just continued to build the fiber as they wanted in a point-to-multipoint structure. In total, we don't know exactly the number, but this is my assumption based on a lot of facts. There were about 750,000 plugs or households built the wrong way, the illegal way. And then later in 2022, there was our great aim, and I have to confess, we opened the bottle. It was a good moment for us and for the market and for the telecom market as a general. We won, and there were about 220 pages, and it was 100% victory for Comco and us. So that was in that sense remarkable, because they in this decision of the court, it says they did it on purpose and it's all their own fault if they have to fix it now. So they stopped to market some ready for market FTTH, which gave some problems also by the end customer. They were happy to get fiber, and the day after they couldn't get fiber anymore. That was a bit sad, but yeah, it wasn't their fault. The decision was about 1 year later confirmed by the federal court, and while this precautionary measure were finally decided, the main proceedings is still going on. We got a decision earlier this year. It was announced in April 2024. We won again, another 200 pages. So I'm now really used to this letter, all this paperwork. And they got the fine of 18.4 million, what they have to pay. But of course, they appealed again, and it's now again at the Federal Administrative Court pending. So this is what I already said, 750,000 FTTH are illegal. They have to fix that, otherwise they cannot market them anymore. The so-called feeder cleanup project, as they name it, this is underway. Maybe as of today, there are some 300,000 plus, which still needs to be converted. A lot of are already fixed. So what we can say is point to multipoint is history as of today and forever, because, I mean, as you all know, fiber infrastructure will last for decades. And so we won this case for the sake of the Swiss economy and the end users. So that gives some new opportunities for everybody. And of course, we try to use these opportunities. Most of the other service providers, they do XGS-PON as of today, based on point-to-point. They still have the splitters, but the splitters, they are built, they are installed in the central offices. So point-to-multipoint topology works on point-to-point, but not the other way around. Ourselves, we and some other service providers, we do more Ethernet stuff and not XGS-PON, despite that XGS-PON is certainly a lot cheaper for the investment by one subscriber. And we also use this latest Cisco gear. Actually, this gear is not really meant for FTTH purpose, but more like data center things, but we're quite happy with it. There was I think 2 years back, a presentation of Pascal. He's also around. I noticed him, yeah, over there, giving some insights about our gear, what we and our experience, what we have made. And the new opportunities, we have now a new product called Ethernet 7. It's actually based on EVPN VXLAN, which is normally used in data centers, but we use it all over Switzerland. It's a carrier Ethernet service, like it's available for quite a while from the incumbent, but there was never competition. And here you see now the effect of the so-called Glasfaserstreit, of the fiber dispute we achieved. We can compete them now in a product in a field which was without competition, and we can sell it a lot cheaper and a lot better, because as of today, 10 megabits, a plug with 10 megabits still is around 310 Swiss francs in rural areas. And then we thought, well, we could do something cool for the community on our infrastructure, and it's called Exchange 7. So this is probably it's still very experimental. We just installed this IXP manager and tried to set up an internet exchange where you can actually use your home plug, your home OTO to get connected. As I said before, about 2 million, more than 2 million OTOs are already capable to connect. We're certainly available also in most Swiss data centers to connect to this new exchange. We're not sure yet if it's really going to work out and if we keep it on a long run. But it's an experiment we can do on this infrastructure, and I think well, some people like it. We also got already this the IXP allocation from RIPE NCC, and we're happy about that. So if you like the idea and want to connect, talk to us, to Anita or myself, or send an email. And then there was also, if you want to further reading about the topic fiber optic dispute, we wrote quite a long article, about 15 minutes to read. It's available in French, Italian, English, and certainly German. Sorry, no Czech, but yeah. That's the story of with all the details. We also did a fiber map. This, I think it's also kind of cool, where you, oops, what happened?
You clicked in the middle.
Oh. Well, something happened. Can you read it? Okay, well, you can read it. Yeah, you can use that QR code if you want to try it out. You can zoom to and see every house where fiber 7 or our products are available, which buildings are already connected. And then that's me, and that's it. Thank you.
So I didn't want to put more pressure on you. I just stood up because I saw you were towards the end of the presentation. But it's okay. We don't have any questions. I didn't see any online. No, okay, we have Daniel. So before the question, I wanted to say, you know, to connect to what was presented earlier about the Czech holidays. You know, in Switzerland, every Sunday is level 3. Right.
Not quite everywhere.
Yeah, but
actually, where I live, I'm living in a new place for about 4 months now, and so this is a tower with 15 floors, and I'm on floor 12, and I take the elevator, step out, and step in, and then I'm in a 24/7 Migros. Ooh. Yep. So I can even shop at 2 o'clock in the morning, but there's no alcohol.
Yep.
There's no alcohol.
Because they cannot check IDs.
Yeah.
24 hours. Yes. Daniel.
Yeah. Did you get any bad press when basically the incumbent customers couldn't get the fiber connected?
Of course. Especially in the Romandie, in the French-speaking part. There was spread, the rumor spread, oh, there's some silly provider in the Deutschsprachigen, in the German-speaking. These idiots, they keep you from connecting to the fiber, yeah. And so that's a little sacrifice we have to bring.
Okay, little question more. How much revenue or turnover have you missed because of this? Have you ever?
Well. We're going to sue them because there's I think on Ziffer on number 836 whatever of about 1,000 it says please sue them. Well, it doesn't say please sue them, but you can understand it like that. Yeah, couple of millions probably over a couple of years. Yeah, but I think in general the total cost of the incumbent is probably about 1 billion, but they never will confirm it, of course.
I don't think we have any questions online. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, before we close the session, 2 things. One is please rate the talks, so let the program committee know if you liked them or not. If there's any comment you have about them, so you help us decide for the next meetings. And then Jan has a message for you.
Yes, so with my hat of the NOMCOM chair, thank you, Ondřej and the board for appointing me. Yep. Yes, Thanks.
It left.
So please volunteer for the nomination committee. We will have to choose the right chair and vice chair for the next 5-year term. And if you have attended at least 3 out of 5 last RIPE meetings, you're eligible to volunteer for the NomCom. There will be a selection that is completely random. And I think after this meeting, we will announce who is in the NomCom. So please, I send the email to the community mailing list with all the instructions how to apply. There is also link somewhere here. Please, we need as many good volunteers as possible. Thank you.
And enjoy the rest of the meeting.
So.
Check, 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 check. Probably talk about this loud. Yep. Cool.
That's okay.
What did I do this time?
My brain was working out at that point. You have a room? You have a room?
Hey. Možná se to dá nastavit, ale tam se nedá. Ale jak jsem říkal, já o tom zapomínám. Úplně stejný to funguje v inboxu. Ale víme zhruba. To dělá vždycky. Ale musí to odsouhlasit pan král. A mně to vlastně úplně jedno, ale...
Good afternoon, everyone. Take your seat.
fasten your seatbelts. We are going to have the second session of the afternoon. My name is Antonio. I'm chairing this session with Doris, who is sitting here. She's going to look at the Meet Echo chats for Q&A. We start with the first presenter, who is Richard Patterson from Sky. IPv6 only with IPv4 as a service using MAPT. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou katoa. My name is Richard Patterson, and I'm a network architect for Sky over in the UK. About 5 years ago, I spoke at UK NOF about how we had just recently finished building and had launched a brand new greenfield fixed line broadband network over in Italy for Sky Italia. I covered how we're using unbundled GPON in the access network through to EVPN to carry the Ethernet frames across our metro networks, segment routing in the core, and finally the BNG or subscriber termination layer, where I touched on the use of MAPT for IPv4 address sharing. That network in Italy has been growing quite rapidly over the last few years. We have almost, not quite 100% of all customers over there using MAPT now. So MAPT's been working well. We've decided to bring that over to the existing UK network. So there are things that are different in a brownfield deployment and that's compared to a greenfield deployment, which we'll get to in a moment, but a quick recap on what MAPT is. So mapping of address and port using translation. It's one of a few IPv4 as a service technologies, which is basically a colloquialism for delivering IPv4 connectivity over IPv6 or using IPv6. They all generally also have the ability to do IPv4 address sharing as well. So you can group these IPv4 as a service technologies into the ones that are using translation versus encapsulation. Those that are using translation can be further distinguished by ones that are doing stateful versus stateless NAT64. And then are they using traditional stateful carrier grade NAT for IPv4 address sharing or the newer algorithmically done address plus port technology? That's stateless. They all have their pros and cons. So to help you evaluate which is best for your use case, you can check out RFC 9313. So MAP itself comes in two flavors. There's the encapsulation version, which has more per packet overhead because you're whacking an entire V6 40-byte header on top of the V4 payload. But the IPv4 header remains intact when it pops out the other side. The translation version, there's fewer bytes of overhead, not zero. It's because you're swapping the 20-byte V4 header for the 40-byte IPv6 header, or 48 if you include the V6 fragmentation header. And that translation isn't lossless. So there are attributes and options within a V4 header that just don't exist in a V6 header. It does, however, leave the layer 4 header exposed if for any hashing or inspection you may need to do. And one of the features I think is quite cool is that the translation to the V6 destination is predictable. So you can address your CDNs and other servers and stuff out of that predictable range, and you can get this thing I call border relay bypass, where you can serve IPv4 only eyeballs from IPv6 only content servers. As mentioned, the UK deployment is a slightly different topology to our Italian deployment. In Italy, we went to RFP for everything. So when we did the BNG selection, we chose a BNG that could do MAPT border relay function natively on it. In the UK, we already have our BNGs. They don't support this function. So we went for an off-box border relay solution elsewhere in the network. Again, it's more of a traditional network compared to Italy. In Italy, we got to use EVPNs and segment routing. In the UK, it's more of a traditional network with targeted LDP pseudo-wires to the BNG and then 6PE across from the BNG to the border relays. The border relays themselves, they're actually a two-box solution that we've gone for. The absolute majority of traffic is translated by a Lightspeed Plus based Cisco ASR 9903. But there's still a small percentage of traffic that needs to be punted off box to an exception handler for special treatment. And this is the Catalyst 8500 that we're using for that function. Now, there's quite a few packet types which could be considered exception traffic, depending on your vendor selection. With the Lightspeed Plus, we're quite lucky in the sense that it can handle most things in hardware natively on the Lightspeed Plus. The only things that really get punted off to the Catalyst 8500 are packets that are too big and need fragmentation, or packets that are already fragmented and need reassembly for translation. In UK, our whole network is built around 4 supercore sites where we have a BGP-free pure P layer. All of our border relays are hanging off, our PEs hanging off those P nodes in those 4 centralized supercore POPs. We haven't, depending on the traffic, how the traffic behaves going forward, we haven't decided whether we're going to scale that solution horizontally at those 4 sites, or whether we distribute and we put more border relays closer down to the subscriber to 31 satellite POPs where we also have BNGs. It doesn't really make any sense to go beyond that, beyond the BNG, because packets need to be routed via the BNG anyway. So because MAP-T is stateless, we can do things like anycast for resiliency. So we anycast all of the IPv6 prefixes from all of the border relays southbound to the BNG, and we anycast all of the v4 prefixes northbound to the pairing transit and CDN and what have you. So flows, ingress and egress flows can be asymmetric and go by any of these border relays. Likewise, because it's stateless, and now that we're using anycast, we can actually use ECMP for load balancing across devices as well. So because there's no need for expensive state signaling, multiple flows to one user, end user can go via multiple BRs at different locations. This did, however, raise an issue that we had in our network, which was our pairing transit vendor hashes fragments differently. So the initial fragment with a layer 4 header can get hashed one way, in this example, up via Telehouse London, and then all the subsequent fragments that don't have a layer 4 header will get hashed differently and could end up on completely different border relays. This is actually probably the main reason why we haven't quite got to 100% of MAP-T footprint in Italy. Not because we don't anycast in Italy, but the same hashing algorithm is generally used across a chassis for all types of hashing, including across lag bundle members. So yeah, even though we're not using anycast from different border relays in Italy, the fragments may land on different line cards or indeed different ASICs on the same line card. We've mitigated this problem by going around our UK network and enabling layer 3 only hashing. Hopefully at some point we'll go back to Italy and retrofit that and finally be able to turn off dual stack and DHCP4. Now, the anycast doesn't just follow the IGP shortest path. We use BGP policies to steer traffic to the closest or the most optimal border relay. Subscribers that terminate in the supercore BNGs right next to a border relay, they'll use those border relays, local ones, as primary. If that fails, then flows will fail back across to the remaining 3 sites evenly. And for subscribers that terminate in those satellite POPs further down on the network, they tend to use prefer the 2 border relays at the parent supercore sites that satellite POP parents to. If we do decide to go distributed, then that one will pick up as primary, and only if that one fails will the 2 parent supercore POPs pick that up. Just to help visualize that, a subscriber terminated in Telehouse London would prefer Telehouse London under BAU. Unless it were to fail, flows go to the other 3 sites. Subscriber terminating a satellite POP would prefer both Telehouse London and Brick Lane if they were both active. One's failed, so the other one picks up the slack. And if we go to distributed, the distributed one is primary unless it were to fail. So the statelessness, or MapT being stateless, is great because it allows us to use cheaper, more scalable hardware. Allows us to use Anycast for resiliency and ECMP for load balancing. But to get that statelessness, the complexity has been removed from the forwarding plane, and it's had to go not into the control plane, but into what I call the administrative plane. So unlike traditional carrier grade NAT methods, which will dynamically and efficiently allocate ports as required, in MAP gets its statelessness by using a predetermined algorithm plus a configurable map rules to bind the user's v6 prefix to a v4 address and a port set ID. Now that binding is fixed, so it's a fixed sharing ratio. In Italy, we use a 16:1 sharing ratio. In the UK, we've gone for an 8:1 sharing ratio. Not for any technical reasons. You could absolutely push this much higher than even 16:1 if your local regulations allow it. So the 8:1 sharing ratio profile is our default, which we expect the absolute majority, 90-something% of customers to be in. But we also have a 1:1 profile, which we're still using MapT to deliver IPv4 as a service instead of falling back to dual stack, but that customer still gets the entire v4 address to use for themselves. We've built 2 processes so that customer can opt out of address sharing to the 1:1 profile. We put a lot of effort into developing a automated or proactive opt-out approach. This is where we listen to notifications that are being sent by the CPE, the SkyHub, or the MySky app, whenever a user toggles UPnP or DMZ or does port forwarding. We will apply the 1:1 profile. We'll have to disconnect the customer because they need to reconnect to obtain a new DHBv6 lease with a different set of MapT rules. And there's also a reactive journey as well for humans to manually be able to do it. We use port-based authentication for all of our subscribers. This means we don't pay attention to any usernames or passwords or anything. We look for information that is inserted by the access node into the DHCP messaging, specifically the remote ID, which is DHBv6 option 37, and in v4 it's option 82.2. In dual stack land, either v4 or v6 could trigger authentication, but in MapT we rely on DHBv6, so we should really only be seeing DHBv6 for this. In Italy, greenfield network deployment, we had no legacy technical debt. We knew that all CPEs we were sending to customers supported MapT, so we could forcibly use MapT, force MapT on them. In the UK, we've already got an existing over 6 million customers. We have to be a bit more graceful and or opportunistic with our enablement process. So we rely on a CPE that supports MapT, asking for MapT, and then we'll give it a DHBv6 lease with MapT options. It asks for MapT by including the standard MapT option, option 95, in the DHBv6 option request option in the DHBv6 solicit. However, only about 70% of our wholesalers' access network actually supports lightweight DHBv6 relay agent, or LDRA, which is required to insert that information into the DHCP messaging. So we have, for about 30% of these customers, we have to rely on DHBv4 to bootstrap authentication, and then we can go through v6 and give them MapT. We obviously don't want to burn any more public IPv4 addresses than we have to. So for these bootstrapped v4 sessions, we give them a private RFC 6598 address, which is not usable. So we were relying on DHBv6 option 95 before to tell us that that CPE supports MapT. Option 95 doesn't exist in DHBv4, so we had to get creative. We already use option 60 or vendor class ID for a bunch of other things. So we appended a MapT string on the end of that so that we could signal inside DHCP-v4 that, hey, this CPE itself supports MAP-T. We also saw during our trials that there are CPEs out there that don't support MAP-T, but still ask for MAP-T by including option 95. OpenWRT's DHCP-v6 client is the main culprit for this. So whilst it's greedy by default, it includes a whole bunch of options. So they will get a v4 lease that's broken, and they'll also get v6 lease, and they'll have working v6, but we'll expect them to use MAP-T, which they won't. The good thing about OpenWRT is it does actually support MAP-T, but it's not installed by default. So you have to install the map package to get MAP-T working. So that's an easy fix. The long-term fix would be for us to change the default behavior of OpenWRT's DHCP-v6 client. Now, Ubiquiti's Unify routers also use OpenWRT's or the same DHCP-v6 client, but they don't have a map package. They don't support MAP-T. So the only real user fix that they can do, or users can do there, is to disable IPv6 to force DHCP-v4 authentication. The alternative is they can escalate sufficiently through our call center and then hopefully be able to disable MAP-T on the network side. So again, to help visualize this logic, this authentication logic, either DHCP-v6 or v4 can trigger an authentication request. The first thing that Radius does is check to see whether we've actually finished enabling and configuring the BNGs to know about MAP-T, which we have done now. Our entire BNG estate does support MAP-T. So the next thing it does is check for the presence of that option 95. If that DHCP-v6 option 95 doesn't exist, it then looks and does a regex match for that string in DHCP-v4 option 60. If either of those exist, then it checks for the disable profile, followed finally by should they be opted out to 1-to-1 or use the default 8-to-1. CDN steering is another thing, well, it's a thing that sort of becomes a bit more challenging in this IPv4 as a service world, or indeed even a traditional carrier-grade NAT world where your IPv4 topology is different from your IPv6 topology. So we've got CDN caches quite deep into our network at those satellite pops I mentioned earlier. So the happy path for IPv6 eyeballs is that we'd steer them directly to their closest CDN cache. The unhappy path then for IPv4 eyeballs is that we'd still use that same CDN cache, but that gets tromboned back up to our centralized sites where the border relays are for translation before coming back down again to the subscriber. Some CDN providers use the source address of a DNS query for these steering decisions. eDNS, and it's usually the recursive name servers, which isn't very helpful. eDNS client subnet, ECS, has come along, and that embeds the original source IP of the query into the payload so they can make more informed decisions. However, this doesn't really help us in this situation. So what the authoritative name servers need to do these days now is to actually make decisions not just on the ECS value, but also the query type. Is the query type for an A record for v4, or is it query type a quad A query for v6, as well as the ECS value? So until such time as the CDN and authoritative name servers just do that and catch up, it's going to take a while. We're having to do the logic for them. So we have 6 Anycast sites for our recursive DNS platform. We're only giving these MAP-T customers the v6 VIPs for recursive DNS. So the DNS queries are always going to come over IPv6 to our recursive name platform. It does that logic I just mentioned. So it checks to see whether the query type, if it's for a quad A, it'll just insert the v6 ECS value as normal. But if it's an A record query, then it will do a lookup internally. It'll try and find out the MAP-T IPv4 address that customer is using, and it'll synthesize that IPv4 ECS value before forwarding it up. So again, happy path now for both. IPv6 eyeballs can go direct to the local CDN cache, but IPv4 eyeballs can be steered towards the centralized CDN cache. We now have a vested interest in making as much of our content as possible IPv6. So both of our flagship video products, Sky Glass and Sky Stream, are now supporting IPv6 since QS 3.1, which is already live. I mentioned that the complexity has been moved from the forwarding plane before to the administrative plane and the complications of that. Now your IPv4 consumption is directly tied to the IPv6 consumption, your DHPV6 pools. So previously, we had automation for our DHPV4 pool management. So we had really granular DHPV4 pools to get the most efficiency out of them, and that required a lot of automation to shuffle things around all the time. But then in V6, we just threw a massive, big, large IPv6 prefix into the DHPV6 pool, enough to satisfy the whole scale of the BNG, and then we didn't have to worry about automation. If we were to do that with MapT, or with this, then that large IPv6 prefix would consume a whole bunch of IPv4 that we don't necessarily want to waste. So automation is important for MapT these days. One of the complaints I hear from other CPEs who are interested in MapT is there's a lack of MapT support on CPEs. So we were lucky enough to build an in-house device using the open source RDKB, but OpenWRT, despite the issue I mentioned before, is also a very great solution. As I mentioned, the map package isn't installed by default. And there's also a recent bug that's been introduced by the migration from IP tables to NetFilter, which I'm sure they'll fix at some point. Kinetic, these guys were really proactive. They reached out following our launch in Italy, and they now have their own support in their devices. And the Fritzbox. These guys have been hard at work to build their own support in Fritz, which is awesome. It's in the lab version now. If you go into the WAN IPv6 settings and tick that box, it will work for you. And apparently, TP-Link and Zixel also have support, which I have not been able to validate or test myself. That's all the main content. I wanted to end on this last little bonus slide, which is unexpected DDoS protection. So packets that come in that are malformed will just hit our border relays, not be translated, and just drop on the floor. So yeah, bonus DDoS protection. And that's it. And a couple of minutes for Q&A.
Any questions for Richard? Yes, please.
Hi, Lee Howard, IPv4.global by Hilco Streambank. It won't surprise you that I have a question. You said you were detecting UPnP packets and then kicking them out of the profile if that's detected because you assume that they need port forwarding. Are you detecting that on the CPE or the BNG or the BR?
Yeah, it's out of band signaling. So we're not using the UPnP add port maps requests in natively. We're doing out of band signaling. At one point we looked at whether we would just sort of allow it for ports because 8 to 1. There's a good number of ports that a customer does have. So should we just give them a port that they need? If they ask for a port that they have, should we just give it to them?
Right.
But previous test results from years ago looks like that applications, Xbox for example, are just stubborn. They want 3074. If you give me 3074 and just don't try any other ports. So we kind of we threw that idea away and we just went, yeah, if they turn on UPnP full stop, we will just opt them out.
Fair enough. You also said, nope, forgot the other question.
Cool. Easy.
Here.
David Lamparter. There's like a whole bunch of ways you can configure the address sharing, like size of the pool, but also whether it's contiguous or not. Did any specific variations cause issues with specific CPEs, or did that turn out to be reliable?
So I think the one suggestion or recommendation, I'm not sure if it's a recommendation of the RFC or just people saying it, is to use a 6-bit offset so that you avoid all of the privileged ports you don't want to source port from TCP/80. So we did that. If we didn't, would it have been a problem? Don't know. But it's interesting you do say that right now. There's a bug that sort of just happened like last week where we're not calculating the PCID value correctly. We're missing a few bits. Because we have a fixed range, we're not hitting that problem. So we'll get the bug fixed, but we're not hitting it.
But no CPEs erupted in flames on specific combinations.
To be honest, we didn't go it wasn't sort of, let's test all possible combinations and work backwards. We went, how do we want to design our map rules? We knew the sharing ratio we wanted. Yeah.
Last one.
Hello, Kostas Zorbadelos from NTT. You have a ton of stuff in your presentation.
Yes.
You have done amazing work. In a previous lifetime, we had implemented something similar with a competing standard called lightweight 4/6.
Yeah.
My question is, you mentioned about the DHCP. So you are using the DHCP functionality on the BNGs, or you have an external box that handles DHCP?
Yeah, we use a local DHCP v6 server on the BNG. And yeah, I mentioned before that the BNG doesn't know about MapT. It doesn't, but our BNG vendor in the UK is it's very powerful. There's a very powerful vendor out there that does it, and we can just throw in, you know, hex codes, hex string into it. So our automation platform will just basically say this option, option 95, here are the hex encoded map rule as a string.
So the DHCP process is in the BNG. Correct. Or you in the BNG?
Yep.
Would you care to share your BNG vendor?
Yeah, I guess it's Nokia 7750.
Okay.
So it's by far one of the powerfulest BNGs I've found. It's expensive, but great. I shouldn't say that publicly, I guess.
Thank you. Excellent work.
Doris.
So, I mean, by now we have 2 questions on Amit Echo, but I think we only have time for one. One question is from Dmitry Serbulov. He asked, do we have same open source MapT software for Linux?
For the border relay, yeah, there's a few. There's at least Joule, J-O-L, I think it's in a branch. It's not in the mainline release. Seems to be pretty, works quite well. It's there were conversations on, you know, do we home grow our own solution? Do we use an open source product? But yeah, yeah, and I think, Sander, did you have one at one point? No? Okay, sorry.
Okay, thank you,
cool.
Richard.
Thank you.
Okay, now for the IETF slot, we have Benoit, who is talking about next era of network management operations at IETF.
So welcome to this session. So I'm actually not alone. We've got Mirjam here as well. So what I want to do this session is introduce a new network management workshop organized by the IETF. It's called the Next Era of Network Management Operations. So my name is Benoit Claise, and I'm a member of the program committee. Right. Okay. So if you have to pay attention to one slide only, this is this one. So next era of network management operation NEMOPS, organized by the IETF. So who knows about the IETF? Who is, oh, 2 hands, great. Who is working with the IETF? Who knows about the IAB? Internet, oh, pretty good. So I went to LACNOC a couple of weeks ago, and the answers were slightly different. So this workshop is a virtual workshop for 3 days, 3 hours per day, so not full day. You are invited. So how to participate? Ideally, you have a submission paper, but you could also fill in the survey, which is for which we've got the QRC code there and helping us. So Mirjam, IAB member, and we are here for the entire week. For any questions you might have on the IETF, on the workshop, on what we're doing. So the ideal plan is that we speak to a lot of operators this week. So we've been having this habit to work with the NOCs, right, in the IETF. Why? Well, to listen to the operator concerns, specifically whenever we develop the protocols, the architecture, the data models, to explore technologies, but also to listen to you whenever you operators try to deploy it and you say, beep, doesn't work as easily it should be working. So basically it's to bring the gap between the IETF and the developments and the real world deployment. And we want to understand your views. In the IETF, I believe that maybe there is bias towards the vendor. We don't have enough operators, right? And that's a concern. And we always be listening to the operators. I mean, we say that in the IETF, everybody is individual, is equal, but if you refer to the book of George Orwell, Animal Farm, we're all equal, but some of us are more equal than the others, right? So when I was an area director, I would listen more carefully to what an operator would be telling compared to what a vendor would be telling. So to address this, the IETF took two different initiatives. The first one is to create a new working group called Operator Network Management. Sorry, Network Management Operations, right? So I'm going to mention this later on. It's based on experiments. And maybe we forgot in the IETF that the motto is running code. So rough consensus and running code. The second thing is that we created this workshop. And we're going to publish the result of the survey. We are reaching out to the operators. We heard it too many times, like, okay, come and work with us. Actually, it doesn't always work with busy operators. That's why part of this program committee, we decided to reach out. So as I mentioned, I went to LACNOC like a couple of weeks ago and discussed with many operators. Some of our colleagues went to NANOC last week, and we are here this week. But not only for just half an hour slot, but to discuss with many of you. And we're going to submit the survey result as a position paper, and we will have the workshop. So let me show you what I believe is a good use case. Maybe 3-4 years ago, we had several operators who get together and said, you know, it's a little bit difficult to stream all these Yang data the way I want. And actually, it's streaming from a router to a collector through Kafka until a time series database, and I want to keep the semantic. And I want to do that very easily. Exactly like when I use IPFix, it's easy, I stream, I get the IPFix information elements or NetFlow, and they arrive directly, and my analytics could be using information. Now, when trying to deploy this simple use case, we realized a couple of things that we need to change this telemetry. First of all, it should be able to run on UDP to be faster, like IPFix NetFlow. It should be able to stream directly from the line card and not go from the raw processor with a bottleneck. It should be able to send metadata with the information, because in the tool chain, we need to send when it was observed, because if you extract, transform, load, etc., you're losing the information. It's not like a syslog message where you say, oh, the time is the time I received a syslog message. Well, no. And we want to be able to import this in time series database. So that's a good example of what we've been doing with operators and experiments. And for now, we've got up to 6 drafts that are in the NetConf working group just for that. But more importantly, it's done with hackathon for maybe the 5 or 6 hackathons. So a lot of you know about the IETF, great. So these are the results in the world. Some issues are easy to resolve. You can read the first 3 ones. The one that are harder is that don't have enough time, which is a pretty fair comment if you're an operator or if you're dealing with a real network, right? The one that concerns us a lot is the last one. Don't feel my operator input is welcome. If it's your case, I would like to know more about this, right? We would like to know more about this. Now, we've got a chance to get Mirjam here. Mirjam was the IAB chair for 4 years, still in the IAB. And when I print to LACNOG, the distinction between IETF, IAB, IRTF was not clear. So here, if you could explain to us a little bit what is the role of the IAB and how it fits in there.
Yes, exactly. So IAB is the Internet Architecture Board, but as we all know, there is no Internet architecture. So the question what we're doing is like very obvious. Besides some administrative stuff, we are doing what we call architecture oversight. So what that means is actually we're looking in the IETF, but also outside of the IETF about things that are missing, kind of. What is missing in the discussion? What's missing in the technical work we're doing? Where can we help to facilitate people come together and talk about something? And that's kind of often the technical work we're doing. It's looking at this kind of high-level picture, looking at the gaps, trying to reach out, trying to organize people talking to each other and starting discussion. And one of the tools we're using for this are workshops. And this is exactly that. We want to reach out. We want to have input from other people than we usually see in the IETF. And we want to start a discussion. And workshop is never the end of a discussion. It's always the start of a discussion. It's trying to figure out what are the emergent technologies, what problems we need to solve, what are the things that we need to do next, and then bring them into the IETF, bring them in the discussion, and then bring them into the technical work and standardization. Maybe one more note on this one is also workshops are one of the tools, and we're doing this right now to start the discussion, but there are also other tools, for example, like programs, if you need a more long-lasting discussion, for example. So we are looking at this, and that's the role why the IAB is involved, because we're trying to really facilitate this discussion. You want to add something?
Very good. You want to say one word or two on difference between RTF and
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, I can also explain this picture a little bit if you want me to. So there's actually two leadership groups in the IETF. One is the IAB doing this architecture oversight. The other one is the IESG, that is actually the area directors that care about the management of the IETF. So you have all these different areas doing the technical work, and then maybe also the IRTF is a very interesting part of it, which is operating research groups and brings in the research community. And that has been a very valuable exchange, having people from the research community bringing input, similar valuable as the operators' input we need.
Very good. Thank you, Mirjam.
Thank you.
So this workshop is about the ops part, which is at the same time operations and management, where the management is about protocols data model and the operation is how to deploy, right? So it's not the first workshop done on network management. Around 2000, I know it shows my age, but there was like a workshop about how does network management work, right? This workshop in 2002, and by the way, we went to, I mean, not we, I was not there, RIPE to Nanook, etc. And what happened there is that people were using SNMP, but it was never used for configuration. And people were asking why. So out of this workshop came up a very interesting RFC. If you deal with network automation with operation itself, read that RFC, and specifically the section about operator requirements. I'm going to read just a couple of them. And this section is like 14 entries, very easy. So it says, it's necessary to make a clear distinction between configuration of data that describes operational state and statistics. Number 4, it's necessary to enable operators to concentrate on configuration of the network as a whole, rather than individual devices. So requirements on the left and recommendation on the right. If I read this, just one of them, right? But if you've got like 10 minutes from time to time, it's a good refresh. The workshop recommends, with strong consensus from both protocol developers and operators, that the IETF focus resources on the standardization of configuration management mechanisms. So that leads to what? To the creation of the NetConf working group. That created the NetConf protocol and the RESTConf, and there was CoreConf. That created as well the YANG as a data modeling language. That created YANG as network elements, as service YANG, etc., etc. The entire shift towards data model-driven management, where when we have a data model, we can generate an API. So we could start programming the network, which was not the case with SNMP, because SNMP could not be used for config. It still do a good job for monitoring. So I want to show a couple of initiatives that are happening in the IETF. So NetConf working group, I mentioned that. We're working on NetConf next, ResConf next. The NetMod one is the one that works on the Yang as a data modeling language, right? We speak about versioning, things like that. The NMOP, Network Management Operation, is the new one I mentioned with 3 experiments. Remember the Yang push integration into Kafka and time series? This is becoming a group item. The thing that I like about this working group is that it's only whenever we finish the experiments that we're going to publish this as RFCs. So it might be taking maybe a year or 2. It doesn't matter. We have to go back to rough consensus and running code. The second one is about anomaly detection and incident management, right? So when I speak with operators and I ask, how many people do you have doing AI and ML? The average is between 1 and 2, maybe 1. So we know that ML will have an important input to operations. But what we see is that if all the ML guy in each operator is trying to look at the same mechanisms, we're not going to go anywhere. So there's a mechanism on how we're going to, and I start to see happening where operators start to share their incident with others under NDA. The next step, they will be sharing the incident data because they're thinking, it took me like 7 minutes to find it. Maybe if you put your ML guy on it, it takes you like 3 minutes with a confidence level of 50%. So we will need to compare those. And the third experiment is about digital map modeling on how we want to have the multi-layer topology view of, physical and routing and service and application, but all connected with each other. And that's a link with the last entry, which is called IV, that stands for inventory, where we want to have the ability to model the hardware, the software, the licensing, and all of these things. And I want to spend one specific slide on green, getting ready for energy efficient network. So this brand new working group, so maybe like 15 years ago, there was a working group called Energy Management that was dealing with MIP modules. We know that MIP is not there to, SNMP is not there to configure networks. And for whatever reason, I could go back to history, it didn't take off. Now we're telling, can we redo this? Explore the use cases, derive the requirements, provide solutions. Now, green, it's like very broad, right? So if you're an operator and you've got requirements in there, we are actually looking at all different use cases. Some of them are defined in the charter. And the IETF is in next week in Dublin, right? So, and it's not going to be MIP, obviously, it's going to be about Yang. Why? Because it's about energy efficient. It means that there is some control in there, right? So configuration, not MIP, Yang in this case.
Yeah, Benoit, and maybe I can add to this one. This came out of an IAB workshop. And then we also created a program around it to actually focus the discussion on the points. What's the work that can be done in the IETF? What are the parts where we can help with standardization to address like a much bigger problem? And so part of this is that this working group, which just got chartered and will meet the first time next week in Dublin, is focusing, first of all, on metrics and frameworks. But then we will also have a side meeting, which is called Sustain RG. So we were also trying to charter a research group in the IRTF to actually connect this to all the research questions that are out there for the bigger picture.
And that's a very good point, which reinforces the fact that the programs, as you said, is the beginning of something. That led, in this case, to a new working group. That led to potentially something in the RTF. So we're hoping a lot about this new workshop about network management. Remember, NEMOPS. 22 years later, it's about time, maybe, right? We might be telling that we're slow in the IETF. I would accept all criticism. but regardless, we should do it. So what are the objectives? And I will have maybe a few minutes towards the end, so feel free to prepare whatever feedback you want. Roses, tomatoes, whatever, I'm fine, right? So the first objective is to review the outcome of the previous workshop. It took us 22 years, right? But we still see a lot of SNMP. We still see people configuring the CLI, right, with some tools. So it means that somehow we want to understand what are the operational barriers that prevent you to deploy what we're doing in the IETF. And maybe you could be telling, okay, this is crap, fine. Not everything in my use case, fine. I don't have the right tool. I work with open source. There is no tools, whatever. Why is this not deployed? Now we want to understand the new requirements. Is maybe because, you know, I have like a requirements that all vendors must implement that series of Yang modules. And series could be IETF, OpenConfig, you name it, right? So unless this is done, it's not going to work. So all these new requirements that you have, we want to understand. And then exactly like we shared the RFC 4545 requirements, recommendation. We would like to have the same thing. And yes, it's going to take some time, right? But this is something that we have to do. So how to participate? Well, the best is that you have a position paper. And that's a way to be invited to the workshop, right? It doesn't have to be long. If it's half a page, this is fine. If it's an intention to write a paper, send it already. The deadline is November 17th. Send it sooner if you want. So now writing a paper takes some time. What you could be doing is you discuss with us here, and we're collecting information from LACNOC, NANOC, here RIPE, and we're going to try to have an overview of all the feedback that we heard. The next thing, which doesn't cost too much, this is like fill in the survey over there. Right. Good. Take a picture. So, and don't forget that we are here, Mirjam and I, during the entire week for any questions. What I would dream to have is that we fill in the survey together. I don't want to influence you, but I want to say, look, we've got this effort in the IETF. Do you know about that? Oh, yeah. And this question, what do you mean inventory? Is this the inventory of this, or inventory of that, or etc.? Just to get more feedback.
So maybe also one more word here. So you said this is an invitation-only workshop, like all IAB workshops, but that's not to exclude anybody. It's because the workshops we run are very interactive. So we want actually a workshop where everybody who's in the room can contribute and participate in the discussion. And in order to organize the workshop to understand what we want to discuss, we need your input. So this is just a mechanism for you to tell us what we need to know to organize the workshop. And if you tell us something that is in scope and interest for the workshop, we will invite you. That's how it works.
Very good. So at this point in time, we're ready for any feedback that you might want to have. What I have as well, while we're giving this, these are examples of questions that you would have in the survey. Think about those. And I could go through some of them if you want, but we've got some feedback already.
Hi, Lee Howard from IPv4.global by Hilco Stream Bank. It's a lot of syllables. Thank you for doing this. I wish I had done this when I was in the IAB. I'm embarrassed that I didn't get to it, so good job. I would like to, can you give examples, since most of the people in this room have not seen or read a position paper, what kinds of things would you look for in a position paper to help influence the direction of the workshop?
I'll start and you will complement this. So what I've seen, because we started to receive position paper, and there are things like, okay, the IETF is not efficient in that area. And I cannot apply what you, the technology that you provide the IETF because A, B, C, and D. As a consequence, I believe the IETF has to work differently, and this is the way that I would propose them. So this is a typical thing that we receive as a position paper. And some of them are just 2 pages. Some of them are longer. So I gave you the perfect example because it's exactly what we wanted to have, but actually any feedback from the operator is welcome. So there is not like a well-structured format of, you have to answer those questions.
So also one thing to understand is that like this is not a workshop where every paper will be presented. So sometimes we have like actually real more like research papers where there's a bigger analysis, and sometimes we pick those papers and ask them to present them because that provides the needed background knowledge for everybody. But everybody else in the workshop is just there to like participate in the discussion. So what we really need is like, what's your contribution to the discussion? And particularly if you have like new requirements or barriers or it's some experience you want to share, that's really valuable for the discussion. So if you just write this down in a short position paper, that's what we want. That's totally enough.
Did you finish the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so
this is background slides
perfect.
for you to read
So
whenever you prepare your
questions.
survey answer.
Okay, so questions, Maria.
Maria Cizinik, developer of BERT. I'd like to ask a question to all those things, throwing young there, throwing young anywhere else. Is the purpose of the Green Working Group actually also to evaluate whether the young approach is actually working? I'm not saying that it's not working, but I'd like to see some assessment, at least in like how much time it takes to actually implement all those things, or whether it actually managed to alleviate some of the problems the operators are having now. Thank you.
Right. So it's true there is a lot about Yang in there based on the feedback from the operators in 2002, right? So what you will be seeing there, it's like data consistency to support rich observability, data and knowledge. What we start to see is that, if you've got something like BMP, to take your world, there is no way that someone is going to say, I'm going to stream BMP with Yang. No, BMP works, right? So what we're trying to see is that there are different silos of information, and not everything is Yang, right? So that's the first thing that we see. Now, to answer your question whether Yang is like the best solution, on the charter, it clearly says Yang. So do you have a better approach? Do you have a proposal for now? A better proposal than Yang for configuration?
So, but maybe, I mean, for the Green Working Group, the focus is on understanding energy consumption of your network, these metrics, and having a framework for it. And because Yang is there, I think that's kind of where the solution probably goes. But I think all these problems you have with implementing Yang, that's actually what you want to bring to the workshop.
Let's discuss later. Jim, please.
Yep. Jim Reid, who never has run a network in my life. I think this is a great idea, and I'm very pleased to see that the IETF and the IAB is making more of an effort to engage with operator communities. That's long, long overdue. And if it means more participation for those operator groups in the IETF, that can only be a good thing. So this is a very good step in the right direction. I've got a little bit concerned about the discussion around this workshop. There seems to be a lot of discussion around tooling particularly, and I wonder if there's more focus on things like the problem statements, because my sense is that perhaps in the IETF there's a little bit of an ivory tower around this. We're looking at the solutions from the people that go to IETF meetings and talk about things like Yang and all the rest of it, but these people are somewhat removed from the cold hard reality of running a big global network or any sizable network for that matter. And I wonder if maybe that might dissuade people from those communities from actually taking part.
That's a very good point. So actually, I've been receiving feedback from operators that the IETF is not like solution driven, which is that, yeah, you do Yang model there, you do a small IP fix there, you do a small part there, but if you're not solution driven, it means that those drafts will not evolve as a cluster. So I've been hearing that. It's not the first time I hear this. So feel free to write a second position paper on this.
Thank you.
Last question.
Hello, Alexi. I would like, I currently have tried to implement Yang on a network vendor on a new setup from a POC, and I just were not able to just be able to have the correct Python object to be able to manage a configuration. The one point I have seen with Yang model, it's pretty verbose. It's complicated to isolate what is the configuration of what is the current state of the model. And when you compare with many vendors with transactional mode present, you can see you can manage to generate the whole configuration of a network box, push it, and let the equipment manage the corresponding diff configuration. And in the other end, you have a really verbose configuration where you need to make a strong work to identify from each vendor what configuration is what. And when you have simple thing that it's a file and the other a complex API, it's why, in my opinion, operators don't try to implement Yang so often, or only when they are a large-scale operator.
Very good. So do you want the long answer now, or we take a beer and we go over all of this?
The second one.
I think the second one too.
Doris, anything from remote? Okay, thank you, Benoit. Thank you, Mirjam. Okay, now for the lightning talks, we have 10 minutes with Andrew about root servers.
I talk into this one. Okay, right. So hi, my name is Andrew McConachie. I work for ICANN. One of the great things I get to do there is work with the DNS root server operators. And this talk is about a website I maintain with some statistics on it. So I press, cool. Okay, so what is RSEC 002? Quickly, RSEC stands for ICANN Root Server System Advisory Committee. They have a series of documents. 002, which is now on version 5, is basically a bunch of, it's a specification for a bunch of counters that root server operators collect. You can see the counters listed there, and they roll over every day. And but what's good with a bunch of counters and data if you can't make pretty graphs? So I thought, well, let's make some pretty charts. And I first started in 2021, that was V1. I updated it again this year in 2024. And the major update this year was I added some data from RSS instances. So now you can see some pretty maps with root servers on them and whatnot. Important note is this is really just historical macro trend analysis. This is not an operational thing. There's a 3-week delay on the data. So this is not an operational tool. But I do have data going back to 2017. So it does make it kind of cool to see like what's been going on in the last 7 years. All the visualizations are interactive on the site. I'll just be showing some examples, but you're free to go play around with them as you wish. And it's open source. If you do have feedback, I'd really appreciate it if you open an issue on GitHub. That's the way. You can mail me too, but it's better if you just open an issue on GitHub, then I can track it. And a big thanks to all those lovely people there at the bottom who provided early feedback and late feedback and wonderful feedback. So here's the first chart, and I'm just going to be going through these pretty quickly, just to give you a taste of what's up there. There's a lot more up there than what I'll be showing and whatnot. And each one has a little story with it. So this is kind of interesting. I mean, you can see that traffic peaked to the RSS in late 2021, and that's because Google Chrome used to send these long kind of gibberish domains into the DNS, and then to check to see if it was on a public network. And they fixed that. And so since then, you see this like massive spike where it just goes down right after they fixed that. And now you see it's kind of gone up back a little bit, but that was a big spike back in the late 2020. And you can see that reflected as well in kind of the ratio between no error and NX domains. So you see that on the I guess that's your left. You see also like at the end of 2020, like suddenly there's more no error and fewer NX domain as a percentage of total queries. And then you've also got a handy pie chart showing the same thing for this year. They're almost 50-50 actually. And that's like, the pie chart is pretty steady. Like it's been steady like that since 2021. This might interest people in this room, just showing the, increase, the kind of steady increase, but kind of leveling off of IPv6 queries to the root. This is again a percentage basis. So you see it, 2017, it's like 15, and then it kind of, it's leveled off at like low 20s. Hasn't really moved. This is a fun one. So you may be wondering, like, what the heck happened in 2022? So the story here is there was some ISP in North America that shipped a CPE that was doing v6 priming queries every time it rebooted, but they were only doing them over v6. So the RSS got a whole lot of queries over v6, hence this massive mountain in 2022 that then just ended in the end of 2022. Okay. This one's probably the most complicated I'll be showing. Basically, what I think the message here is that like packets to the root server system have just gotten larger over the years. That top line, that kind of dark purple line, is the 32 to 47 byte packet size of query. These are all over UDP. So you can just see it's been going down, and the ones that have been going up have been bigger packet sizes. So again, like kind of interesting to look at. Really probably not all that interesting operationally, but kind of neat. This is what I can do now with the new data set, which I can just show the number of instances over time. I can also show like IPv6 enabled instances or dual stack enabled instances. There's a few kind of staggering like IPv4 only instances out there, but there are no IPv6 only instances out there. And you can just see up, and that's pretty steady. It just continues to grow every year in the number of instances out there. This is a pretty map. You can zoom in on the pretty map and find more detailed pretty maps with more detail on each of the instances, and find the one closest to you if you're interested in that, and whether or not it supports v4 and v6 and all that. And you can also do it by letter. And that's it. And I think I have 3 minutes left for questions.
Yeah. Any questions for Andrew? Okay, no, thanks, Andrew. Next presenter is Mikhail. Okay. So, 10 minutes with Mikhail, throttling YouTube in Russia.
Okay. Hi, everywhere. My name is Mikhail Klimarev. First, I would like to take a selfie with you. Okay. Just a moment. I'm the founder of the COO of VPN Generator. I hope your English can survive mine, because I will be testing you VPNs for the next 10 minutes. Okay. In Russia, I have also been labeled foreign agent, have several criminal cases against me. I've lost count, but it's more than 2. And in August, they even added me to the terrorist list. So sometimes I have to explain in the airport that it's all political motivated from Russia. But now I have a selfie with all of you. Do you remember what I did? And I'm so for my terrible English. Так. How it works? Okay. I would like show you timeline of event. First, it's clear that the Russian government was preparing for war and military censorship. Over the past decade, various laws were passed for internet blockages. The most important was law 90 FZ on the sovereign internet, which required every Russian telecoms operator to install DPI on main lines. This installation was funded by the state budget and completed by the end of 2022. After the war began, independent media and social networks were blocked. Next, popular VPN providers began to block by connection points gateways. In August of last year, VPN blocking by a protocol started as WireGuard, and OpenVPN began work very poorly. And finally, in August this year, the slowdown, not throttling, of YouTube began. This traffic decline YouTube in Russian. This is evident that YouTube traffic in Russia has dropped. This data from Google Transparency Report. Link, I forget link. Okay. The decline in traffic became noticeable in August 2nd. Auto reports and users compliance started appearing 2 weeks earlier. I simply averaged Google's data to make it cleaner what percentage the drop was. It turned out to be around 30%, which matches Roskomnadzor official statement. I decided not to show how does the throttling works. There is only one answer, DPI. But I would like to show what throttling actually looks like. Here is open data on two popular YouTube channels in Russia. One is politicals, and the other is purely for entertainment. We can see that views of these channels have not decreased. In some cases, they have even increased. Why? I checked the interest Russians have VPN technology. To do this, I used Google Trends and Russian's counterpart, Yandex WordStat. And indeed, whenever something important is blocked in Russia, the number of VPN search goes up several times. Here we see a big increase in search in March 2022 and August 2024. Confirming VPN usage growth. To confirm that the rise of VPN usage among Russians matches the data shown above, I checked traffic statistic on the MSK-AX, traffic chart page, and indeed, despite a vacation season, traffic increased by around 20% compared to August last year. I couldn't scrape the data of MSK-AX. This is slightly outdated chart. This updated data, August 23 is missing, but we can see that the traffic growth has not stopped. In October, traffic exceeded the New Year's peak by additional 20%. This is currently the highest record growth, which can only be explained by users massively switching to VPNs that bypass global Google cache servers and connected directly overseas. Conclusion. You can read this conclusion on the screen. You ready? VPN usage growth model. Based in above, I created a model for VPN usage growth among Russians. We cannot measure exactly how many people use VPN service as ineffective in wartime, as people are afraid to answer truthfully. Technical measurement methods are also unusable as protocol, are now used that hide from DPI blocking. Remember that the main protocols, WireGuard, IPsec, and OpenVPN, are blocked in Russia. Currently, the most popular VPN protocols are Shadow SOCKS, Outline, and various modifications of Chinese solution based on VLS, Reality. According to this model, we can reasonably assume that about half of Russians is least know how to use a VPN. This makes the censor's efforts largely ineffective. Quite the paradox. How I have listed in all the challenge faced by telecom operators in Russia. No, I don't mean to excuse them of that everything is going wrong. I'll give you some time to read. But do you know what the Russian government did to help the operators? What did they? Right, they banned any increase in tariffs. That's called absolutely storm, maybe. Okay. And I would like, I can't miss the opportunity to show statistics from our project, VPN generator project. We also demonstrate growth. We've tripled in size over the past 3 months. And yes, we are looking for investor. Send me an email. Screenshots our product, the Key Manager and Android app. Oops. Okay, this one, this slide. We use a multi-protocol approach where protocol complexity increases with each escalation of blocking measures. Sorry. And so briefly explaining it, how it works. Okay, sorry, 10 minutes of shame. Position our products for greater clarity. For greater clarity, we position our products as a middle ground between VPN provider and self-hosted VPN. We have simply created a ready-to-use self-hosted VPN and learning how to manage of them and a large scale. What we need right now, IP addresses, maybe you're too lazy to pull from the rack. We can buy outdated system and just fine. We need more location to make it harder to find and block us. In conclusion, I want to show what the community is already doing to reduce censorship worldwide. I'm especially pleased with the launch of ECH. Do you know what about ECH? ECH on Cloudflare and Chromium browser. Also, the publication of RFC 9620 deserves recognition. A big thanks to author of this document. Please take a look at it. And that's all. I'm sorry, I want to be able to answer your question right now. Here are my contact details. If you want to reach out, the QR code to links this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikhail. So, any questions to the email, to the contacts of Mikhail? Last lightning talk for this afternoon. On stage, August Bournique for the Cyber Resilience Act and Open Source Projects.
Hi, good evening. My name is August Bournique, and I'm going to talk about the Cyber Resilience Act. So let's see how this works. Oh, it goes the other way. The big green one. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. So obviously, I am not particularly technical. I'm an attorney who is California licensed, working out of Amsterdam. So of course, we have to start with a disclaimer. And that disclaimer is that this presentation is general information. I'm not giving you legal advice, and I'm not your lawyer because I don't know what your specific situation is. So, the Cyber Resilience Act. It's an EU-wide digital products regulation that is brand new. And it has some friends. And I'm not going to talk about these other ones. You might hear about them in the same kind of conversations. But the main one here is the CRA. So what is the CRA? So, as I said, EU-wide product regulation. Every digital product in the EU will theoretically be covered if it has a network component. And there's a few exceptions, but they're already highly regulated. So the point of it is to ensure that manufacturers of digital products, those products are secure throughout the life cycle of the product, and that consumers will have more knowledge about how secure their products are. Also to sort of harmonize regulation, product regulation throughout the union. You may have heard about this before because it goes back to 2022, but only now in 2024 has it been adopted, which means that 21 months after adoption, it's going to come into play. It's going to be active, at least some of it. 3 years after enforcement, so October 31st, 2027, the full array of regulations will come into effect. So what are those regulations? And why might this be a problem? Because it sounds like you have a lot of time. So first of all, it's a product regulation. So your development time on a product might be more than 2 or 3 years. So maybe start thinking about it now if that's the case. How will it regulate? First, that 2026 requirement is going to be reporting. Manufacturers need to report breaches, vulnerabilities they know are being exploited, and they're going to need to report them both to ANISA and the local CSIRT, and that's the union-wide information security agency as well as the national response team. It's going to be a bit of a process, but it should be fairly simple, fairly straightforward, even if it takes a while with follow-up reports. But then in 2027, you start getting to standard certification. And that is going to be a lot of work because it's going to have technical documentation of your whole compliance process and throughout the product lifecycle, ultimately ending up in sort of a consumer mark system for digital products or network-enabled products, because this also covers things like, Internet of Things stuff. And it's all backed, of course, by fines and penalties. But let's also look at some of the unstated realities of laws in general and the CRA in specifics. The goal here isn't necessarily to watch and see what everyone is doing, but rather to be seen to be acting on security breaches, and to force, obviously, manufacturers to start caring about product safety and consumer privacy without doing too much harm. So the problem I see here as an attorney litigator, formerly, is that this is a vast regulatory scope. Every product in the EU with a network connection, and that the primary regulator only has about 100 employees. So that's a lot of work for those people. So what instead the CRA relies on is self-assessment and certification. And self-regulation can be useful, it can be good, it can work really well, but not always. It's not always that well followed. And I think that's going to be a hurdle for the CRA. But what I really want to talk about, now that I've used up most of my time, is will the CRA apply to, we'll say, my open source project? And the answer, officially, under the CRA, is probably not. But, as with all these things, as a lawyer, I have to say, it depends. So, first of all, we have to look at the definition of FOSS under the CRA, and that's software that has a publicly available code that is offered under an open license. In that case, theoretically, the CRA shouldn't apply to you unless you're commercial. Well, what does commercial mean? We'll get to that in a second. But first, the first question you should be asking is, would it apply to me anyways? The first protection is, my project isn't a product. It's not a physical good. It's not software, or it doesn't have a networking component. And a lot of things aren't products that people do in the open source space. You know, contributing to someone else's project, it's not a product. You're not a manufacturer. Similarly, software as a service even, while it's regulated under other laws, is not regulated under the CRA. So ISP, IXP, you're safe. You don't really need to care, probably, so far. Hosting, etc. So your protection B is, am I a commercial open source project? We don't know what this means exactly, because open source has been talking with the regulators and they haven't really gotten a clear answer, but we do know what it's not. We know that it doesn't just mean receiving some donations. We know that it doesn't just mean having a contract or two for maintenance or even for new features being added. So it's something more than just getting some money. And then of course there's the question, what if someone uses your project commercially? The CRA doesn't apply to FOSS that's included into another commercial product unless it itself is commercial. So the manufacturer of a commercial product uses a FOSS project, they have to make sure that the whole thing meets CRA's requirements, unless it was sold to them with commercial intent. You make a FOSS product to include in other people's things, you've got to follow the law. So even if your project's commercial, there's still protections, because I haven't gotten into all the details of the CRA, but it has multiple levels of regulation. And the most standard level is the general product, allowing self-assessment. And no matter what project you're doing, if it's open source, it will be considered a general product for the purpose of the assessment, which makes it much easier. And you know, honestly, if it's commercial, you can afford a lawyer, which is probably the other important thing here. But there are even protections after that. First, you know, if you're a small business in the EU, a micro enterprise, that is pretty big. There are much lower fine requirements. So you look at that fine, it's like 15 million euros or something like that. That's scary, but if you don't have that money, you probably aren't going to be fined that much. And then, of course, there's this concept of open source software stewards, which is amazing and interesting, and we don't have time for it, but basically NGOs that will be looking at FOSS projects or involved in FOSS projects, like Linux Foundation. And they'll work with regulators to create a set of standards. So if you're working in that domain, there may be a set of standards that you have to follow that's much easier to follow. So again, the text versus reality here thing comes into play. The legal code that is involved here is not it's not self-enforcing. It's not a black box. So whatever it says there is going to be interpreted over time and ultimately probably without absurd results. So basically what I want people to get out of this is that, is an OS project going to be the regulatory target? And think about, does it even apply to me? So, mostly the things you need to be concerned primarily are you making money? Are you collecting private data that you're then selling and making money off of? And are you a tempting target for someone to steal all that data and put it out there and annoy the regulators? If not, you're probably okay. If so, hopefully you can afford an attorney. You probably should be able to. And then, just watch out for what happens with this. So I only have 30 seconds left, so very quick question. And this is just some resources if you want more information. My website, the current act, and the ANISA standards that will be used to actually implement the CRA.
Thank you, August. Perfectly in time.
Thank you.
Questions, please.
Maxim Tuliev, Net Assist. We all understand what to do with this. If we are a software designer, just move all outside Europe Union, establish a company in, let's say, Seychelles and work from Seychelles. The question is, what is for users of this software? So if I represent internet service provider and run, for example, BIRD for routing, should I apply? Can I use this product that will be not from Europe Union inside?
So I'm trying to understand that there. There's a couple things in there that I would want to comment on. First of all, there are elements of the CRA that do apply to anyone selling a product in the EU. You don't have to be in the EU. Now, whether those regulators will be able to go after you, debatable. But so moving to a friendly island might not help you. Two, if you're an internet service provider, unless you are selling something with that, maybe if you have a branded router that comes with your service, then you have potentially it's under the blue box thing, but yeah.
The question is, can I continue use BERT for internet routing when the BERT will be based in Seychelles?
Yeah, presumably. You are not manufacturing anything. You're
Yes,
not.
But there is no limitation for use on this.
Not that I can parse from my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Maria. Maria, developer of BERT, once again. Sorry, I have a question. How is CRA complementing with NIS2? Because what I can see here is you are saying that the ISPs, IXPs are not actually under CRA. You are right, but they are under NIS2.
Yeah.
And I would say if they are under NIS2, they are basically required to follow CRA or something like that on those products they are using.
Well, I would say this is a 10-minute lightning talk on the CRA. So that's why I said there's a whole bunch of other regulations that may come and interact with it. But we don't quite know what that other, I'm sorry, the name escaped me, but the other regulatory structures that are around this are still also evolving. And again, I think what I'd like people to take away from the presentation is that a lot of this stuff can look really scary when it's written out in the legal code. But the question is, how will it be implemented and who will be implementing it and who will they be implementing it on? And I think that's something people need to think about a little bit more. Or
Doris, nothing from remote? Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the second session of the afternoon ends here. I just remember you to rate the talks. Let us know what you like. At 6 p.m., there is the B-COP for who is interested. Remain here. Thank you.
Is there a bell ringing outside?
I don't think so.
Yes, please. Hello, everybody. Oh, okay. I'm Jan, the co-chair of the BICOF task force. Thank you. And there is Benoit somewhere. Where is Benoit? There. He's also co-chairing this with me. Thank you all for coming. This will be an interesting session. First, we will have the report from it's not a project, it's sort of like a small task force about documenting how the operators run their networks and how repair their networks during the war or some other difficulties. So without further ado, where is Alena? Here, please, Alena, introduce the whole thing. You go up there.
Good evening, everyone. I wanted to take over the mic from Jan, but he's not allowing me. So just before we start, a few words about this BICOP small task force, which turned out to be an enormous effort. We started that in 2023 in Rotterdam, and the idea was to document the experience of the Ukrainian operators. And while we had a good idea, we realized very quickly that we were a bit too late because even here, more than a year ago, the country was quite exhausted and people were quite exhausted, and it was quite difficult to collect the data. But thanks to these two beautiful ladies whom you see on the screen, who managed to organize a NOC in the severe conditions of war, and they also did interviews these operators that operated in the front, near the front line. So they're gonna present how they did that and about the interviews as well. And starting from that, having that material, we hope to be able to document that experience that was sketched by the interviews. So please meet Olena Kushnir and Victoria Opanasiuk.
Hi, dear friends, dear colleagues. My name is Olena Kushnir, and today me and Victoria Panasiuk will share our experience of organizing NOG-UA in the extreme conditions of the war. For us, of course, it is a really great honor to be co-organizers of NOG-UA. And NOG meetings have become the lifeblood of our local community. When Russia started the full-scale war to Ukraine, the country's electronic communication infrastructure suffered major destructions, which put Ukraine at risk of isolation from the global networks. And after the invasion, telecom sphere from the whole world united around a common mission: keep Ukraine connected. And I still remember the call from René Fluchmüller from Global NOC Alliance. He called me and said, "Hey, Helen, how are you? It's time to create NOG-UA." And Victoria and I agreed immediately. Some did not believe in us. Some thought we are very crazy. Some said that we did not understand the NOCs except, but a lot of people supported us. And our mission is to share our knowledges, connect local technical experts, integrate the Ukrainian community to the global network, document best practice of Ukrainian community. And the most important task was to ensure the participation of frontline ICE peers who have the most extreme experience. And of course, we did it. We successfully unite the Ukrainian and international communities and held the first NOG-UA in Lviv. It was really very hard. And we adopted international standards in organizing our conference and opened voting among the telecom community for positions on the program committee. Through this democratic process, 10 persons were elected, which you see. The committee now includes on international representatives, head of the 3 largest telecommunication and media associations, technical experts, media specialists, public defenders, and owners of internet services providers from the frontline regions. It is very important. This is the first time in the history of independent Ukraine that such a powerful program committee has joined forced to hold a telecom conference. Another innovation was the networking committee. The main task of the committee was to introduce the participants to each other. We had about 10 participants who had never been to any conferences before. And we had to support them, we integrate them into the community. And we understood that there would be many persons at the conference who did not know each other and spoke English not so good. Victoria and I took care of synchronous translation, so the international guests could understand all the presentation and reports. It is very important for foreign participants. We were very surprised, of course, when since the program, many Ukrainian participants, not so many participants used the headphones with translations. But sometimes we worked as translators. It is a new experience for us. As I mentioned, a lot of people supported us, and we were supported even by the Ukrainian government. For example, Mikhail Fedorov, Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, opened us. Also, colleagues from various telecom association and NOX communities from Poland, Georgia, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Finland spoke with warm words. Athale Akplogan, Vice President of Technical Engagement at ICANN, gave a welcome speech. And Ondřej Filip, a member of the RIPE NCC board, he gave a welcome speech in a beautiful Ukrainian language. It was very touchable for us. Of course, a very important support from Sander Stefan and Martin Kurchela, because they came in person. And I should tell you that it cost a lot. And we had 2 days of program and very interesting topics and the presentation. You can find out more in our YouTube channel, but we discuss some very important things. So, Victoria, it's your turn.
Thanks a lot. Good day for everyone. I'm very glad to see all of you and to be joined to this meeting remotely. I'm Victoria Panasiuk, and today it is a great honor for me to represent myself as the co-organizer of the NOG-UA, Network Operators Group of Ukraine. Establishing and holding such an event in Ukraine was a big challenge, but we are grateful to everyone who supported us. Live communication, exchange of experiences, solving of problematic issues are very important needs that we had to satisfy during the first NOG-UA meeting. But in addition to this, we also set ourselves the main goals. This is a charity to help providers from the frontline areas. To reach these goals, we did the following. We provided free participation for internet providers from the frontline areas, which included visiting all conference official events, social events, food and hotel accommodation. Thus, more than 50 participants from the frontline areas from ISPs received a free tickets. 10% of each paid ticket was planned to be transferred to charity, to General Conference Fund for aid for ISPs from the frontline areas. The collected funds, and in fact it was even more than 10%, were distributed among 5 grants. Providers who needed help filled out applications about themselves on the NOG.ua website. Each participant who paid for his ticket had the opportunity to vote to which on the providers he wanted to transfer his 10% from his ticket. According to the results of the voting, among the providers that received the largest numbers of votes, 5 companies were awarded for their 5 grants. The general sponsor of the NOG.ua, DeepNet company, which is a domestic Ukrainian manufacturer of a fiber optic cable, doubled the amount of grants and thus at the official closing panel were handed 5 grants certificates, each of 2,500 euros to 5 companies for the purchase of cable products or another equipment for the rebuilding their networks. A donor from Canada, the Equality Company, took the initiative and handed 7 certificates, each of 6.5 kilometers of fiber optic cable, to 7 internet providers chosen at their own decision. In addition, our sponsors of the first NOG.ua, our partners and participants provided additional consultations, discounts, gifts, certificates for services to colleagues from the frontline areas. And throughout the conference, it was very important. It was immediately aid. And we saw the incredible emotions of the people who were already losing their hope for help. So we have achieved the goal and continue to work every day for helping providers to overcome all obstacles and make strengthening the Ukrainian community. So also during the NOG.ua, a separate project was created together with the Ukrainian Переговорка project. We recorded 8 unique interviews with the internet providers from frontline and deoccupied territories from the Kherson, Sumy, Donetsk, Dnipro, and Kiev regions about their various experiences and they knowledges in maintaining communications, rebuilding and restoring networks, daily work, and the constant shelling in cities very, very close to the front line. Here is one of the short examples about the restoration of the network in the city of Irpin, which was under occupation in 2022. After the liberation of the city, the networks were completely destroyed. Please switch on the video to show this episode 1.
Скільки часу пішло на відбудову мережі в Ірпіні, на відновлення?
Ну, реально.
От деокупація, зайшли військові МЧС, спецслужби.
Ну, можу трошки в екскурс ввести наші бесіді. Наприклад, там на 1 квітня 2022 року наша компанія не мала ні одного абонента і ні одного аплінка, який існував до окупації нашого регіону. Ми за час відновлення, це був десь місяців 7-8, перекрилали до 300, ну, десь 280 кілометрів оптоволокна. Повністю відновили заново. Бо, як тільки повернулися, там технічні співробітники, технічний директор провели аудит, там мереж, магістралі, які у нас є, і на перший погляд здавалося, що 30% вони...
Ціле.
Ні, 30% втратили, все інше ціле. Як почали відновлювати на кожному кілометрі оптоволокна, на підвісі потрібно було ставити до 3 муфт. І це економічно було недоцільно, бо крім того, що самі матеріали, а плюс ще робота і час, да. Боротьба з конкурентами за споживача, тому все піджимало, все було в стислі терміни. І завдяки нашій команді співробітників, які я вдячний, нам вдалося майже відновити на той момент, на момент закінчення відновлення мереж, десь на 70-75% абонської бази ми відновили.
So to continue, we believe that this is a very exclusive and important experience that can be interested to whole world. You can listen to all the interviews on the Nokia YouTube channel, and this slide has a QR code with a playlist of all these interviews. If you talk about the Nokia in numbers, I can say that the first and very difficult meeting in wartime in Ukraine gathered more than 150 on-site participants in Lviv, and more than 30 unique participants were present online. In total were representatives of more than 90 companies. Participants were from 9 countries. Among the participants were representatives of the Ukrainian government, the Ministry of Digital Transformation, Cyber Police, State Special Communication Service, specialized associations, industry leaders. We were supported by international organizations, and in particular, we thanks our colleagues from Leo Labs and PLNOG. We thanks who personally came to meeting. We thanks to Sander Stefan from the Global Nog Alliance for his presence, Elina Usa from Finland, and so on. Overall, we have provided fully simultaneous, as Elena said, translation to make every participant feel comfortable. And almost more than 30 organizations from both Ukrainian and other countries supported Nog-UA as partners and sponsors, which became a great motivation for Ukrainian internet providers. In particular, many thanks to RIPE-NCC, Keep Ukraine Connected, Global Nog Alliance, Flix Optics, Team Kimro, IPv4 Global, and every organization who supported us. We sincerely hope for continued cooperation and further joint exchange of experience and development. Today, the Ukrainian professional community has a very rich experience and can be shared and can be useful for the whole world, and we can be more stronger together. We realized today that resilience today is Ukraine. And you can learn more about our community, about the Nog-UA project, as well as see the results of our work on our official pages on Facebook, Instagram, Telegram, LinkedIn, and YouTube channel using these QR codes. And if you have some ideas or wish to cooperate with Ukrainian internet providers, or if you have possibility to make some aid for Ukrainian operators, so you are welcome, and you can reach us on the contacts on our website. So now I can say that thanks a lot for everyone for your support.
And I want to add welcome to Ukraine, and we are waiting to the next NOG UA conference. See you.
Thank you very much. You can hear us clearly because there are questions from the room or comments. Yeah? Okay, Sander, you have a question or remark. You have been there, so
I have been there. Yes, Sander Stefan, Global NOC Alliance. So I just want to thank you again for the great hospitality. It was a great event, good people, and I still remember when we arrived in our car and like everybody was standing outside with champagne and everything. It was really heartwarming to see that in these difficult times how you got a really good group of people together to exchange experiences. So thank you.
Thanks a lot. Special thanks for Sander, for your brave.
are there any other questions or maybe comments for the presenters? Elena? No? So, yeah, I really want to thank you for your presentations, very insightful. And yeah, everything how we started 2 years ago in Rotterdam, I think. Yeah, yeah. And you've done a great amount of work, a tremendous amount of work, and many compliments. And yeah, this is a nice outcome. We thought we'd write something, a document, and now we have videos, all kind of experiences and meetings, conferences to share experience, how to keep networks
now
real.
We need to put all this content into RAP documents.
Yeah.
The best operational practice.
Yeah.
Now, the half work is done.
The half of work, the interviews and all the input, indeed, that's true. And now we have to document it. So if there are no, thanks again, and there are no questions anymore, I would like to thank you again, and we go to the next agenda item. Thank you. So next up is on consensus building. So I'd like to invite my colleague here, Jan George, and later also Stefan will join. So it's, sorry, yeah, sorry, Sander, end of the day. And I was explicitly asked to be very strict on the time, because if both of you are on stage, you can fill an evening. So, and there's, it's promised to have beer outside at 7. So I will be strict. Okay.
Right.
There you go.
Thank you. So, the problem statement. So, the story first. Sander and I had sort of a lecture to the Max Planck Institute people, for the students, about the internet overlay, how it works, the IETF, ICANN, RIPE, LACNIC, how is this all connected? And then while we were explaining this on the session, and Sander was talking about consensus here, consensus there, I was like, hey, Sander, hey, hold on, stop. This consensus, when you're talking about, do we have anything documented in RIPE, what our consensus process actually is? He was like, no, but should we? Well, I don't know, maybe. So then we continued the lecture and then did the whole thing, but then we came home and we said, well, maybe this is something for the best current operational practice task force, because it is the best practice, right? How to run, how to do the consensus run. So we have a rough idea how to build consensus in RIPE, but it's heavily leaning on the IETF process. So we use bits and pieces from here and there, but nothing is actually, it is in the eyes of the beholder. Every chair has a little bit different view what the consensus is, what is not the consensus, and especially what is the process that drives towards the consensus. So, and I see this as a sort of a pillar, as a statue that is looked from different perspectives, from the working group chairs or the chairs, are looking at this consensus thingy and needs to understand what it actually is. The community that is participating in the process needs to look from a different point of view, and the policy proposers or people that are proposing something also needs to look at the same pillar, at the same statue, right? Because if we are not looking at the same statue, then things might get a little bit derailed. But first of all, Niall is not here. Otherwise, I would drag him here on stage to redo it again. In RIPE 66, he did the silent presentation, and I thought I can do that. I can be silent and not say anything while I'm rolling the slides. So now I'm doing Niall thing. So. And it's me again. I love that part that Niall did. It clearly explains what are the risks that we can run into while doing the consensus process. And I think to avoid part of this, we need to do something. So target audience, there are 3 groups: working group chairs, policy proposers, community participants. And basically my question at the end will probably be, should we do this or not? But now I'll ask Sander and Gert to come and explain to you the rest of the thing. Oh, just Sander. Gert is lazy. Okay, okay.
Hello, I'm Sander Stefan, and I'm an address policy addict. I've been clean now for 2,355 days. Joking aside, so Gert, for those of you who weren't there in the past, Gert and I were the chairs of the address policy working group for many, many, many years. I was there for 11 years and Gert for about 20-ish. So yeah, it's and in that time we got a lot of experience in how to do consensus. And one of the important things that's different here in this community compared to the IETF, in the IETF you're talking about technical standards, but here we are talking about policy, and that brings a lot of small changes. So let me check. Do we have a document on it? I don't think we do. We reference the IETF process a lot, but like I said, it's different. Let me give you an example. For example, in our time as address policy chairs, we had policies where our policy affected legacy resource holders, and they weren't properly informed and they didn't like what we were doing. So, you know, if you're looking at the people opposing the policy and the people affected by it, you're basically, let me go back a few slides. Can I go back? Yes. you know, we were pretty much in this in this situation. So at that point, we were like, right, we don't have consensus because the people affected don't agree to what we're doing, and this was actually a bit of oversight. So you take that seriously. Now let me give you another example. We also had policies where we saw that people were hoarding IPv4 addresses and they were opening up LARs and getting as many addresses as possible. And we wanted to stop this. We had exactly the same situation. There were a whole bunch of people not agreeing with the policy change because they would be affected because they couldn't make as much money as easily. But suddenly you're in a wholly different situation because the whole point of the policy was to stop these people. So the people complaining like, hey, you're stopping us from stealing your resources. Well, yeah, that's kind of the point, you know? So especially when dealing with policies and sensitive policies like this, there is no, you can't just mathematically say, oh, we have consensus or we do not have consensus. You really have to understand all the aspects of what the community wants, what the majority wants, what the impact will be, who is complaining. So it makes it a whole lot more difficult. So that's why our process does deviate from the IETF. It's also one of the reasons why we make sure that every working group has chairs that are selected by that working group to chair them. Because the chairs need a mandate to sometimes make difficult decisions. At some point, like I said, if you can, sometimes it's easy. It's clearly a consensus or clearly not consensus. But in some cases, you have to make a judgment. And the idea behind the community selecting their own chairs is that these people have the freedom to make this judgment. And we have a whole process for if people don't agree with that, they can file a complaint and they can say, hey, I think they said there was consensus, but we think there wasn't, or vice versa. But the important thing is that there is a more human touch to chairing a RIPE working group. So there's a whole set of documents that already describe parts of it, like the one Jan just showed that Neil gave at RIPE 66. It's included in the working group chairs training. There's some documents from the IETF, of course. There's IETF working group chairs training. There's a document, The Art of Reaching Consensus. There's brokering standards by consensus from the ITU even. So, you know, it's a very broad set. And roughly the way we do it does align with what the IETF does. So the basic rules of the IETF, and the most important one is objections have to be addressed but not necessarily accommodated. So if somebody says, I don't like this policy for this reason, you're allowed to take a step back and say, okay, I hear what you're saying, I see the problem, but because of these reasons, we don't think it's a blocker. And this gives the chairs a bit of freedom to do the right thing for the community, because in the end, that's what counts, right? As a community, we define our own rules, we define our own policies, so we have to make sure that that part is very solid. And yes, sometimes that does mean making difficult decisions. So personally, I think we should document it a bit better, maybe with some examples, and give guidance to future generations, because Gert and I have done this for a long time. We stepped back a couple of years ago, but I still see, and not just in RIPE, but also in other areas and other communities, that people struggle with this. Like, what is exactly the way we should do this? What is the limit of that a chair can apply their own judgment? Things like this. So if we do this, how do we document it? Is it like guidelines? Do we can we make some rules? Do we just do it by example? I know Jim Reed always said, like, if you specify it in too much detail, people will just use the detail to find the loopholes. You know, so at some point, what is the right balance of documenting this that makes sure we get the right feeling and the way that benefits the community the most, and helping future generations both on the discussion side and on the sharing side. So if the answer is indeed yes, we need to have a group of people who will actually put in their experience and write something useful. So other people in the room that want to participate, and yes, questions, feedbacks, and volunteers.
Thoughts? Oh, please.
Hi, Dave Knight, Ultra DNS. So I think you opened and said that you're looking to document how we achieve consensus. But then most of the problem statement seems to be, well, what we're about when we can't achieve consensus, and most of that is going to be around policy development. So we do have a document called the Policy Development Process, which explicitly talks about how it is set up to try and achieve consensus, and then describes a bunch of ways that we deal with that when we can't achieve consensus. So what is it that we need that's different than that? I can answer that. Okay.
Go, Gert.
Hi there, Gert Döring. The PDP document basically says the chair determine if there is consensus, but how? The how is not documented anywhere, and it's really like IETF has humming, but we don't have humming, and we have remote participation and all that. So and we might have people that are violently opposing something, out of principles, out of personal goals, whatever. Some policy proposals are obvious, some are really complicated, and some you have to state there is no consensus and then go back to the drawing board. But the PDP only says if there is no consensus, but it doesn't give guidelines to new chairs on how to determine that. So I think it might be a bit difficult to actually produce a good document that is not too specific and not too loose. It might not work out, but I'm willing to help with that, which you know because the name is already on it.
If I may have one counter to that then. So one of the things, I think what you were seeking to do was to have something that's kind of universally applicable. But you know, what I think Gert has just described as, well, in each different situation has different problems to solve. So maybe we don't want something that's universally applicable.
So I've seen working group chairs being very loose and just say like, I'm done with this, let's declare consensus and move on. I've seen working group chairs being really afraid of declaring anything because there was some dissent. So this is the right BCOP task force. So I want to focus on our experiences, but I know that other people are looking at us as well.
Valdez from the Number Resource Organization. Well, this is a big challenge. It's, of course, not exclusive of RIPE NCC, but has been kind of the big questions in other RIRs. IPNIC has been working long time in this dilemma. It's agreed that the chair who makes the decision is invested with big powers, and the definition of consensus cannot give a big help to the chair to make the decisions, and at the same time needs to be kind of accepted by the community. So right now, how it's working in IPNIC is based on challenging in the way of minors and big objections in the proposals. It is part of the important discussions in order to reach consensus. It's documented, it's in the IPNIC website, and they also have some attempts in the past to try to bring some voice from that silent majority that I think it was abused. So not necessarily you need to bring that opinion from the silent majority. But all those attempts are recorded, are documented, and maybe it's just a good source of information for
Thank you.
Works. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Haber, independent IT consultant. I have a comment about what should be in those documents you are planning to write. Of course, there should be information what to do, but there should also be information why to do it this way or else. I think it's a good idea to distinguish between the RFC way of writing those documents, where it's always reasoning for the rules and suggestions, and laws or IEEE standards, where you just have do this, so that the individual operator can decide for themselves whether the bad things that might happen are more acceptable than going the way the document says.
Fully agree. Thank you.
Marco Sanz, wearing no hat. First of all, feedback to Jan, because he did the Neil presentation very good. Word by word, so verbatim. Perfect. And now, it was Sandra who said that, that the consensus we're looking for here, our definition of consensus is something more human, and it's just a judgment value. And precisely because it is that human and it's just a judgment, it is very difficult to capture that into words. And this is what I am so worried about. It's such a huge effort. It needs such a dedication. It's going to be imperfect by definition. And because it's going to be imperfect by definition, somebody else will try to show you that your definition is imperfect and will try to demonstrate, I'm going to show you how I reach consensus, and this is not the way you thought about. So I'm worried about the consequences of writing the document.
But this document can be changed and fine-tuned if a person shows up.
Yeah, but it's
it's what I said. If you try to define too much, people will start looking for the loopholes. So
exactly,
we have to think about the style of like, do we just document past experiences for people to learn from? Do we make a blueprint? The different style of writing will definitely influence how people will look at it.
Don't misunderstand me. If you still really want to do it because you see there's value in it, I'm willing to contribute and help with my experience, but I'm worried of the consequences.
Well, if it's just principles and guidelines, then,
yeah, well,
if it's not a blueprint.
Okay, yeah, but then it's just more like defining the word and showing some examples. It's not the way your judgment works. It's just the way your judgment was applied in different examples of the past. Well, okay, that's easy.
We asked the question and we are receiving the feedback.
Okay.
I totally understand your worry.
Peter Kordinik. First of all, I think that everybody who mentions humming in the context of determining consensus in the IETF should pay a significant fine, because that's not really what this makes up. It's a nice marketing gag, but nothing more than that. On the question of documents, first of all, I think I heard what I would call a misperception of consensus here, because of course the chair or the chairs need to determine the consensus at one point, but consensus is a process and not a status. So the question is, when the chairs determine that there's not yet or no consensus, how do we get there from here? And there is no unique way. The first question to ask always is the problem at hand open to solution by consensus? Because that consensus, which actually is a compromise, needs to be workable in cases. And more often than not recently, we had fundamentally opposed positions, and you can drive consensus until the cows come home. This is not going to work. You will have consensus by exhaustion, if at all, which is a term of art indeed, but you're not getting there. So, but for the better examples, and I think there are quite a lot, and it would be good to document them also for our technical community standing in the wider sphere of internet governance, to document what worked well. Like when there were positions that were not aligned, maybe not those that were fundamentally opposed, but that were not aligned, what was done actually, and that's probably a lot of work to go back to these brains and get out of how did this actually work back then, to document how that consensus, the compromise, was achieved by catalytic work of the chairs or other community members. But again, the question is the problem at hand really open to what we think a consensus is? Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
It's very good feedback, Peter.
So Tobias Wiewig, Max Planck Institute for Informatics, but speaking as an individual, I think that there's like multiple layers to the problem and also to the question of why we want to do this and why we need this. And that ultimately boils down to the question of incentives. So the idea of defining how we attain consensus comes from the idea that there's something we might be attaining consensus about, which might open up that consensus to be challenged retroactively. And that is really, really a matter of, well, what incentive do people have to actually do that? And if you look at RIPE traditionally, like in the good old days, just after you just hit up some guy at a conference who scribbled something in his notebook, which now has like the database tag of legacy, there was not really that much incentive because there was like enough IP. That changed. And any form of consensus mechanism we are building will kind of try to guard itself against a really driven, somewhat malicious actor finding a hole in the process. While we also have other decisions and other working groups where there is not really an actor that cares enough about that consensus to ever challenge it, where such a consensus model really still works. But my point is that before we start on consensus and defining consensus, we really have to think about this underlying problem. And, full disclaimer, in my opinion, the best resolution still is to get rid of those legacy resources which are in some way, shape, or form scarce. Then we get rid of the incentive, and then we can have our consensus like it always was.
Thank you. Daniel.
And by the way, you do know that this is all because of you, right? Our speech at the Max Planck Institute is what started all this.
Hi, Daniel Karenberg, RIPE co-founder, and have been here for too long. I think you mean well. The question you should really ask yourselves when you do this stuff is, how is what we're going to do make RIPE better? Yeah, that's one thing. Yeah. Is this really needed to put effort in and put pen to paper? How and concretely how do we make RIPE better this way? That's one advice I give you to consider. The second, and not in general terms, in concrete terms. Yeah. Second advice I can give you is that when you start sort of writing down tradition, which is what you want to do, there's a big temptation to improve it while you're writing it down. Don't. My recommendation is really try to document the status quo before you start tinkering with it. I've seen it go wrong too many times when said, oh, while we're at it, you know, why don't we improve it? Yeah. Don't. Yeah. That's exactly why when Remco started this RIPE and RIPE NCC discussion, you know, should we redefine the relationship, that I stood up and said, let's write down the status quo first before we start improving it. So I ate my own dog food there. So A, how does this make RIPE better? And B, please document the status quo before you start tinkering with it. Thank you.
Thank you, good feedback. And yeah, that is the intention, because what we saw is that people don't really know, like, and different working groups do it in slightly different ways. And for at least for me, it's like I have 11 years of experience, and I just like you said, document the status quo and make sure that people know it and can carry it forward. This might be enough.
But we didn't have the idea to tinker with it, but thank you for the idea.
Alistair Woodman, you're talking a lot about consensus, and
it seems to be that a lot of the time when you're making political decisions like up there, you're actually talking about utilitarian value for things, which may not have, so you need to explain what your weighting thoughts are and not necessarily the idea of consensus or, you know, individuals having votes. So I think there's, that you might be useful getting at the idea that where you describe what the weightings are that you put in utilitarian things and not necessarily trying to figure out how you get people to agree with one another, because they're probably sometimes not going to agree, but you need to be able to articulate what you think is better for the collection, and when the individual is trying to exploit something, why they're not doing it, because that, in the examples you used, those are typically the types of things where you as the chairs said, well, no, right? Because this is, you're going against the utilitarian function. So there's a whole bunch of theory in this particular types of things that the Jesuits and other folks have dug out of the closets, and you can sort of discuss this till the cows come home, but it's not a new area that you could go look at, right? So maybe if you just stop talking about consensus and try to figure out how utilitarian maximization might work, then maybe you'll get some more. I don't know.
Thanks. Thank you all. We got a lot of very valuable feedback. Like, should we write it down? To what end, etc. Like, these are really good questions. So thank you, and you got us thinking again.
Angela Dallara, Policy Officer at RIPE NCC. Speaking in my position of Policy Officer and personally, I'm reading all the mailing list regarding policy proposals in our registry, in other registries, and to tell you the truth, I'm not jealous of the position of the working group chairs, because sometimes it's really a struggle to understand what people mean when commenting on the mailing list. So I wonder if you can consider also to help not only the working group chairs, but also the people contributing with comments in giving them a guideline in expressing their opinion. And somehow the opinion could also be, I don't care. I don't care because. I don't care because it's not regarding me. I don't care because whatever you decide is fine with me. So also in a way that the working group chairs can have a better idea if there is a silent audience that is not so silent anymore, let's say, to put people in a position also to be free to say, well, you can decide for me because I don't see the point. You can decide for me because I don't see it applicable, or whatever it is that gives also this extra option to be neutral to a proposal. Because especially now that we see we have such low participation in discussion, having these conversations that sometimes are a bit, I mean, I read all the messages, sometimes I don't understand what people mean. Is a sort of an encrypted language between people that know each other for a long time. I know that this is a joke in this style. I know this person thinks in this way, but not everybody knows. And we want more participation. We want more to be more inclusive. We want more people to participate. So if you can think about also to give a tip how to be clear, how to make questions also, would be for me a very welcome thing.
Thank you. Although I fully agree with you, but I think at that point we come into Daniel's bit where he's like, please don't try to combine documenting the current practice and improving it at the same time.
No,
So,
just,
but
you know, some examples of what would be
So,
good.
okay, as timekeeper, sorry.
We're only 10 minutes over.
Okay,
It's fine.
yeah, Tobias is the last one, and then we go to the closing remarks.
So, Tobias Siebig, Max Planck Institute for Informatics again for myself. What we also should be very, very careful with when we document the status quo is that sometimes there are these things you do which are kind of, you know, not like they should be done, but everybody agreed to do it, but it's not spoken about. And all of a sudden you put them into writing and then they kind of become documented, and like something you did which you shouldn't have been doing, but you're not documented, might fall on your feet.
No comment.
Thank you. Well, thank you for your feedback. And it's very valuable. I think there were very good comments to take with us. Or with and also, again, if anyone wants to contribute or write with the, well, provide text and other stuff with for the document, please inform Jan, Sander, and the others, and myself. And yeah. Before we close,
open mic.
The open mic. Yeah. Before we close, we have an open mic. So I know someone wanted to propose something on the microphone. Otherwise, I will put something forward.
Where is Lee?
Where's Lee?
Where is Lee?
Okay, Lee left
He's
the building.
not here. Lee left the building.
Oh, okay. Okay. So this morning we had a discussion on RPKI and using RPKI. Sorry, Steve, to put you on the spot. It was, I think, a very interesting topic. We talked about RPKI and the risks of applying RPKI if you are a customer of a scrubbing service. And there are some guidelines here, but they're not very well known. And who should be informed about these guidelines or should be knowledgeable? So yeah, I put you a little bit on the spot, but maybe you can explain it. And I'm willing to take over the initiative.
Thank you. Steve Wallace, Internet 2. So part of my job is to help people create their ROAs, and this is in the higher education space in the US. And what I've come across is if a university has a DDoS scrubbing service, you know, they may be aware of how they normally announce their routes, and so they have the information they need to create a ROA. But their upstream provider might have subscribed them to a scrubbing service. And that scrubbing service may work differently per different upstream provider in terms of, does it preserve the origin AS of the original holder? Sometimes they do. Do they swap out an AS that belongs to the upstream provider? Sometimes they do. Do they use the AS of the scrubbing provider as the origin? Sometimes they do. And sometimes, at least for one of the major scrubbing providers, the provider creates a route object that has the customer's prefix and the scrubbing provider's origin AS, even though that route will never appear anywhere. So the scrubbing provider does this to group prefixes in an AS set that they announce to their upstreams. And so the holder of the IP addresses needs to know to create another ROA so that route object isn't suppressed when the AS set it belongs to is expanded. So it's not uncommon for me to have to sort all this out, and for a single IP allocation, I may need to say you need to make 3 ROAs in this order to accommodate your normal route, the scrubbing diversion route, and this crazy IRR thing your scrubbing service provider needs to ensure doesn't get suppressed. And there's no way for, you know, there's not public information, there's not information in IRRs to resolve this. I mean, it gets close because the scrubbing providers announce their AS sets, so you can kind of see who their customers are, although it's not perfect. So there isn't a standard practice that I'm aware of, or best practices to follow to help someone with their ROAs without knowing the intricacies of the scrubbing provider. And that may not be something that's known by the holder of the IP addresses. And so I'm hoping that they're, you know, it'd be great to get all the scrubbing providers in the room, get them to agree on how they would signal this so it wouldn't be so opaque.
Thank you. Some comments? No? So during the discussion, Natalie and Stavros pointed out that there are ways to do that, but apparently it's not well known, and who should be, well, kind of knowledgeable about this and maybe with onboarding with a scrubbing service, that's my own idea, the scrubbing service provider could start a discussion with the AS or the IP prefix holder. So maybe you want to comment, otherwise I would like to ask people either to comment or also possibly
to volunteer.
Volunteer to
I'm not
contribute to such a-
volunteering. I just said, I want to say, bring it to the list.
Yes, yeah. And I also have another obvious candidates if they want to come to the mic. Otherwise, I will invite them via email. And maybe for the next time, we have a kind of an outline of a document we would like to write. And I have a number of names. I probably find also the emails. So, and we'll put it also on the mailing list, the BCOP task force mailing list on the RIPE. Yeah.
And Tobias found the open.
Tobias, are you challenging us?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So Tobias again, hey. I still didn't get the problem really, because it sounded a bit like scrubbing services are doing weird things, and that then hurts. And if they would stop doing weird things, things would get better.
It's the way how you put it, but no, scrubbing services, well, they need to do weird things if you're under attack, so your traffic needs to be redirected. But please,
It sounds like an offline discussion, because I see 3 people getting up and we have to leave the room, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Just a quick question about or advice on the process. Is this something you want to coordinate with a routing working group maybe before you start taking an initiative here in this group?
Very good suggestion, indeed. That's indeed what we.
That's how it works. We initiate the work here, and then we work with the with the working group of the interest.
So as a last comment before beer, I would suggest to just stop having DDoSes. That would be best practice.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Write a BCOP document, please.
Are we done?
We're done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.